This time, we get to go in. This time, nothing stops us. Okay, let go. Let go. There we go. All right. And now you're fully open. This isn't gonna be good. No, get off of that, you hooligan. God, this is not gonna be good. Oh, shit. Oh, it's really red in here.
Your family would see right through it.
Everyone has a meeting Donald Gleason and or Merritt Weaver for an affair, playing cribbage with a random stranger, or finding out what baby tastes like. Also, I know this particular train car is so hard-edged that they drink alcohol from taps that look like snakes, but why is there a knuck dispenser at every table? No one who enters this car would come unprepared to the point that this bar freely hands out brass knuckles at each individual table, would they? And yes, this is the Rick and Morty where the creators decided nothing matters, so it's our job to say that everything does. Take that, logic.
Who are you?
Dirty Sanchez. Rick is clearly firing toward the ceiling in some of these shots, yet everyone hits its mark. Did he purchase a Zorg ZF-1 from Gary Oldman? Even in a simulation or whatever you want to call this, why not drink this potion sooner? You know, growing a second ass just so you can fart out of two buttholes is a true waste of real estate.
I don't accept your weird leap in logic that has everyone on a train going to kill one guy.
I'm wondering who made the decision to animate Jeremy from CinemaSins in this way.
Why would we take turns telling stories about it like little girls at a sleepover?
They are called slumber parties, and you, sir, are a meanie.
What is with the Rick Sanchez obsession?
I know, right? And which Rick Sanchez are you even talking about? There's like a whole citadel of them. This show plays so fast and loose with its Ricks that I never know which one is the real Rick and which ones aren't. It gets confusing.
You don't see us just switching channel narrators in the middle of a video without ever explaining it. I mean, can you imagine? I know this story is BS, but how the did that Christmas tree jump from the right side of the window to all the way over to the left side of the window? Morty and Summer were hanging ornaments on it when Rick walked in. Now they're nowhere near it. Also, good to see that they've managed to set up only one glass of wine on this table before bringing out the turkey.
None of my business, but he didn't even save Christmas in that story.
This whole episode would be excellent at TV Sins.
Oh, you don't have to pretend you didn't date him. We all did.
Now, a lot of you will be focused on Yoda in this shot, but I'm more focused on the fact that Rick dated Quinn Morgendorffer, Total Recall's Sofia Vergara, and Conan O'Brien. Also, if you're an octopus, how do you pick which leg the garter goes on? Is it like a wedding ring situation?
It's not a real train, it's a story device.
Okay, guys, if you're gonna do all our work for us, what are we supposed to even do? Show random pictures of adorable cat costumes?
If we wanted one-offs, we'd do interdimensional cable.
This episode is interdimensional cable, only this time Rick and Morty is the show that they keep flipping to. It's like Rick and Morty and Inception just had a threesome baby with devs. It's Rick and Morty entering their own portal like Malkovich did in Being John Malkovich. That sounds like it should be a sin removal, so it won't be. Since nothing makes sense in this episode, I'm going to remove a sin for the oversized Tickets Please arcade game with a huge monitor that requires a seat, a VR helmet, and a giant console to play.
Everyone give me tickets!
Odin Valhalla Rising, now available on mobile and PC, exclusively with Google Play Games. Ascend.
Ruining your grandkid's birthday.
This could come in handy.
So in this literally metaphorical, literal metaphor anthology story train, air is continuity? Does that even mean anything? Does anything mean anything?
Sorry to nitpick, sir.
Sorry to nitpick.
And doesn't that mean those two could be any?
Rick and Morty has blown up continuity as we know it, but what I really want to know is why are there tally marks on the wall suggesting that someone was trapped here for 10 days? Even in this wacky world, it's hard to believe that Rick and Morty can punch somebody just once and they die instantly.
Of course, this thing is just a circle.
The first image of this episode is a regular-ass looking train in space. The track might be circular, but the train isn't. There's probably a point to this, but I'm too lazy to look it up.
We don't have to do anything, Morty. This is just a structural guide. We're obviously going to impart our own style. I don't like how meta this is getting, Rick.
You know, I've watched this episode 5 times, and a lot of it feels like the writers were going through a therapy session. Like they're worried that their original show might get stale. It's like a palate cleanser. But after waiting for this show to come back since 2017, waiting 2 years to get half of a season, and waiting another 4 months for the next episode, I'm not sure I really needed an episode where the writers obsessed over their own creation. What's funny is that a year from now, this episode will be just another episode, and the pressure on it to be great will be completely gone. This sounds like it should be a sin, so I'm removing one.
Shut up, Morty. You're 14. You watch videos of people on YouTube reacting to YouTube.
Bet you really felt that one deep, huh?
I'll be the judge of when we get too meta.
Look, I don't have a
Oh, you can fuck you.
Just to do whatever you want and pretend it's clever, like when YouTube channels get an easy laugh by accusing the show they're dissecting of doing the very thing that people accuse them of doing. Oh, wink, oh, wink.
What's happening? Going into an act break.
You know, it's kind of like they're trying to steal our job and break our will so hard that it never returns. Like when parents find their kids with cigarettes and force them to smoke the whole pack. Well, bad news, Dad. Our lungs were made for this.
I'm a bird and a person and more.
Sure, that was a great moment.
Why is it that in this train car the people get a stage to tell their Rick and Morty stories? Also, taping photos on curtains.
We've been here a really long time and nobody's taken our tickets.
How does a guy suspended in disbelief in space gather up enough momentum to suddenly appear for a joke? I just answered my own question, didn't I? Rick and Morty just made the most TV Sins-proof episode ever with this thing, didn't they? Or should I say the most TV Sins debunked episode ever?
For cutesy name news.
Cutesy name news? Meet insert joke here, Sin.
Stop thinking and do it. There was this. My name is Mike Johnson. That's good coffee.
Wait, is this how Morty is telling the story, or is this the representation of the story Morty is telling? I mean, is Morty standing on top of the train saying, "My name is Mike Johnson, that's good coffee"? Or is he talking about a guy named Mike Johnson who likes coffee?
Why is lesbian part of her job title? Oh, now you're progressive?
I love you ever since you were mailed to me by a doctor woman.
This is a brilliant deconstruction of the Bechdel test. Mainly the idea that some people have that following it inherently creates a great narrative. Jurassic World passed the Bechdel test.
Fight them with your heavy special time. You do it too.
Wow. You know what's really special about Summer and Beth's heavy special time? Their pants stay completely intact. That new brand of Kotex is phenomenal.
I'm that Supreme Court lady, and you did it.
I don't know if this actually passes the Bechdel test. Beth was called Mom, and Morty couldn't even remember Ruth Bader Ginsburg's name. So I'm not sure there are 2 or more named females in this story. Rick saved Morty by plugging his oxygen into Morty's helmet, but when Rick falls, they are no longer connected. And sure, Morty could hold his breath for a few seconds, but why do both of their helmets now have hoses plugged into them?
Don't worry, Morty. Nothing out there is canon.
As if it matters. This show is to canon like the Dursleys are to Harry Potter. It throws it under the stairs and only lets it see the light of day when it absolutely has to. If continuity doesn't matter, then this one ball that was definitely coming towards Rick shouldn't be coming towards Rick in the next shot. It should be a lizard at this point. Am I giving this show a sin for not breaking continuity? Yes, I am. Who the am I?
It's not real. Nothing's real.
You can tell because not only do these officers arrive 5 seconds after Rick is stabbed, they come from 2 different directions. Did the third one run in and then around the camera and then in from the other side? Well, it's nice to see their cuts and bruises from the rest of this fight have healed up so nicely. Is this intentional? Maybe. Does it matter? Lasagna. I'd take all the sins back if this ends with one of these 2 bringing the other one back to life and then exchanging a kiss that is somehow both platonic and romantic. Even Rick and Morty can't help but play the hits for a cheap thrill. And if you don't think it's a cheap thrill, explain to me again how the Meeseeks play into this scene in any way whatsoever. I'll wait. Time's up. They don't.
Thank you for sending your only begotten son.
Wait a second. No! What are you doing? You guys would never do this.
Okay, I understand that this guy represents the fans and or the network. But if Rick and Morty started praying like this, everybody would know it's building to a joke, which is exactly what this does. Complete with a VeggieTales reference. I mean, even if this happened for real, we'd laugh because it's so anti-them. Listening to Rick's voice is funny enough that they could do a whole episode in church with him playing a pastor and it would be funny. Somehow. I'm thinking it would be funny somehow.
I beg your pardon?
Well, it is Jesus, and they're in a machine, so this is as Deus Ex Machina as it gets. And I think that deserves a sin-off.
So, what do you think?
Haha! You thought this was a big play on the setting of Snowpiercer, but it turns out it was a big play on a scene from the 1991 Addams Family. Haha! You thought this was a big play on the setting of Snowpiercer, which turned out to be a big play on a scene from the 1991 Addams Family, but it was actually a big play on a scene from Ant-Man.
Nobody's out there shopping with this virus.
Holy way to get that in there at the last minute. We know how long it takes to get one of these episodes done, and to do some timely last-second thing like this, that's awesome. But now that I think of it, why is this episode titled Never Rick and Morty? Is that a play on the never-ending story? Does that work on any level? Is it a joke?
Check out how this app helped me buy whatever I want in my favorite game. Limited money makes it so you can get what you want from the game, right from jump.
Play on words? Does this episode have anything to do with that movie? Does a horse get real sad and die? They should have just called it Throw Logic from the Train and been done with it.
Buy it now. Look it up. It's real.
It's not. After this scene, I immediately grabbed the facehugger I have in my garage and went to the cave in my backyard to see if one of its tentacles could get hung up on a stalactite in this manner. I was really good at hitting my head against the stalactite, and even after several rubs, I was turned on by the stalactite, but I could not get the facehugger to wrap its tentacle around it. Geez, does Morty only have 4 top teeth? Why have I not noticed this before? 4?
Last thing I remember, I was in a cave looking at some wet egg, and that probably did it.
Which makes you wonder how Rick even let this happen. Based on how this episode progresses, he's clearly very aware of the Alien movies and facehuggers in general. So he should have been at the very least putting those lessons to use that nobody from Prometheus learned about touching strange substances out in the wild.
I told you not to look at that egg! It was too wet! You don't get to tell me what to look at. I've seen your Pornhub account.
Man, you couldn't wait to take the leap from things you shouldn't look at as a matter of survival to shaming Morty for his porn profile, could you? Not to mention invading his privacy. And that's your grandson, man. You looked up his account to see what turns him on? Also, later we find out that while Morty told Rick not to look at the egg, he was just as enamored with the egg as Rick was.
This might be a little harder than I thought. Holy sh**, they've got an M&M store.
Oh, have I been watching one of those Rick and Morty integrated ads this whole time? I thought this was the episode. And this after I wrote so many sins on that Pringles ad last week.
I'm not putting that back on my face! Relax, it's dead.
That's not exactly an incentive.
Feel an egg in your stomach? No? Oh, glass half full.
If Rick is basing all his information on Alien, then he should know that Kane didn't feel the egg in his stomach until it was way too late. So, sounds like your glass might be half full of blub blub.
Jesus Christ, who the was I?
I guess Rick immediately subscribed to his Parasite's channel as soon as he saw it, or he took this phone from one of the guards who clearly didn't like Rick and therefore wouldn't be a subscriber to his channel.
Did I at least sell out to sell vitamins or something?
No, Wendy's, but close enough.
I did this?
You and the amazing technology you both brought us.
I get that the summer reveal is a surprise for us later on in the episode, but there is no reason the face-hugging parasites wouldn't be mentioning her here since she is the one most responsible for the changes in their society.
Is there more?
Nope. I guess, that's it. Just don't Glorzo Earth.
So, are these creatures called Glorzo? Is Glorzo what they call Morty? Or is Glorzo a verb? Because I'll be God Glorzoed if I can Glorzo out what the Glorzo these facehuggers are Glorzoing about. Are they like the Smurfs?
Why haven't you blinked for 20 minutes? And why doesn't your mouth move when you talk?
They're just now noticing this? These creatures clearly have Glorzo for brains. Geez, you'd think Rick would have better duct tape than this in that magic lab coat he wears. Why are they keeping the facehugger masks if they're fleeing the planet? It's as if Rick knows they might forget something and have to come back later and use them again. Rick's tiny spaceship apparently can take flight even with something like 20 times heavier attached to it.
Honestly, I'm proud of us for not. Totally. It would have been cheap.
Congratulating yourself on not making a 9/11 joke, which actually by definition is still itself a 9/11 joke. Also, I'm wondering why during this entire rampage, Rick hasn't been wearing his seatbelt except this one time here just before they see the not World Trade Center. And then when it comes back, he's not wearing it, even though it's the same background, same framing, same everything. Did they animate multiple takes pretending that the actor who plays Rick had to go to the bathroom at some point and he forgot to put his seatbelt back on?
So you did a 9/11.
Almost did a 9/11. We went with a Pearl Harbor. We're pretty classy.
In a moment of Michael Bay versus Charlie Sheen, I do think Rick and Morty made the right choice, but not sure it's a moment to be proud of.
I've been getting into beekeeping lately. Is something wrong with that?
Wrong with beekeeping? No. But there is something wrong with how long it's taking you to slice those pancakes. Who even uses a knife on a pancake? Are they steak pancakes? I mean, what the Glorzo?
I don't sequel. It's called integrity.
Then please explain interdimensional cable too. So, Rick's wristwatch thingy is saying that Summer is underground, and that's it? How unhelpful is this locator thing? Does it even have directions?
Empress, is everything all right?
Seize them.
I don't get why Rick can't put that shield around them again and bring out some other weapon that he probably has in that lab coat. But show's gotta fill 22 minutes somehow, I guess.
Whoa, buddy.
I'm just gonna call this Deus Ex Harmachina, because why the f does either of them have a harmonica? And it just so happens to be the facehugger's weakness?
What took you so long?
Why the f did you tell your minions to seize them? You've been on enough Rick and Morty adventures to know that Rick would have gotten you out of here without having to come up with some wacky plan to escape.
You're in a cape, Summer. How bad could it be? No bad story ends with a cape.
Justice League does.
Or was I simply getting too close to Garcool? Was Garcool consuming me?
Rick, can we listen to something else?
What?
First off, people listen to anything surrounded by other people who don't want to listen to it without headphones. I'm talking to you, dude at the airport on speakerphone, and woman watching YouTube with the volume turned to 85 decibels. You know who you are. Second off, why doesn't Morty have his own device with headphones? I'm just saying they're currently in a spaceship. I'm assuming the technology exists.
It's a toothpick. I'm a toothpicker now. Get used to it.
God, are you that desperate for a thing?
This show is experiencing a self-awareness crisis from the previous episode that has spilled over into this episode. Everything is being introduced as a thing, and someone has to comment on it. Why couldn't the episode do something where she simply needed the toothpick? Because this toothpick is crucial to the plot. It's the only reason why facehuggers can't grab her later.
It is my thing. Just like yours is dying alone.
How can dying alone be a thing? A thing is something you do often. Dying alone is something you do once, maybe twice if you're a Gemini.
How long have you been hatched? 30 seconds? I've been alive 7 minutes. I've been here for 29 minutes.
I'm getting heavy Me6 vibes from these things.
So all you do is live half an hour, eggs, and die?
Yes, we love it.
Stephen King presents Rick and Morty's Dreamcatcher.
Okay, you guys don't have to listen to me, but I vote you don't do that. And who's up for changing things around here?
So wait, all these other facehuggers that have been around long enough to know what their purpose in life is just accept Summer's suggestion with no questions asked? And they're able to get everyone in town on board with that plan? How the do these things suck the egg back into their bodies? Also, why do they do it? They obviously don't know who Summer is, so they don't know why they should follow her. Also, Summer seems to be without her toothpick all of a sudden, which I think is unwise considering that's the reason she was considered a god in the first place. Okay, there's at least a couple details in this episode that I love. The pencils and gum stuck in the ceiling, and the facehugger paper dolls in the classroom.
Honestly, Summer, I can't thank you enough.
It's really weird that this society deifies Summer, but they don't put images of her everywhere and give all the glory to Steve/Morty. Yeah, I know there are groups of fans out there who have been dying for Rick and Morty to make out. It's probably the #1 requested thing on all the chat boards. But this is one of those things that shows do where they play on that thing that you really want and it doesn't count. It's like in the X-Files movie when Mulder does CPR on Scully and the filmmakers were able to tease that their lips touch. Or when James Earl Jones's voice comes out of Maggie in one of those Simpsons Halloween specials. Anyway, I'm glad they got the burning will they or won't they question out of the way in season 4. Now maybe they can bring in Kirstie Alley. Now that they're showing this part again, I've got to say this is the MC Escher of animated Ex Machinas. How the does that tentacle get around the right side of that stalactite when Morty walks to the left of it? It's not like the tentacle is in a loop formation, it's tightly attached to his face.
And we shall drive away from here and die.
Okay, guess what, everybody? It's me, the whiny guy you never want to hear from. She's trying to escape with her family. My time to shine. This is what we get for evolving? I'm sorry. We thought you were evil. Why would you think that? We had a giant tower that blared Glorzo's peace. I know.
Is there something missing from this episode? In the first part of the episode that causes the conflict, the missile that they were supposed to send to the Earth was going to send a bunch of facehuggers, right? Their message may have been peace, but they were still going to send parasites to a bunch of unwilling hosts. But before we get a chance to see what it was going to do, Rick throws it into a building and it explodes. This is the most confusing part of the episode because it's never spelled out what that missile was going to do when it got to the planet. And it seems like Rick and Morty were going to have to kill a lot of these things to escape anyway, so it doesn't really matter if they were peaceful or not. So why is he apologizing about killing them? How is this guy still alive? Hasn't the harmonica music reached him yet?
I was working with a lot. Just let me listen to the podcast next time.
But the podcast had nothing to do with why they ended up on this world.
Can we just relax and maybe watch some interdimensional cable? We don't need to try so hard, you know? Let's just take it easy and riff, you know?
I, for one, will be very happy when you guys leave the Being John Malkovich stage and just go ahead and make a f***ing episode without so much self-reference.
I mean, it's kind of cute. Like, your dad keeps bees.
What in the heck was that? Was that some sort of American Beauty parody? Jerry's beekeeping makes him attractive to teenage girls? This opening foreshadowing is fantastic. This rat gets lit up by some acid, leaving only his bones, totally setting up a classic Rick and Morty adventure.
I almost parked.
I know driving around in a spaceship is cool and all, but why does Rick even need the spaceship anymore, since he regularly transports?
Well, I thought it was cool.
It was also a great way to waste some time, so you could fill all 22 minutes of your episode.
What is this face?
Bless me.
I mean, it's pretty much the same face Morty makes 100% of the time you tell him something. It's a combination of exhaustion and disdain. Usually you ignore it, but this episode wants to set up a relationship tiff, so now all of a sudden you're Mr. Sensitive. Shout out to the props guy on set who loads the exact amount of bottles and trash for Rick and Morty to kick out every time they exit Herbie the Space Bug. If this vehicle is such a mess, why is the only trash by the door? While I'm glad to see the Hyrulean economy has taken over the universe, there's no way Rick is dumb enough to trade 10 red rupees for 10 green ones. The red ones are worth 10 times as much. How will you ever afford your Flamebreaker armor?
Okay, but does anything beat fake crystals and a fake arm?
Maybe fake crystals, a fake arm, and the wisdom to go ahead and keep shooting until they're all dead? Also, why are Peter Gorey and Guilford Grimley even holding guns if they aren't going to shoot back? These tubes have no regulator to let the carbon monoxide be exhaled, and I don't see any bubbles coming from their noses. I'm no expert, but this is clearly a suffocation machine.
Guess he took his threat pretty serious. Yeah.
Sound does not travel through Mountain Dew this well, and to be honest, bones don't float in it either. Of course, Rick could have invented some sort of liquid modifier to give it the density of acid that also has some sort of acoustic transmission molecule or something, but my patience for BS tank is running low, so... Since when do they title these episodes in the open? This is like The Simpsons Bart gets hit by a car title that comes out of nowhere.
Should we use a different vat? Does acid lose its acid power the more it dissolves? What am I, an acidologist?
I know this extremely hilarious conversation happens so that Rick and Morty will have to stay down here a little bit longer, but if the idea of dropping their buddy in the same vat of acid is potentially a problem, then why don't they just use one of the many other vats in the factory? It's funny they care so much, but seriously, this is not a difficult decision. Look, I've watched the John Wick movies, and those movies clearly prove that you can't fire laser dissolvers through faux acid water without at least first priming the xenon. Also, there is no way that ladle was long enough to cover this distance.
Dewey, you said not to rat the guy. Oh, Maron, look at the size of the bones on that rat.
Sometimes things are so funny they actually need multiple sins removed. Also, I love this gangster character so much I want to remove a sin, but then Rick and Morty end up murdering these guys. I really hope that when he said,
"Even if you kill me, you're a dead man,"
that means he'll respawn in another episode. But until then, he's dead forever, and that is a shame. See? Now that wasn't that hard, was it? Maybe just do that the first time, okay? Also, someone just give these guys their own show. I would watch a whole 3 seasons of these gangsters, followed by a contract dispute that leads to a split-up 4th season just to watch more of them.
Odin Valhalla Rising, now available on mobile and PC.
I'm rescinding the fact that you killed them, but these guys are the best.
Oh, was it worse than when I was a pickle? Oh, that's right. You weren't there for that. Turns out kind of cool. Maybe there's a connection there. Excuse me? What's that cool thing you did without me again? The awesome thing? I guess you wanted a dragon?
I haven't seen this much fan service callback humor since Jeremy's college girlfriend narrated the Prometheus School of Not Lap Dancing 40 Seconds of Logos. I guess the rest of the family went on vacation? Does Rick regularly park his spaceship in the garage? There are times when this garage has cars in it, and other times there's nothing but Rick in his lab, so I'm wondering where he keeps the spaceship in those moments.
There's no such thing as a bad idea, Morty. It's about execution.
While this episode is mostly free from the last 2 episodes' psychological self-evaluation, there are still a couple of moments in this episode that have that hang-up. Get over it already.
Save your place like in a video game, but in real life so that you can try stuff and then go back to your save point. Yes, Morty, I saw it on Futurama.
And now the show is having its South Park moment where it's worried that it will do something that another show did, which became the basis for The Simpsons already did it. You even dragged another Matt Groening show into it. I may have never noticed this before, but does Rick keep a fire extinguisher way up high on a shelf nearly out of reach?
All right, class.
Remember when Morty went to school and had normal interactions with daily life? Is it a bad sign when you're having nostalgia for the first season of a show that's only in season 4? Asking for every show ever. Also, I don't doubt that this guy's class is probably the worst math class you could ever witness, but I don't understand why there is a 2 + 2 equation on the board unsolved. Nobody in this class is having trouble with 2 + freaking 2, are they? The show attempts to establish here that as soon as Morty dies, he resets to his last save point, but that's not what we saw when Rick killed him earlier. And you may say that's because Rick was the one who pushed the button, and I'll say, well, doesn't that mean that it should only reset if Rick died? And you might say it's still attached to Morty's DNA somehow, and the same person who sets it has to reset it. And then I'll say, but later Jerry resets a save point that Morty started. And you'll say it's just a cartoon, why do I care so much? And I'll say, you're the one who started it, man, and you'll say, you're not Jeremy, I don't have to listen to you. Sorry, I may be working some things out here. My point is the death reset thing is convenient and unexplained. Can we carry on?
I mean, all that would mean is it has 2 functions. If you die after, you know, pressing the save point on it, then you reset to that save point. If you press a button after, you know, doing the save point, then you reset to that save point. That's kind of all that would mean. I think it would probably just be, at least the first one, would be bound by the user itself.
Trumping. These examples of mundane ways to Groundhog Day are hilarious, but if he's resetting when he misses, why are there scattered cheesy balls on the table? This turn into this long relationship segment is exactly why I will never give up on Rick and Morty. It's carefully constructed, nuanced, and confident, even though it remains irreverent and crass. Sure, you basically know where it's going, but it still executes it beautifully. Take your sin removal, you rascals. You earned it. Having said that, it seems like Morty is so Jessica obsessed that I don't understand why he even takes an interest in this girl. He even knows he has Jessica on the hook after he acted all aloof around her a minute ago. Yes, show, we know how they met. We were watching, remember? This is the show briefly going into Self Park. There is no way anybody knows where the tail section of this plane is after that crash, much less created a detailed map of the entire terrain. If they did, they'd have already checked the tail of the plane. I guess the news didn't give a shit about the other survivors? Or the other survivors died before the helicopter could save them? Look, I know Jerry is dumb, but I doubt he's I can't recognize the difference between this and the TV remote dumb. Also, why is Morty's bag on the side of the couch open with the remote control sitting neatly on top for this type of thing to even happen? So from the time just before he met his new boo, Morty never once set a new save point? Like, not even accidentally? Dude went from resetting cheese ball tosses to never resetting anything cold turkey? Nope. Also, I bet you're kicking yourself for already burning that Live Die Rick Pete episode title, huh?
I don't respect time travel. If Ant-Man and the Wasp can do it, I'm not interested.
Funny, because just like Ant-Man in Endgame, you depended on a completely random and convenient button push to move your plot along. You just substituted falling on your butt for a random rat, and now you're the very thing you despise. Also, didn't you shrink yourself in one episode? Also, Rick has crazy pop culture knowledge for a guy who's always going on adventures, drinking, and building inventions.
It wasn't so much a do-over as it was isolating a moment in time, splitting your probable selves, and shunting you into a near-duplicate, equally probable reality.
This goes by fast, so let's sort this out. What Rick seems to be saying is that at the exact moment Morty presses the save button, the remote looks for parallel dimensions happening in concurrent real time that have the previous save point moment just now happening. The problem is Morty was in a relationship for several months, which means that when Jerry reset to that save point, Morty traveled to a universe where all the same things that happened many months ago in his universe just started happening in the new universe. I thought it was impossible to think of something more confusing, convenient, and messy than time travel, but congratulations. And even so, this means as many times as Morty pushed the button, and for all the seconds, hours, days, months that passed in those moments, have all actually passed in his original dimension. Without time travel, which we know Rick hates, he's been missing from his home family for quite some time. Will the show ever deal with this? No. Does it matter? Garlic bread.
That there was already a you in each probable dimension, so we had to solve for that.
By melting the previous Morty? Doesn't that leave a dimension without a Morty? Shouldn't they swap dimensions? How does killing one of them even solve anything? Also, it's not like leaving a burning pile of Morty goo in a dimension really changes anything. It's just a dead Morty instead of a live one, right?
That's right, you little bitch. It's the prestige. You prestige yourself.
Prestige being used as a verb. Oh, this is a great episode.
The original split is still time-stamped. I can make it so those Mortys never existed at all.
Wait, what? Without time travel? I can't tell if the show knows it's talking out of its butt or if it actually thinks this makes sense, and that's not a good sign.
You live with the consequences. Those things happened somewhere, but you can merge the probable realities so that only one Morty did them.
How can you merge all these realities when a Morty died in half of them? Not to mention all the ones where doing one thing would have meant he couldn't have done another thing.
Wait, so you're not even my Rick?
If this is a parallel universe Rick, that means there are several other parallel universe Mortys who all challenged their Ricks to build the same remote, right? There isn't just one Morty who asked for this and all the other parallel Mortys just went to their room instead of challenging Rick to make this thing. Let's face it, there are so many versions of Morty doing this that it would be an impossible mess to clean up. And when did this Rick figure out that this wasn't his Morty? So did the girl who became Morty's girlfriend merge with all the other versions of her who pepper sprayed him? I bet she's super confused about all this right now.
All right, come on, Morty, let's go home. Wait, what? This isn't our reality?
Of course not, because dimension portals are this show's get out of plot jail free card. Also, if that's the case, where and when did they enter this reality? According to my frustrated half understanding of the concept, it had to be before he pushed the button the first time, right? Did he drag Morty to another dimension while he was sleeping? Either I'm not smart enough to comprehend these complexities, or this show is shoveling so much nonsense on top of nonsense that it hopes we don't notice.
All you need to do is download Buff, let it run in the background as you play, and just like that you'll start earning Buff points.
Or both. Both could be true. So Johnny Carson is still alive and doing his show at 95? Ed McMahon is 97? Man, Johnny Carson really hated Jay Leno in this universe, didn't he?
Our next guest gave us, well, actually very little information, besides the fact that he is impervious to acid.
So we put him on the show without even rehearsing it, because that's how talk shows in this parallel universe in 2020 work.
And that means no sci-fi bull. Isn't that right, Rick?
Uh-huh.
How the did they get Rick to come along on this trip? I feel like if 4 seasons of Rick and Morty taught me anything, it's that Rick will be willing to turn himself into a pickle if necessary to get out of stuff like this.
Why are you building a Faraday box to block out the signal?
Thank you, Morty, for telling us all what a Faraday box is. I mean, I know what it is, but you know, not everyone did. But also, Morty has seen Rick build all sorts of crazy things. How did he instantly know that Rick was building a Faraday box and not, let's say, a deadly jack-in-the-box, or a box to hold a bomb, or Glorzo knows what else? Why go through all the trouble of building a Faraday box if throwing the phone out the window was an option? And no, I'm not saying Faraday box over and over so I remember it. I super already knew that it was called a Faraday box. You know what's really bugging me about this scene? The steering wheel seems to be very low. While, yes, this gives us a great view of the car, it would be chafing Jerry's legs the entire drive. I love this contraption Rick has stalled into the station wagon, but is he attached to the door? The back seat doesn't come with him, so what's holding Rick up during this transition?
I hope you realize the tubing permit was non-refundable.
Relax, Jerry. We'll be in and out in a minute.
All this talk of lube and being in and out in a minute reminds me of a... what? Oh, tubing. Right. Oh man, they got to Rick's baby mama fast. I was hoping they were going to do a twisted take on the movie Lock.
Sex with a living planet? Big step for mankind.
Stop encouraging people to stick their divining rods into earth holes. Doesn't it
I'm back.
Anyone remember the 1999 penis burn epidemic after American Pie? And there are critters in those planet holes. Come on.
Gaia, baby, Big Daddy Rick is here. What's the problem?
The problem here is a perfectly missed opportunity to show the animator's ability to draw anything other than a dick and balls. We've seen dick after hairy ball, and when it comes time to show the beauty that is the vulva, we get a fucking multi-tiered crater with a sphincter in the middle.
Are you kidding me? Look at them. They look just like you.
They really, really don't. I mean, just because they have pointy hair doesn't make them look like Rick. The father could be Lisa Simpson for all they know.
Gaia, baby, gonna need a little raw iron and steam.
Whatever you need, baby.
And then Rick summons a thing from the station wagon, and that's all it takes, apparently, for Rick to build an entire factory out of this planet's womb.
Dad, can we please go back and hang out with Grandpa's clay people?
Why go back there when you have the most interesting mystery developing right in front of you? Jerry creates this murder stick for no reason. Oh, you think it's for roasting marshmallows, but nope, he whips a metal stabby tool out for that Why is this stick being whittled?
Because if you move the bar so low, you might actually seem like you're worth a
Jeez, they turned Jerry into this show's Meg Griffin, didn't they? They can heap all sorts of abuse on him without him fighting back. And is it funny? You just end up feeling sorry for the guy, as dumb and listless as he is. I mean, this kind of lashing out would be reserved for a Jerry who actually did Summer's friend from the Primordius episode.
We got you, guy. Shoot him hard enough the middle.
Shouting unhelpful directions at the woman giving birth with directions that are, in fact, simply stating what she was already doing. Penis fruit. Also, if Rick and Beth were going through all the trouble of helping these clay Ricks achieve fulfillment, why confuse them from the start with what the number 2 really is? Is it a watermelon? A pear? Why can't it just be a number? Also, we have a pie chart with an actual pie on it, and we have another screen that shows how you definitely don't play tic-tac-toe. Sure, just give the O's the game X's. It's not like anybody bet all their life savings on yet another draw. Why is the sign for interns plural when everything else is singular? This might be the worst sin Rick and Morty has ever committed.
I can add an online college workaround.
Or just push them out through a pipe in the back.
Same thing.
I knew it wouldn't be long before I had to remove a sin.
Guess you don't want to learn how to skip rocks either.
The first step in skipping a rock is to choose a rock that will skip and not immediately sink to the bottom of the water. The second step is to choose a body of water that is still and lacks a current. And yeah, maybe this is the joke, but if Jerry skips stones by selecting tiny boulders to chuck at rivers, he wouldn't be interested in teaching his kids because he would constantly fail at this task. Also, Jerry survives this. This series of blocks contains 0 Q-Berts. Okay, where did Jerry get a s'more? He cooked one earlier and gave it to Summer, who threw the one s'more into the fires of Mount Dysfunction a couple minutes ago. Does Jerry
Excuse me, god damn.
This is something that Jerry would do, but I'm sinning it anyway. Also, now that we've sinned that Jerry even should have one in the first place, let's discuss the fact that Jerry is the sort of person who keeps an unprotected s'more in his bag. He is also the sort of person who can pack the fragile s'more in such a way that it doesn't crumble even though he's survived a river, factory, and fall. So really, I don't know if I should respect him, fear him, or hate him.
What is that?
This is camping.
That is a f***ing s'more. Well, I guess that seals it. I hate Jerry.
There you go, guys. Pump those cheeks.
Encouraging incest. Also, I guess it's a standards and practices thing, but if these two really are pumping cheeks, then the lack of motion means they're doing it wrong.
If I died, don't eat my ass. That'd be weird.
So your boobs and vagina are okay then? By the way, it would be awesome if Summer was ribbing Morty here for actually eating human flesh in the last episode. If Summer is going to be the teenage girl version of Rick, this would have been a perfect opportunity for that callback. But it doesn't even seem this episode knows what happened in the last episode.
Damn, listen to those pipes. You sure these kids are yours?
What, you've never heard me sing karaoke?
Well, everyone on Earth at this point should be familiar with the events of Get Schwifty, in which you had to show an alien what you got, and what you got ain't that. You guys self-reference a lot when it comes to your writing anxieties, but characters not remembering things like that is crazy to me.
Shaboom boom! Sorry. Just trying to get the hang of this thing.
Who is he apologizing to? His family that would be dead right now had the staff worked as he thought it did? Oh, sorry I didn't kill you in a glorious fashion just then. Oopsie. F***ing Jerry.
You for real just try to smite me? Siri, triangulate source of power?
Did you for real just use Siri to triangulate this god's source of power? Jeez, our communications companies are gonna know everything.
Now you see my true form. The clouds were simply a shape more appealing to Gaia's mind.
Wait, so why do all of your kids look like the illusion of you?
You look like Kid Rock Zeus.
Does anyone know who Kid Rock is anymore? Mixing Zeus with Sofia Haji-Pontelli would make more sense and probably be a more interesting Google search, honestly. Also, looks like somebody got some Deadpool in my Rick and Morty.
All right, motherfucker. Let's go.
This goes on for some time. Also, the power of a god versus a guy who has gadgets and knowledge of a god, and we're about to see a fist fight. Way to DC Comics show. This ship has power. Also, not only does it have power, they're able to get the ship off the ground from this position and with a bunch of roots and vines running through it.
Jesus Christ, was that the wings?
I think it's the thrusters, but no matter whether it's wings or thrusters, this ship somehow gets into space.
You like these plagues I'm unleashing on your asses?
We never once get to see one of Jerry's plagues. Even if they're as lame as Beth says they are, I want to see the full brunt of Jerry's plagues. Machina ex Deus? Show thinks that Jerry can use his marshmallow roaster thing to pull Beth out of the chasm, and if 4 seasons of this show has taught me anything about Jerry, show is contradicting itself about Jerry. This is another one of those weird animation things. The lava was so close to them here that I don't know how they didn't get melted by the lava before they climb aboard the ship. It's one of those things where they're saved because the show says they are, and I refuse to accept that.
See? You put the fire stick to the wood, and voila, campfire.
You have known about this the whole time?
One of Not Rick's kids would be amazing at TV sins.
Is that all you want to say to your children before you leave?
Oh yeah, about that title, Childrick of Mort. It's a Children of Men parody title, I get that, and I get the Childrick part. I just don't get the Mort part, unless it's some clever nod to all the death in the episode, but you know how much I hate acknowledging the French. Remember when there were episode titles that didn't need to fit the Rick or Morty in, like Lawnmower Dog? They didn't call that Lawn Morty Dog. Well, I love this bit at the end where Rick is scrolling through a planet dating site. I'm wondering what planet would call themselves 2R-F181 like they're content with the random name some Earth scientist gave them.
Oops, there's a hole in my ozone. I didn't put it there, did you? I can't fill it by myself. I'm not smart enough.
Erogenous ozone.
Beth Smith.
Beth Smith. Okay, God, it's just such a plain. I'm trying to come up with a mnemonic device.
True facts. Before we released last week's TVS video for Childrick of Mort, we called Beth Pam on a couple of occasions. It's hilarious. The show thinks Janet's name is forgettable too.
I am so sorry. Oh God, starts with.
Why would Space Beth shoot him if she wanted him to?
Tell your top bugs that Defiance lives on.
Why not just write her name down on something if he can't remember it?
Congratulations to your government, business, or terror cell on its acquisition of the NX-5 planet remover by Zamazax in partnership with Wrangler Jeans.
The product placement is funny and all, but how many aliens out there would be ones that would wear jeans? And even if they would, Wrangler doesn't seem like the type to affiliate themselves with planet-destroying weaponry. That really feels more like a Levi thing.
Don't you ever miss Earth?
I don't have to miss it. I'm technically still there. My dad made a perfect clone of me to take my place.
Man, Beth brings up the fact that she has a clone with very little prompting. The question was, don't you ever miss Earth? And the first words out of her mouth are, I don't have to miss it, which makes no sense, but she's able to do a perfect triple axel from that into, by the way, I have a clone.
I am actually disintegrating.
Wow! Oh my God! Dad!
Is that really it?
Odin Valhalla Rising, now available on mobile and PC, exclusively with Google Play Games.
We did it?
I believe Jerry would be gullible enough to think Rick disintegrated, but none of the rest of the family. I don't even know what this gambit is supposed to do in a post-Pickle Rick world, other than to provide the episode with a B story. Morty's making a big mess, isn't he? I'm almost certain that the next time we get a good look at this table, we'll get confirmation of, oh, it's like nothing happened at all. Rick probably did something where messes clean themselves up in some other dimension or something. Rick creates this grid barrier between he and Beth, but I'm wondering why this thing doesn't go all the way to the ceiling. Why would you create a grid with this kind of glaring weakness?
Okay, have fun, pumpkins.
Wait, what does supposedly clone Beth have in her neck that allows her to imitate Rick perfectly? She doesn't even have a tracker in there anymore. Not that it matters. Is this how perfect impressions are possible? Stick a finger in your neck? Even if she had some sort of device in her throat, how does it know to imitate Rick specifically? Okay, fine, this guy uses military time on his alarm clock, but wasn't it just breakfast like a minute ago? We should still be in the morning digits, right? Also, I will say it's kind of interesting having the typical invisible teenage male uses his powers to be a creeper peeping Tom switched around to an invisible woman doing the same thing, but a peeping Tammy would still be creeperish, so I'm going with a sin regardless.
So I'll just see you at cheerleader practice?
This will only be the second time Morty has used an invention to spy on girls in the locker room in the last 3 episodes. I'm surprised we haven't seen a Morty Rick Possible episode where Morty tries to spy on the girls by going through the air vents.
How do you like that, bitch?
I liked it more than my old belt.
You mean your old belt that conveniently had a similar blue circle on the buckle, just like the invisibility belt did? You mean that belt? Holy crap, what is happening in this picture? Is this such a lurid picture that the kid wearing a Meth Gator shirt is the least insane thing about it? I guess Rick and Morty have a deal with Shoney's too? That's the only reason I can think of that would possess someone to go there to get their drink on. I feel like this is both a joke and product placement. Like, if we weren't in the middle of a pandemic, we'd mock this but secretly go there when no one is looking. looking.
My daughter, having space adventures.
This packet sitting by Rick appears to be a pink Sweet and Low knockoff, and he's drinking a beer. What's that about?
They're trying to take over the galaxy.
Everybody in the galaxy tries to take over the galaxy. The trick is to be left alone by whoever succeeds.
This coming from a man who has destroyed no telling how many universes and even recently impregnated an entire f***ing planet. That sounds like the exact opposite of laying low. Oh, look, they somehow got Soon-Yi's TV into the Shonies. The eye was broken off when Woody Allen threw a baseball at it during a Ronan Farrow report.
Shower fire! The shower's on fire! Step aside, girls! I got this!
I guess Summer was just planning on fire extinguishing the entire locker room to find Morty, but her convenient choice of this spot is still convenient. Show gives me irreversible flashbacks.
Morty Smith, hands up.
If you can find Morty on a random peeping trip, why can't you find his mom who's actually at the therapist's place at an appointed time? The only reason these guys show up to ask Morty questions is so that Summer and Morty can overtake the ship and Ex Machina Rick out of a bad situation later.
Tamia.
Man, for a season that is making fun of sequels, rehashes, and callbacks, they sure are producing a lot of sequels, rehashes, and callbacks.
I'm better than this job.
Susan Sarandon's self-appraisal after her first day on the set of Speed Racer somehow makes its way into this episode.
And who is that?
A clone?
When Rick froze the Beth clone, why wasn't he able to put her in something more permanent so that this confrontation wouldn't happen?
Wow, naive and attractive. Wow, jaded and hot.
Clone Wars.
But if you stop fighting, you both get McDonald's.
How about I just blow my brains out, starting with hers?
Okay, Wendy's. We love Wendy's. I think they even gave us some money.
Show makes a joke about McDonald's just so they can make a joke about their Wendy's ads. It's not enough that there's a regular Wendy's commercial and a Rick and Morty Wendy's commercial during the broadcast, but yet another mention in the show itself.
They know if you're left alone, you're a non-threat.
What? How does that even make the least bit of sense? Once again, he has destroyed so many universes and recently impregnated a f***ing planet.
It's not Citizen Kane, but why compete with whatever's going on here, you know?
I'm going with Star Wars meets Starship Troopers meets My Stepmother as an Alien. What a crappy Death Star. Does it really take this long to blow up a planet? The Ghost of Alderaan is pissed.
Guess the galaxy's most wanted mammal needs her daddy to come change her diaper. Come on, kids, we have to go do a piece of shit Star Wars.
Which, they dropped the ball on the title of this episode. Return of the Jerry? Okay, but shouldn't it have been a play on Attack of the Clones?
Oh, am I not a non-threat now?
I really want to know how these portals work exactly, because there was a previous episode where Morty was stuck with the gun and Rick wasn't in the same universe, and he couldn't figure out how to get it to work, which means it's not something as simple as thinking about where you want each portal to lead. So if there is some kind of coordinate code, that means Rick just opened up 9 portals to each of these space bugs positions by hitting a button on the gun a couple of times, and I'm calling Glub Glub on that. Looks like Summer went to the Fast and Furious Presents Hobbs and Shaw school of using a dead or unconscious body for facial recognition. As I watch Rick once again pull out a whole bunch of gadgets to get into yet another fight, I wonder why he didn't use any of this stuff when he fought that Zeus guy from Children of Mort. Yeah, maybe he agreed on a no-weapons fist fight, but Rick doesn't seem like the kind of guy who cares about the rules of combat. Some of Rick's extreme body mods don't even make sense. Sure, building a panic room for your heart keeps the heart itself from puncture, but those major entry and exit arteveins are all still exposed and in the same general area. Protecting the heart muscle itself after a giant drill has breached the entire chest cavity is so ineffective that it's basically the pull-out method of interior mech technology.
How come some of the pants are... The NX-5 can't destroy Wrangler jeans.
These product placement things are amusing and tiresome at the same time. Their tires amusing. But what I really want to know is how does one of the guys not know about the NX-5's inability to destroy Wrangler jeans?
Maybe we could do like a parent trap thing together sometime, as long as you mean the Lindsay Lohan version.
Haley Mills shaming.
Wasting hours grinding in single player? With Wiimod, you can hit skip on the boring stuff like endless farming.
Rick survives this.
Never thought this was how I'd die. We're nowhere near Venice and you're not a dwarf in a raincoat.
Don't Rick now.
It fascinates me that an entire family can be this critical and suck this much.
I don't even know where to go here. The Kardashians, the Vanderpumps, the Chrisleys. I feel like there's one obvious one that could trump all of these, but I'm at a loss.
Let me give you some of this sweet ass.
Weekend at Tammy's. Oh, come on. Phoenix Person has a super obvious on-off switch on his back. Why?
Morty,
Look at your little balls. I know.
Momentary about your own kid's balls. Also, please understand, I am super happy this scene does not contain Morty balls, but since I'm a sinner, I've got to sin. That's what I do. Also, hugging your son with his balls exposed.
You jerk-offs ready to get the answers to your burning questions?
Yeah, like, where is the family car? Do they park it at the end of the street now? Remember, Clone Beth is just a cartoon. Remember, Clone Beth is just a cartoon. Just where is this secret room supposed to be in the house? This secret room would be going directly into a visible part of the house somewhere.
Goodbye, old friend.
Just because you're done with the invisibility belt doesn't mean you have to throw it away. Why would you throw something so mind-bogglingly useful out for Otto the garbage man to find it? But doesn't the tongue of the belt have to go into the buckle for it to work? And why would it make the entire truck disappear? Wouldn't the buckle only be around a few items of trash and it would make those disappear? If this is the way the belt works, then everything Summer and Morty touched when they were wearing it should have become invisible. Not to mention Jerry's pee.
Tastes like paint and wood.
Morty.
Since we're nitpicking this incredible show anyway, why the f does Morty have a coat hung up on the wall here? Does he really have no closet? Or is this a trophy from a serial killing? Rick turns on a light, but the obvious light on the ceiling does not light up, coming from some magical source in a room with only one switch.
Come on, I got a surprise for you. Come on, hurry up. Gotta get out of here.
You're tugging me too hard.
Exact conversation I had with my college girlfriend during Jean-Claude Van Damme night at our local BDSM film dungeon somehow makes it into the show. Look, if you want to know what we're up against here, the mother moon is drawn with such care here that they included the phasing shadow. The level of thought that went into this show is astounding. Well played, show. Well played.
I built it out of stuff I found in the garage.
Did you, though? The trash can and the flashlight, sure. But I'm pretty sure you had to get this high-density bubble glass and these giant screws custom made. Where did you find the giant cylinder base for this spaceship in the garage? It also looks like most of the stuff that you attach to this thing wouldn't aid in flying, but hinder it. Why would Rick even install seatbelts in the first place? Does he strike you as the kind of person, while throwing together a junk-crafted space-time ship in his garage, stops for a second and thinks, but first, safety. How are these two so close when Rick clearly landed several feet away when he fell out of the ship? Opening title spoilers. Also, I know Rick and Morty wears its references on its sleeve, but this opening theme song couldn't be more Doctor Who if Tom Baker and David Tennant were in a threesome with the ghost of William Hartnell while Russell T. Davies watched. Also, intro promises an episode where Morty is a robot and doesn't come through ever. There are 2 or 3 other things in this the intro promises and doesn't deliver, and I'm calling my local Adult Swim about it. What is this pink liquid? Are the Smiths drinking Pepto for breakfast? I mean, with this family, I guess that might make sense. I mean, if you told me Jerry ends up mixing it with whiskey and has a fondness for barbed wire, I wouldn't say you were wrong.
2 plus 2.
Jessica.
Hilarious that Rick said that school was exactly this, and it happens as soon as Morty gets to school. But this isn't the first day, is it? What did they get taught in the time leading up to this?
You know what I named these? My little Mortys. Do you know what I want you to do with them?
Rename them?
Honestly, this kind of joke deserves a sin removal, but he's dreaming about this. So he's dreaming about Jessica showing him her boobs, having her call them her little Mortys, and then negging her for it. It's like he mastered Neil Strauss's The Game, but is only good at it when he's dreaming.
We gotta get the hell out of here and go take care of business.
What's with Dirty Sanchez always having goop in his mouth and the constant belching? With this level of acid reflux, I'm guessing Rick's ulcers are on the verge of ending his life. I'm just saying, if we don't find out in a future episode that the belching and the mouth splooge is actually caused by an interdimensional species that lives in his gut bacteria, I'll lose a lot of respect for the show.
Now, if you just stick with me, Morty, we're gonna be... Holy crap, Morty, run!
Predator pauses predatoring, prioritizing panicking protagonist punchline past partaking of perfectly palatable people.
We're gonna die!
First act ends on a cliffhanger for a commercial break, only to return with Rick and Morty no longer in danger and the monster gone, and nobody mentioning it again. And sure, that could be some sort of comedic point about the worthlessness of commercial cliffhangers, but you'd think a show like this might acknowledge a little bit.
Just take these shoes, Morty.
I can convenience them out of my lab coat of conveniences.
These things really bring it all together.
I was AFK. I gotta carry this Palkia now.
Sure, Rick looks like a total asshole for not telling Morty about turning the shoes on before he fell into the ravine. But Morty's kind of an asshole for being this trusting of Rick and deciding to dive in headfirst without even a question.
Why can't I make any changes without an admin approval? Why?
With Monday.com's into...
Morty survives this. Is he immortal? Yeah, it's a cartoon, I get it. But in what alternate universe can a leg broken in at least 3 places continue to stay elevated like this?
I went into a future dimension with such advanced medicine that they had broken leg serum at every corner drugstore.
Nice, echoing of the Back to the Future line there. But what kind of place is it that people are breaking their legs so much that broken leg serum is a viably mass-produced medicine? Rick separates this seed, but there is somehow a full seed in each half. Now, knowing this show, that could completely be intentional, and is some sort of paradoxical joke that will be retconned into a storyline in season 42. But pickings here be slim, so for now,
I'm gonna need you to take these seeds into the bathroom, and I'm gonna need you to put them way up inside your butthole, Morty.
Morty full of grace.
They'll fall right out of mine. I've done this too many times, Morty.
Sure, Rick is a quasi-evil, drunken asshole and an unreliable character overall, but didn't he tell Morty...
What do you think, I can just do it all by myself?
And now he's saying he's done this lots of times? Maybe Rick just wanted to spend time with Morty, I'll grant that, but I'm taking my sin and going home.
Come on, Morty. Please, Morty, you have to do it, Morty.
Man, Rick...
Wow. No, he needed him now. He needed him now because he can't do it by himself anymore. That's what it is to me, at least. That's what it seems to be. God damn, my lo-fi.
Says Morty at least 100 times in this first episode. I'm sure it's on purpose for some sort of comedic effect, but damn, the effect wears off quick.
Why didn't you notify us?
You not been getting the messages? I've been leaving with Morty's grandfather?
Sure, this principle is dumb, but if he's been calling Morty's grandfather and leaving messages that apparently have been going unheeded for 2 months, wouldn't you try and call the parents at work? Isn't that how you got in contact with them this time? Wait, is there just an unguarded portal just lying around at this airport? No employees, no other people waiting in line?
Oh, look, honey, it's our son with Albert Eindouche.
I mean, Diddle the Tesla was right there, but sure, whatever. Sure, this background joke is hilarious because it's a towing company that has a mascot that's a toe with eyes named Toe, whose catchphrase is I tow, which could both be interpreted as I am doing towing, as well as hello, my name is Toe. But the important thing to note here is that toes don't bend like that.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, really? Then why did Morty only show superintelligence when you asked him questions to fool his mom and dad? Feels rather convenient, but how can I hate this show? The synths don't matter.
And I needed those seeds real bad.
Not in this episode, you didn't. Meaning those seeds are about the MacGuffiniest thing to ever mac all over my guffins.
Boy, you really got me up against the wall this time, Jerry.
Look, I'm fine with the speed at which Rick made this smart dog helmet, but he must have already had this thing built, except for like 1 screw, to simply go to his garage and use a drill for 2 seconds and produce a finished product.
Go to the bathroom.
Not sure how impressive that is. He clearly just flushed the toilet because he didn't have time to climb on top of it and actually use it.
Jeez, Rick, in the time it took you to make this thing, couldn't you just, helped me with my homework?
Morty would be amazing at TV Sims.
I mean, the guy teaches high school math. I didn't take him for an active dreamer.
I see someone hasn't seen Stand and Deliver. That's on you, Rick. Summer's phone shows Snuffles very close to Jerry, but he somehow ends up 2 feet away from him when it cuts to the next shot.
Oh yeah, this should play out just fine.
You said the same thing, equally sarcastically, at our wedding, and guess what?
Is it just me, or is the Jerry and Beth marriage way sadder than it is funny? Also, sitcom husband constantly does and says stupid things. Sitcom wife gets irritated with him to the point where no one understands how they would have ever gotten married in the first place and had kids, but somehow they make it work just barely cliche.
Why would I negotiate with you? Because we're both rational adults that don't want anything bad to happen. And because I have a human shield.
How is Rick able to human shield Mrs. Pancakes since she was clearly behind Mr. Goldenfold when all this started?
Goldenfold landed the plane, and he's created a mechanical arm to pluck Mrs. Pancakes out of the air while he lets us fall into a giant vat of lava!
Damn, that is absurd and funny. I think Morty's ability to know exactly what Goldenfold did and give a full report of it is what sells it.
I'll just go ask her to tell Goldenfold not to kill us when she wakes up. Whoa, Morty! The trick to incepting is making people think they came up with the idea.
Oh, really? Then what was that on the airplane then when you pretended you were going to blow it up? How was that top-notch incepting, Rick?
Looks like Goldenfold has some predilections so shameful he buries them in the dreams of the people in his dreams.
I don't think Goldenfold is nearly that shameless about his fantasies. You remember the first episode? That guy was just standing there while Morty unconsciously grabbed his boobs, and he leaned into it at school.
It's like some sort of legally safe knockoff of an 80s horror character with miniature swords bullets for fingers instead of knives.
Why would he need to be legally safe, Rick? Why would he need to be legally safe? Okay, fine. God damn it, this show is clever and funny and all the things. Straight sends off.
It was only with years of selective breeding and genetic altering that this...
Okay, this guy is much better than that other dude, for sure. This guy gaps the other dude by far. I don't know what his name is, but the other dude with like a higher pitched voice gets fucking gapped.
Convenient TV's position is convenient.
Where are my testicles, Summer?
First off, why is Snuffles terrorizing Summer?
Where are my testicles, Summer? Where are my testicles?
Where your testicles went, buddy?
You shall now call me Snowball, because my fur is pretty and white.
Snowball must have gotten this idea when researching video clips about David Duke.
Let's go.
Where the f was this asshole the whole time? Do you mean that Snuffle Snowball meant to go in and chastise Summer over things she wasn't responsible for, hope her parents would wake up and go into a room to see what the matter was, then dramatically reveal this other dog when the time was right?
We're trying to get me to get an A in math.
So how is Rick planning on getting Morty A's in all of his other classes? Is he just going to Inception every one of Morty's teachers every year of school? Inception Marathon? Inception Con?
He keeps saying we can run, but we can't hide. Like, if the truth was that we could hide, it's not like he'd be sharing that information with us. You know?
This is a hilarious Rick and Morty discussion about a trope in horror movies that characters never really think about. But I'm wondering why they can hide when Scary Terry has been popping out of nowhere throughout this Inception dream sequence in places where he shouldn't know where they are.
Hi, honey. You're home early. How was your day?
I have a lot of questions about this little life that's occurring in a dream inside a dream inside a dream inside a dream. But mainly, I want to know how these not Krugers use hand soap.
Get off my back, bitch!
And septic abuse.
I love you, Melissa.
I love you too, Tim.
I'm gonna kill him. Him one more time. Him. Him. Hit him.
Right now, this
Do it.
Scene for Scary Terry and the ball marks that are everywhere that suggest a sex life that is better than yours or mine deserves a send-off for detail and hilarity. This must be a dream because we just saw this teacher push open a door with a doorknob on it. Makes sense because he ain't turning that doorknob.
Don't even trip about your pants, dog. Here's a pair on us, fool.
And where exactly did Morty get the pants from? Because I combine many things that happen in this episode, but Morty getting bright enough to know how to mediate the dream within a dream world is not one of them.
These halves don't belong together, bitch.
That's Centaurist.
This is because you don't give Morty Smith good grades, bitch.
So, I know they're making fun of Inception in this episode, but even while they're making fun of it, Rick was adhering to Inception's rules about making it seem like the person came up with the idea on their own. So I don't know how the Scary Terry rocket subtly puts the idea of giving Morty better grades into Mr. Goldenfold's head that makes him think he came up with it. I'm entertained, mind you, but this seems to be going against the rules of even...
Don't hit your attack. Please miss. I'm getting the final.
Is now available on both PC
I think I hit the final.
with Google Play Games.
I still haven't gotten it, right?
Universe on a larger PC screen and earn Google Play points for every purchase you make on PC. Download Google Play Games today.
Bitch.
I know one thing for sure. I'm giving Morty an A in math.
That's great, but what is the wet on Mr. Goldenfold shirt, since all he had was a bowl of wheat thins? They just couldn't do this thing without a dogs playing poker reference, could they?
Well, at least I didn't really crap my pants. No, that happened before you went to sleep, Morty. You're sleeping in your crap right now.
Wait, was that even something that happened? I don't remember Morty saying he crapped his pants at any time in this episode until now. Like it's something that we were supposed to be aware of already. Sounds like he just wanted to wallow in a little bit, Joe.
It's pretty bad, Emperor Snowball. We're gonna need to do another operation.
If Snowball Snuffles is so smart, then clearly he would know this is Rick behind the dog mask. I see dogs walking out of an animal shelter into a warp to some other dimension. But is this supposed to be all dogs, or just the ones in Rick and Morty's town? Also, this puts the onus on the series to never show dogs in this world ever again. I could just send holiday inflatables, because seriously, how did that become a thing? But it's much easier to send the fact that you put Rudolph right in the middle of your driveway. Also, you shovel an immaculate path to the sidewalk, but only half of your driveway? What are you, monsters?
Put it in the stocking, Summer, or I'm joining Facebook.
A teenager caring about Facebook. You're adorable, 2013. Also, Facebook. Is this a mirror at the bottom of the stairs? Was the goal to both check your appearance as well as block traffic in the most dangerous part of your home? Okay, look, I know the show is going for a quick joke here with his giant Morty melon somehow fitting through that opening. But why does the show go to great detail with some areas of physics, but approach this one by literally jamming its head up its hole?
Just hold your breath until the process is over or your lungs will collapse.
And then he doesn't, and yet he's fine.
Hey, Dad, where's Morty?
He's busy.
Yeah, great joke and all, but even Beth should be a little surprised at the naked near-death bad Santa whose chest her dad currently has a giant needle jammed into, right?
Welcome to Anatomy Park!
Roll commercials. The Anatomy Park train has only one small entrance exit for a train with 3 cars. And what the f*** is up with these stairs with no rails that lead to your certain doom if you fall? I love details like a pardon our dust sign for an amusement park inside a human body, and I'm certainly laughing. But Who is this sign for? The park isn't open yet and doesn't appear to be close to opening, so there are no customers affected by it. And if the park has been open this whole time, we're talking about a logistical nightmare from the customers getting shrunken and enlarged at the Smith house without anyone seeing it and figuring out where the hell homeless Ruben is to inject them into his body.
Ruben's seen some rough years, Morty. Don't judge. You don't agree to have a theme park built inside you if your life's going great.
Why is this saying not a t-shirt? Who are you? Why would this guard be concerned with anybody who shows up here? Not like anyone can illegally trespass into this homeless person's body unless Rick specifically inserts them. It's weird that the security guy here shoots bullets at diseases instead of like vaccines or penicillin. Can we talk about Jerry's sweater for a second? The colors in the middle section should be reversed so that the red sections are green and look like Christmas trees. Unless, of course, these are intentional green arrows pointing down to an entirely different type of Christmas cheer.
I watch them. Sometimes from a chair, and sometimes from a closet. Almost always dressed as Superman.
Cut Kent?
Nearly all human lungs contain a strain of these bacteria, but the scar tissue keeps them dormant.
If the scar tissue's already been tampered with, then why did the tuberculosis wait until Germ Oliver said something about it to attack?
What is that horrible smell?
Must be your own breath, because you're breathing air from inside your helmet from the attached air supply. So smell really shouldn't be an issue.
Keep your eye on Annie. She was written up several times by her manager at the church.
Later on, Annie will say,
Actually, I studied Dr. Bloom's work.
so did she get written up because she was constantly in Dr. Bloom's lab learning everything? Seems like someone who was allowed to study the work of the main boss wouldn't be stuck at the churro stand getting written up for whatever reason. This also seems to indicate that the park is open, but I still haven't gotten a definitive answer on that.
It's a road out wonder, a trail of food. It's a pathway to break with the bad.
Rhyming food with good.
Gonorrhea can't see us if we don't move. Wait, I was wrong. I was thinking of a T-Rex.
Why the would you be thinking of a goddamn T-Rex? Because of the movie Jurassic Park that you're referencing throughout the episode? Like dinosaurs and infectious diseases are in any way related enough to confuse the two?
If it works, we'll be regular-sized in a few minutes.
You mean there's a growth ray inside Ruben? This guy jokes about Ruben not being in a room with white carpet or upholstery. And good for the show for thinking of the gnarly aftermath of such a move. But seems like in a world of impossible science, they'd have found a way to escape without the grisly measure.
That's a bubonic plague.
So a couple questions here. First, why did you leave it roaming free in your backpack pocket? If you had this plan to sell bubonic plague to the highest bidder, wouldn't you have a container to put it in? Second, why the hell was there bubonic plague inside Ruben? What the hell? I'm sorry, does the grandfather really think that his wife and Jacob are going to have sex right now on the couch while his granddaughter and her boyfriend make out in the same room? The aristocrat! Also, did these closet door flaps open individually like this? Or even at all?
Would you like to ride the bone train?
Why are you doing this bit? We're gonna die.
Morty would be retorty, a TV sim.
What the hell is that?
E. coli outbreak.
Is it though? Because those are clearly bacteriophage viruses, and E. coli is a type of bacteria and not a virus. Suck my fat virology expertise, Rickwads. Would this fuse continue being lit while in space? My guess is no, but I should probably send myself for even thinking about it when it comes to an episode about an amusement park inside of a homeless man.
Reports from all over the country have been coming in about what appears to be a giant naked man over the continental United States.
How fast did those reports come in exactly? Rick just kicked him out of the spaceship and enlarged him like 3 seconds ago. I'm pretty sure that dynamite would have exploded before any news outlets had the chance to make their detailed naked guy graphic overlays. I guess I'm gonna have to be that guy and point out that Ruben is now the size of the entire continental US, so his face should be covering way more area than a city block.
The nipple hole.
It's beautiful.
Agreed, but I have to ask, why is there even gravity now that inner space has gone to outer space? What the f? When the bone train went off the rails, Hepatitis A was looking at it go past him and crash into this nipple area. Even if he jumped to grab the train, how would he have gotten inside in the time it took for the train to crash?
It's Hepatitis C!
Do you need a free, easy way to capture your gameplay? Introducing Outplayed. Record anything on your
Did we have some sort of relationship with him?
I think they're just like that. I think they're just good guys.
That's hilarious. I'll gladly remove a sin. Wouldn't this Life is Rough picture show the golf ball actually in the rough rather than on the green where the hole is?
Actually, I studied Dr. Bloom's work. I believe I have the knowledge necessary to create an entirely new, much safer park.
Jurassic World. That's it. That's the sin. That's Atari 2600 Donkey Kong sounds coming from these 2013 devices. It's time to upgrade our gadget noises, Hollywood.
This is just sloppy craftsmanship.
Rick would be excellent at biology sins. Also, dissecting a rodent with the garage door open.
What's with Mom? So you're saying that she's acting weird?
On a good day, everyone acts weird in the world of Rick and Morty, yet still I have to ask, why is Rick digging in this rack?
Yeah, if everyone's acting weird, then it's not weird.
So what is he looking for? He doesn't need more proof.
Way to go, Morty!
Celebrating math. Also wearing an orange shirt and gray tie with a yellow sweater.
Interesting.
Peeking into a child. Classroom window as an adult. Also, since Rick knows Morty is a simulation, why is he going through this charade at the school? Rick would immediately be getting the Zygerians to show their hands so he could plan his escape.
You know, if you tell us, I'll be your girlfriend.
You will?
Seems like a rare opportunity, Morty.
Simulation or not, soliciting sex from a student for bribing purposes will always be a sin.
Take a shower with me, Morty. What?
At times like these, I wonder how the writers begin their creative process. Does it start with, let's put child nudity in this one? Do they have a jar containing tiny strips of paper with random bullshit suggestions aimed at making everyone incredibly uncomfortable, and at the start of their brainstorm, they grab several and slap them together? Why is this scene?
Lucky for us, they're also really uncomfortable with nudity.
I just want to know how Rick knew the location of the school showers in the first place. Why go through all the trouble of animating this split-second peek into the locker room and not put anything interesting in it at all?
Something is drawing a lot of processing power.
You have more important things to worry about, alien scum. These fans aren't cooling the computers properly. They're limping along, sort of teeter-tottering back and forth, and before long, your CPUs will overheat. It's a real problem. Trimming your nose hair while driving. I'm not sure that I can ask this question without breaking my own brain, but here goes. Why is Jerry separated from Rick from the start? They're both inside the same simulation, and yet the aliens are surprised that they've got another human? They're literally looking down on a massive simulation with two simultaneous simulations happening within it. There should be no surprise that Jerry's here at all. Are the writers hoping to avoid revealing the twist to us, the viewers? Or are the aliens purposely zooming out on Jerry's inner simulation to Rick's inner simulation, forgetting what is real at all? Are we in the simulation too? I broke my brain.
Keep your hands off your ding-dong. It's the only way we can
Fair?
speak freely.
Because, for some reason, the aliens are unable to simply listen to the conversation. They must look and listen.
National Apple Farmers of America. Welcome to our ad agency.
But how would the Zygerians know this much detail about Jerry's workday when they didn't even mean to nab him? And on top of that, they only have a simulation operating at 0.5% capacity.
Simple question, gentlemen.
Assuming gender. This scene just reminds me that Dave Ramsey has forever tainted the beauty that is Baker Street. F***ing Dave Ramsey.
Well, all is forgiven because right now I've got an erection the size of an East Coast lighthouse. Hey, I'm going to make love to my wife!
How big does Jerry think lighthouses are? Because I'm not even seeing evidence that a pup tent has been pitched.
Morty, relax. It's just a bunch of ones and zeros out there.
Binary code shaming. Leaving your car door open. Is sex really worth giving someone the opportunity to steal your car or running the battery down? Actually, yeah, I guess it is. But for the principle of the matter, I'm still a sinning. Making out with dead skin cells excreted from a scalp. I would definitely be onto the simulation after seeing this. Everyone knows yellow Pop-Tarts can't jump. Depantsing a child rather than yourself. Pop-Tart SquarePants.
Racism, what?
Through an alien spaceship, and quite suddenly they're racing through another planet? We don't care about Plutonians. We care about why Jerry is here at all. Moments ago, they're running through an alien spaceship, and quite suddenly they're racing on the moon? We don't care about the moon landing. We care about why the Plutonians are here at all.
Man up, Jerry. I may need you to work the lasers.
Putting Jerry in charge of the lasers. Doors are closing and time is running out, but the protagonist's spaceship makes it out just in time, cliche. Oh, because shooting at the person you want to steal information from is a great idea. And yes, this is a simulation inside a simulation inside a simulation. But
just give me the shit I need.
Simulated my grandson's genitalia?
You looked at your grandson's simulated genitalia.
You win. Can we go home now?
I don't know. Can you?
Grammar Police. Sure, we do it too, but we actually spent 5 years at Grammar Police Academy to get our certification. Up until now, I had to brush off my frustration with English appearing in the alien spaceship. Clearly, they have their own language. We see it here and here. So when the signs were in English or the doors were labeled, I had to brush it off that this was a simulation and meant to continue to deceive Rick. But now, here in this moment before extinction, there is no reason for "we did it" to appear on the screens for our benefit. Also, there is no reason for this mixture to be combined at the helm of the ship during an office party when there are plenty of labs up in this ship. Also, Rick and Jerry survived this. Waggling your tongue when you really don't need to.
Morty, I already told you, it's not your family.
Sure, but can we talk about what they're trying to do? Because Not Jerry seems to have you well in his grip and able to kill you easily, but is just standing there waiting for this scene that's just an excuse to justify a title sequence clip to end. Why would this facility, as part of its infrastructure, have a button that remotely controls this Ghostbusters-style trap that Rick had in his hand? Isn't that something he just brought to the adventure?
You make a request, the Meeseeks fulfills the request, and then it stops existing.
Rick, knowing about this Meeseek box, makes so many of his previous decisions in this show completely unnecessary. As disposable as these beings are, why wouldn't he use them as at least an extra pair of hands to complete all his adventures with Morty?
I'm Mr. Meeseek! I want to be popular at school. Ooh, okay!
This Meeseek shtick is a brilliant way to play with the be careful what you wish for trope, but in a world where the genie allows you to wish for infinite wishes. God, this show is just the best.
This village is terribly poor. Yet the giant that lives in the clouds above has untold treasures.
Jeff Bezos. Also, this world not only happens to have the Jack and the Beanstalk story from our Earth in its reality, but R&M also just happened to land in the village where he lives. Just a reminder that even the most brilliant shows need some little blue convenience pills once in a while to keep their stories firmed up.
In conclusion, a friendship with Emma Smith is the most valuable and enriching experience of your young life.
Mr. Meeseeks was able to call an assembly at summer school just to say great things about her so that she'd be popular. And it looks like the entire school is on board with a magical blue what's-it they've never seen before in his pro-summer message. Also, holy hell, what kind of acid trip was the designer of this basketball court on? The key area, or free throw dick, as it's more commonly called, is completely out of proportion and reaches almost a half court, which would be fine, except the other half of the court appears to be more like a third of the court and doesn't even seem to have any markings. Plus, that far hoop, which is clearly not retracted and should be at the standard 10 feet, has to be at least 20 feet off the ground based on the scale of the bleachers underneath it. And speaking of those bleachers, why are they behind the podium when all the space in front of the podium is available? And how did they even get them there? They clearly don't fold in, so did they move this here in one piece? This is a gymnasium of lies.
Odin Valhalla Rising. Now available on mobile and PC, exclusively with Google Play Games. Ascend to Valhalla.
I know Jerry is a dim-witted sad sack, but wouldn't shaving 2 strokes off his golf game suggest that he's somewhat competent at golf? If the guy can't even hit the ball off the tee, then isn't the real request shave 1,000 strokes off his golf game?
Let me try something.
Why did they bring the Meeseeks box with them on the golf course? Did they expect to need extra Mr. Meeseeks during this tutorial?
Can you help me get 2 strokes off of Jerry's golf swing?
But if the Meeseeks are aware of their own process and abilities enough to call other Meeseeks to help with what I asked them to do, wouldn't that impact their perspective on their own purpose in a way that negates my original request? I guess what I'm asking is, how many Seeks would a Meeseek seek if a Meeseek could seek me? Are Rick and Morty from a Spider-Verse? Because I don't know how you climb a mostly flat surface like that without a little accidental radioactive spider venom.
Meeseeks don't usually have to exist this long. It's getting weird.
How does he even know this? I've about had it with the Discount Blue Man Group's existential paradoxes.
Here we are, walking down the courthouse steps.
Why would the courthouse steps lead all the way down to the non-giant world below? Wouldn't the steps at the giant court lead to other places where the giants regularly go? Also, did everyone else in the courts just stay inside? Was the Rick and Morty trial the undercard to a much more important trial? Why did Jerry bring everybody back to the house for his lesson? How are you supposed to learn this inside a living room? Was he trying to hit a ball inside his house? Was he just trying to swing the club? Because I'm pretty sure he succeeded at the second thing, but what do I know? Tennis confuses me. What happened to Beth's new hair? She had a new style a minute ago and now it looks like the old Beth.
Why did you even rope me into this? Because he roped me into this. Well, him over there, he roped me into this. Well,
The CinemaSins hiring process.
Well, what do you know? Look down there. Looks like some kind of tavern or something.
The thirsty step. I mean, the 12th step was sitting right there.
Stop fighting me. Just let this happen.
Holy my surrealist sci-fi comedy show just went super dark. The creators have even said they wanted this scene to reflect the trauma of assault and not be funny at all. But here's my question. Is this really the place for it? I'm all for victim sensitivity, but seems to me the most sensitive thing to do would be to not unexpectedly reference real-life trauma in a place where most wouldn't be expecting to have to deal with it. These Meeseeks are never given verbal instructions. Are we changing the rules so that they can just intuit what their purpose is now? We heard Jerry leave the house when he told the Meeseeks,
"At this point, my golf swing is more your problem than mine."
and he was wearing the green golf shirt, but now he's in a suit. But wait, neither Jerry nor Beth told the Meeseeks where they were going for dinner, so maybe after Jerry left, he went upstairs to get dressed and came back down and told the Meeseeks where they were going, but why did he clearly go outside after telling them that? There's only one door in the living room that would open and close, and it goes outside.
Come on, Rick! Quick, stall in! What do you got?
Read 'em and weep.
Rick slow rolls the stairfolk. Rick rolling? At this point, I'm kind of wondering how the Thirsty Step stays in business. Their location is awful, and most of its customers couldn't possibly make it up here easily. So we're just saying hitting a tomato with a metal shelving bar into a large pot about 10 feet away is equivalent to improving your golf game 2 strokes? Well, okay then. Jesus. I didn't know the Meeseeks had such a huge arsenal. Did they knock off a gun store on the way to the restaurant, or do the Smiths have a hidden gun room?
I'm a bit of a stickler, Meeseeks. What about your short game?
And yet more proof that the Meeseeks get to decide when their purpose has been fulfilled, meaning they could have bailed at any point, and the entire premise of this episode is null and void. And now that I've been this much of a pedantic asshole, I can disappear. Also, the literal request was to shave 2 strokes off of his game, and Jerry got more than that by merely learning how to drive the ball. So go f*** yourself, stickler Meeseeks. Your job is technically done.
Jerry, look, we don't have a perfect marriage, but I'm not going anywhere.
Define anywhere.
See you next week, everybody.
The 4th wall is my least favorite wall, yet I'm sad somehow every time it gets broken. The mysteries of the heart confound us.
Letting Jerry help Morty with homework.
I don't know how many times I have to say this, but if you have the flu, stay home.
Does he mean stay home and don't go to the dance, or stay home and don't go to school? Because you shouldn't be at school if you have the flu. And if you're not at school, how would you hear this announcement? Why is this announcement? Also, episode of a cartoon from 2014 predicts how selfish humans are when it comes to protecting others from a rampaging virus.
The flu season dance is about awareness, not celebration. You don't bring dead babies to Passover.
Well, someone's not getting invited to my Passover celebration. Hey, wait a minute. Where did Jessica's friends go?
Try not to worry about it, Morty. You're a good kid.
Is he, though? In this episode alone, he asked Rick to help him essentially roofie Jessica, so I think a little more honest parenting is in order, Jerry. What the shit is the purple meat on Jerry's sandwich?
Well, I remember feeling that way about a young lady named your mom, and that's not an urban diss.
But it works so much better as an urban diss. In fact, that's a pretty epic your mom joke that he just ruined. F***ing Jerry. We have ice. We have no ice. Rick is addicted to carbonated sodas. Wait a minute. Did Rick go into the kitchen to get orange juice? Does Rick seem like the kind of guy who drinks orange juice without adding the vodka?
Yeah, I'm just going to check on your mom.
And apparently leave out the mustard, mayo, an open orange juice pitcher, and an unstarted sandwich. Do you want food poisoning, Jerry? Because this is how you get food poisoning, Jerry. And ants.
A hair, Morty. I need one of your hairs. This isn't Game of Thrones.
My favorite part of every episode of Game of Thrones was when the CSI team came in and solved the case. There's a calculator of some sort on the right side of this love potion making machine here, but when it cuts to the wide shot, the calculator is on the left side of the spout. Your continuity errors will be the death of you, Rick and Morty.
Love games, but hate the grind? With WeMod, you can be invincible, unimaginably wealthy.
Jeez, did this Brad kid go to the dance in his usual high school attire, just adding a tie? It's actually pretty funny, but I'm sending it anyway. Not that this is the point, but shouldn't Brad already have the flu, considering Jessica was already sneezing at school today, and he ran right into her sneeze mist earlier? Brad got sick immediately. Is that how the flu works?
How come you're not at this stupid dance everyone loves so much?
Screw that. I don't want to get sick.
So wait, Summer, are you saying you're backing out of our trip to South Dakota? Cartoon dry humping.
Jessica, get a hold of yourself!
The flu love potion combo, which made Brad sick in seconds, should already be running rampant through this gym, considering it was in the punch and the air conditioning. But it waits until someone scolds Jessica before taking over the entire school. Still being proud of a swimming championship nearly 100 years later.
Whipped up an antidote. It's based on praying mantis DNA. They mate once and then they, decapitate the partner.
Science.
I basically mixed this with a more contagious flu virus.
Why did you need to mix it with a flu virus when everybody at school already has the flu?
These serums, they don't work on anybody related to you genetically.
I mean, thank God, but that still is a serum of the highest convenience.
The only thing that is known is how cute he is.
I love him so much, I want to make love to him.
How did these news anchors even get to their jobs if they were obsessed Morty-loving praying mantis creatures? Also, where did they get a picture of Morty that quickly? That's almost creepier than the love potion. How has this virus already spread to other countries? The news station was hard enough to buy, but at least it was potentially local. And this is going to be an issue for the rest of the episode, so instead of bringing it up several more times, I'll just add 10 cents here. Wait, so everyone knows where Morty lives all of a sudden? What the heck? Is that a Morty doll? How did they manufacture that?
Well, I'm glad we saved all those horses.
Why? Did you short the glue industry? How did the flu mantis concoction get all the way out to the horse hospital? Have people been drive-by sneezing around this place?
I'm Mr. Crowbar, and this is my friend, who is also a crowbar.
I can't imagine a world where Jerry actually deserves a send-off, but I'm giving him one regardless. If people from other countries are whiffing the antidote already, wouldn't they have a period of time when they turn back to normal before morphing into these abominations? That's what happened to everyone else. How did this guy's underwear stay on and intact throughout all these transformations? Here's another thing. Rick made the love potion for Morty using his DNA, and that's why his family wasn't affected. But he made the mantis potion in the every animal on Earth potion without Morty's DNA. So why aren't they also turning into trauma creatures right now?
Hold on.
Mad Jerry, Fury Road. Mad Max Jerry Road? Furious Jerry Maximum Mad? Max and Furious presents Rhodes and Shaw? The Fury... Is there any reason for Beth and Jerry to get out of the car and fight these things? They were doing just fine running over all of them. What's the goal of coming out to purposely kill these things other than to pad this episode's runtime?
Boy, Morty, I really Cronenberg'd the world up, didn't I?
Don't be so hard on yourself, Rick. The world doesn't look too much like M. Butterfly.
Here, Morty, put this on while I do a little bit of scouting.
Why does Morty need to wear this thing while Rick does his scouting? What computer works just because someone's wearing a backpack apparatus?
God damn it!
So we're about to find out.
I've done it 10 times now. There's like a 50% chance.
Parallel universe Rick was able to get everything back to normal. And the Rick and Morty we see here are not the original Rick and Morty team, which is what the show wants you to think. So why is this universe's Rick and Morty just now getting back to the house after a newspaper was published explaining how everything went back to normal?
The answer is don't think about it. It's not like we can do this every week anyways. We get 3 or 4 more of these tops.
Yeah, but that violates the CinemaSins and therefore TV Sins charter, where we were told to think too deeply about it. It's too convenient. Yes, you don't follow the same rules, and you definitely shouldn't because nothing creative would ever get made, but that doesn't mean that we're not sinning you for this replace the dead Rick and Morty in a different universe bit. I'd grown super fond of the original Summer, Beth, and Jerry, and now I'm gonna have to be cool with exact replicas with no differences whatsoever? You owe us an apology. Also, you only get 3 or 4 more of these tops? Has Rick ever watched anything on network television? Leaving the refrigerator door open.
He's got lifeless eyes. Black eyes like a doll's eyes.
Glad Summer could helpfully write Jaws on this box in case you didn't know the reference, but what happens when she decides to do The Englishman Who Went Up a Hill but Came Down a Mountain? Not enough room on the box to explain that reference then. Why would you need these kind of lines in a galactic parking lot? Shouldn't it just be a series of different sized squares for vertical landing and takeoff? Also, what's the deal with these parking lot lights? They're illuminating a building that's already lit up and neglecting the rest of the parking lot.
I mean, it's different from the stuff on Earth.
They have sex dolls on Earth, and something tells me Morty knows way too much about that. Aliens on another planet not only speak perfect English, but their stores have open and close signs written only in English.
Like, what if you passed away or died or something? I wouldn't even have anything to remember all the cool stuff we did, you know?
Remembering your late grandfather every time you use your sex robot.
So we're just going to pretend this isn't happening?
Well, not with that attitude we aren't.
Rick, why would you let Morty bring that thing into our house?
I mean, we know Jerry has no power, but why did Beth allow it in the house? The real question for Rick is, why did you buy that for Morty in the first place? Really, simply drinking from the carton is a sin, but it's doubled when you're drinking from the carton after having sex with an alien robot. Sorry, them's the rules.
Intervening with puberty? You'll turn him into Ray Fiennes and Red Dragon.
First, it's clearly Ralph Fiennes. I mean, learn to pronounce things. But also referencing Ralph Fiennes from Red Dragon instead of Tom Noonan from Manhunter. Just a few seconds ago, Morty was robo-railing so hard he had the downstairs light swinging. But these knickknacks just stay put on his headboard? I don't even know how these stay put when he's not deep droiding.
This thing could grow to the size of Delaware.
Pretending like Delaware is large. Or exists. I've gone too many episodes without sinning this, and I can't hold back anymore. That sock has never been moved from that spot in the garage, and it drives me absolutely insane every time I see it. Whew. The therapist will be thankful I don't have to discuss that with her anymore. Portal question 253. If you can't see through the portal, how would this creature know exactly where and how to grab Summer?
Still think it's a good idea to go through holes without a wiener?
Wubba-lubba-dub-dub. Sorry, I just always wanted to do that. So maybe a sin on me? That's fair.
Great, now I have to take over a whole planet because of your stupid boobs.
I can't tell if the show is aware and poking fun at victim blaming or just casually using it for a laugh. And considering the damage that kind of thinking does every day, this is either a sin for the show's attitude or the...
I believe it gets introduced in Hoenn. I'm pretty sure, or Johto, I mean. Right? It gets introduced in this one, right? I'll be able to recognize it when I see it. Yeah, here it is. No, Unova. There you go. I really, really hope this still works. It probably doesn't, but you know. Fuck. Where would he be? I remember they're in caves. That's what I remember. I actually don't remember if I went down this or not. fuck? Where the fuck is Beldrum, bro? Perhaps it's in here. Because I haven't really looked in here all that much. I'll look up there in a minute. What's the daisy? Is that Diglett? That is Diglett. I think I have Diglett. I do have Diglett. Oh yeah, I've been over here before. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, you can get to a specific point in the map where it shows you what the alt tags are in here. That's off the map. Alright, I think I'm procrastinating. Let's lock in.
Idiots who think this way. Also, watch what you're saying about boobs, mister. Those things are like universally beloved. It goes Tom Hanks, pizza, then boobs. And honestly, Hanks and pizza better watch their back. Why do TV families always store their fruit so close to the floor? Or, also, storing bananas with your other fruit is a terrible idea. Bananas release a gas that makes other fruit spoil quicker. Crap, that was actually somewhat educational. Bananas look like penises. Saved it.
There's your hands. There's your hands.
Title of my sex tape?
And that's how we play handy hands.
Oh, you are going to ruin that kid, Morty.
Could be worse. He could be showing him Caillou.
What's the opposite of wubba-lubba-dub-dubs? Am I right, ladies and gentlemen?
It's bad enough you're breaking the fourth wall, but now you're throwing test questions our way too? I'm tired of Zoom classes. Leave me alone. Having a section of a newspaper simply titled News.
Spider in Sector C is still alive. Plan your route accordingly and expect delays.
So this world's just going to be a bunch of sexist jokes now? Admittedly, super hilarious sexist jokes, like that restaurant is called Just a Bite of Yours. The weather report said, is anyone else cold or is it just me? Sorry, I mean, that's racist.
The females are placed into educational programs. The males, they get to play outside.
The original plot outline for Boss Baby somehow makes its way into this episode.
Yeah, you know what I have to say about that?
Oh, I cannot believe my ears.
Rick survives this fart. Can we talk about these ear arms for a second? We've seen them active, so we know they aren't just vestigial. So how does the musculature work? Part of the reason you can control your arms is in the shoulders and chest. And sure, maybe they have some thick traps hiding under that hair, but what about the pecs? Shouldn't they have some sort of chest muscles where their cheeks would be? And that would mean they would also have boobs there too. 6 arms should mean 6 boobs, damn it. Also, do you know how hard it would be to hold your arms up like that all day? Those arms should be dangling down like flaccid, fleshy earrings. Also, does this mean if they don't apply deodorant, they have BO right next to their nose? This is terrible design, and the god of this universe should be punished to the maximum extent of celestial law.
Was this really the time to make that point, Summer?
Kids.
This is for you, Daddy.
Well, I guess we know where this episode stands on the whole nature versus nurture debate. Good news, parents, what you do doesn't make a difference. Only handcuffing 4 of the 6 arms and doing it via 2 separate handcuff sets with a foot of chain between them and in front of the body. This does nothing.
Look at the tag. Read it.
Where was that tag hiding? And is that really where a tag would be on a top like this?
Mark, Jacob. These are names of the penis.
Look, a lot of what these alien ladies are saying about men is very true. But we give our penises way more interesting names than Mark or Jacob, like Boomerang or Big Rick or Count Schlongula.
If you think
Oh,
my
God.
is cute, you cannot execute.
Johnny Cochraning.
Morty Jr. smoking?
But where did he get the cigarettes? He hasn't gone outside. No one else in the house is a smoker.
I don't want to masturbate. I want to conquer the planet.
It's just like this generation to not be able to multitask. Also, this race is so horny they just drop sex robots on them and then have them all impregnated within minutes. So I think his murder boner would be accompanied by a, well, boner.
Odin Valhalla Rising, now available on mobile and PC.
But first, a deep sip from a very tall glass of I told you so.
Those are gulps, not sips, you noisy imbiber.
This guy is so much better than the other dude.
Characters with songs, and that is just not acceptable. Without Survivor and Robert Tepper, Rocky would have never been able to beat Ivan Drago. And don't you forget it. Also, movie steals the Footloose scene from Hot Rod.
Hey, stop that!
Thinking honking your horn will stop an alien monster from destroying your car and potentially killing you.
I never got that impression from reading Marmaduke.
Show wants us to believe that a kid in the 2010s would be reading Marmaduke.
See you guys next week. See everybody next week.
This joke literally only works one time the first time it airs. Unless you're the kind of fan that plays your Blu-rays or streams weekly to be more authentic. Why don't you just prove you're a better fan than the rest of us by having weekly viewing parties where you can all quote lines from the show and sing songs about how great it is and crap, I just invented a religion, didn't I?
I know animation is tough, guys, but why is the end table behind the couch now when it was between them just a few seconds ago?
You show us your concept of good TV, and we'll crap all over that.
TV Sin's mission statement somehow ends up in the script. Didn't Snowball and the other dogs in this universe leave in episode 2? Why do the Smiths still have this bed out here? Sure, it could be that they're just too lazy to get rid of it, but after a quick cutaway to Jerry, it's now gone. So that's a continuity error in at least one way, and maybe even 2. You can probably guess which way I'm leaning.
How about Showtime Extreme in a world where man evolved from corn?
Welcome to the Rick and Morty Improv Show, with all the hits and misses an improv show entails. It'll be just like the everyday programming
One second, be right back.
62 in the movie UHF. The fact that this gun was duct taped to his back back, and yet the duct tape somehow stays in place after he grabs it to pop this other corn doesn't even have a kernel of truth to it. What, too corny?
Letterman from a timeline where Jerry's famous.
They stumble upon shows that directly relate to themselves on a TV with infinite worlds and infinite shows, and I find that infinitely convenient.
No, the other thing, go back!
Really? Alright, fine.
Why would the TV go back immediately to the guy eating when Rick changed channels twice since they ran across this disgusting show? This episode is a treasure trove of quick, hilarious visual gags, like bottomless baseballs or a version of Game of Thrones where everyone's a little person except Tyrion. I've never loved my pause button so much in my life.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Here, these scan your retinas and let you view parallel timelines.
And I happen to be carrying this thing around with me at all times.
Check out this refrigerator! Only $200!
Pretty hilarious that because ants in his eyes Johnson can't see, he thinks the dryer is a refrigerator. But did anyone help him shoot the commercial? Wouldn't someone correct him that he's pointing at dryers? This commercial isn't being shot, edited, and broadcast live, although that would be quite the trick. I've heard of fire ants, but are there fireproof ants? Because those ants seem just fine despite being engulfed in flames.
I don't see anything.
There's a chance you weren't even born.
I thought the headset scanned your retinas and matched them with your parallel universe self. So why would the headset go through parallel universes where summer doesn't exist? Also, if these goggles also land on realities you don't exist in, they would be rendered basically unusable. With infinitely possible universes, the chances of you landing on one you actually exist in is infinitesimally small.
A Mexican armada shows up.
And their ships are sombreros? Seems kind of racist.
Alien invasion tomato monster Mexican armada brothers.
I felt a great disturbance in the force, as if millions of sins suddenly cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced.
It's called Two Brothers. Two Brothers. It's just called Two Brothers.
I don't know what I like best about this episode, but hearing Justin Roiland laugh at his own bullshit might be the most honest and funniest part. But leaving in the laughter of you cracking yourself up seems a bit distracting and over the fourth wall line, even for this show. So, no, this hurts me more than it hurts you.
And I'd be on DiCaprio's yacht, banging Kristen Stewart.
Since these goggles are directly connected.
Sorry, I just need to say a couple of things. It being infinitesimal of you landing in a world or viewing a world in which you exist, the same thing would also be said about any other possibility, such as the one where you don't exist. So it's equally probable you land in one where you exist and one you don't. The fire ants, yeah, in an infinite amount of possible worlds, it is possible that there are fire ants that are immune to flames. I'm not sure where that actually comes from, like the scent itself.
Of the DNA of the person watching, shouldn't it disconnect once removed from the scan?
We just discovered a show called Ball Fondlers, but you guys clearly backed the wrong conceptual horse.
Yeah, but Ball Fondlers is just the A-team. You can watch regular limited cable to watch that.
FakeDoors.com is our website.
This website doesn't work, which seems like a sin until you realize it is owned by the company that owns Rick and Morty. So it could be an inside joke about how just like the doors in the ad don't open, neither does the website. Or it could be because this is an alternate universe, so the website wouldn't exist in this one. Like with many Rick and Morty observations, I'm left wondering if it was accidental oversight or intentional genius. But here's a sin anyway, since it made my head do hurty brain thinking.
Huh. Making himself a sandwich now?
This top piece of bread has nothing on it, which means he has put the peanut butter on a slice of bread and then jellied on top of the peanut butter. One ingredient per slice, you monster. Also, he sets the dirty knife directly on the countertop. I can put up with a lot in this world.
Yeah, you can fucking die.
On the counter can go straight to Hellman's.
Yeah.
Still selling fake doors.
This might be one of the funniest things they watch on Infinity TV, but what kind of world is it where a guy who sells fake doors can afford a commercial that runs 90 seconds or longer?
Paid for by trunk people.
Man, that trunk people emblem seems really offensive, but I guess the trunk people chose that.
No room is safe from the turbulent power of turbulent juice.
Was that a movie? Or does it clean stuff?
As usual, Morty would be amazing at TV sins.
Baby legs, you're a good detective.
How is that a sin?
Your baby legs.
I'm totally down with the random vibe of infinite cable possibilities, but why would baby legs wear a diaper? Is this guy an adult, but a baby can't control when he goes to the bathroom?
So I'm partnering you up with regular legs.
Is everyone with regular legs named Regular Legs? Or does this guy's legs stand out amongst his peers as the most regular, which would be a contradiction in terms? Also, this feels like an average everyday weird cartoon you can already find on Cartoon Network. It's in the same vein as Azzy McGee.
Here we go! That's the sound I make when I'm trying to run fast.
This is basically Bennett's office boss character, and when you're stealing from 2013 SNL, you may want to rethink your sketch premises.
That out there? That's my grave.
Wow, those graves are so freshly dug and moundy that it's pretty incredible no one from this family has stumbled upon them. These graves are more obvious than the ones Ron Perlman sees at the end of The Last Supper.
Nobody exists on purpose. Nobody belongs anywhere. Everybody's gonna die. Come watch TV.
If 2019 were a movie, this would be the tagline on the poster. 2019.
Mrs. Sullivan always planned to leave everything to her cats.
I understand this is infinite cable, but why does Rick somehow always end up on a movie trailer rather than simply a movie?
Oh, Mrs. Sullivan.
Wow, is the movie this G-rated? What does it need to even get to a PG? Not to mention R. But I imagine in their world, Gaspar Noé finds ways to push the envelope. I guess Jerry ate someone else's toe? Because all his toes are intact in the shot, while this reflection in the birdcage gives us a perfect...
How's that sin?
The reflection itself seems completely impossible given the POV, and it doesn't even appear to reflect the cage itself. Oh, come on! As if the odds weren't astronomical enough that they would even land on anything about themselves, both Jerry and Beth happen to land on the same reality?
I've never stopped thinking about what might have been.
Wow, a pretty unexpected heartfelt whammy at the end of this episode full of randomness. This show is so good.
Hey, Rick, I have to make a project for the science fair this weekend. You think you could help me out?
Science fairs.
Well, I mean,
Why is that sin?
Fairs are a father-son thing.
So girls never have to participate in science fairs? That's unfair, fair. And
That's not
racist. Eating pancakes with...
Did he say racist? That's sexist, if anything. But in this context, it would be only a father-son thing. Because he's a son. And he's a father. And for a girl, it would be girl mother. I don't see how that's inherently sexist.
with butter and no syrup.
Oh my god.
A brand new sentient robot would say, "Oh my gears." Just saying. Whatever this guy is doing. Balancing plates on thin air. I see they fixed the shelf, but they changed the animation, so add another sin.
I make my own stuff.
And the animators make their stuff up on the spot, too. The skull candle and floating elephant carcass are brand new additions to this counter.
I'm a man of science.
And I'm a man who likes consistency. Why is the elephant in a jar over here now? Not to start a whole nother GIF debate, but does the glue have a label on it claiming to be sticky giz or jizz? But, you know, spelled with a G for some reason. Why do we have to corrupt glue? Why does glue have to be perverted? Being limber enough to flop your legs on the floor like this without pulling any ligaments or dislocating your pelvis. Jerry was inside the
I
house
can do that, the fuck?
Door to the garage, but instead circles outside to the garage to enter.
I've done that many times.
Is he smart enough to think about entering for dramatic flair?
Roblox is way more fun when you have Robux.
You're right, but I'm not doing shit.
This aftershave made women want me, but it also made me impotent. Oh my god! How can I not see this coming?
Because you're impotent?
This serum should counteract the negative effects.
Injecting someone with your serum without their explicit consent. I like my devil fights to have a lot more finger zapping and brimstone and a lot less back and forth slapping. So, what was the ironic punishment for buying the vase? How does a scary ghost go along with your theme? This vase helps your flowers stay alive, but it's also haunted is a joke that steps on the theme and you're just being lazy.
I'm King Flippy Nips, ruler of Pluto. We discovered you quite by accident.
Which is interesting, because Pluto was also discovered quite by accident. It was when Saturn was going in and out of Uranus and then about to hook up with Neptune.
You really gave it
It's
to
over.
those guys at NASA.
The Plutonians abduct Jerry so that he can declare Pluto a planet. And I'm sure that's amazing for their egos and all, but why
Dude, give me that of an orb.
Hear how NASA responded? This is what you do when your B story has nowhere else to go.
Well, I'm going to get the curses removed at Curse Purge Plus. You know, the guy on TV.
And of course, Rick is on the television right this second because TV show has to news position. But why? She could have just as easily said, you know, the store across the street. As we find out that's where it is in just a second. Also, this TV wasn't even on 20 seconds ago. But how exactly did Rick get a store bought and up so fast? Rick is not the devil. He can't just make a store appear overnight. Also,
Yes, he can.
District if First and Main had a vacancy.
I'm sorry. Did he not make an entire civilization in under an hour? It seems like he can set up shop in a couple of minutes. Not even in under an hour. Fucking under a minute. Fucking lo-fi.
did Rick know Mr. Needful was going to this window at this exact moment?
The center of Pluto, Mr. Smith, is made of a substance called plutonium.
Pluto exposition. Pluto's position? Explutoscision?
Pluto goes from planet to asteroid to meteor, and finally...
A great visual, truly, but where did the Pluto dust come from? His hands were empty a moment ago.
Oh my god.
That's the devil, Summer.
I wish this desk was lighter.
Absolutely none of the wishes Summer makes on the monkey's paw come with any backfiring curses.
What a waste of a monkey paw.
But how would Mr. Needful know this? He was passed out while Summer was making her wishes.
Mr. Needful, how could you even think of doing something so horrible?
I'm the devil.
Can the devil even kill himself? If he's the devil, it implies he sort of lives forever, right?
I can take out the eternity.
Probably why he didn't die there.
Have some time traveling mittens.
And at what point does anyone ask what the cost for the item will be? These items are literally priceless, and not in a good way.
I just got bored. Everybody out.
How Jeremy and CinemaSin staff meetings.
Are you telling me 4 billion plutonians are wrong?
Can we worry about that in just a second? Because who's going to tell Jerry to stop putting scissors up his nose in a moving vehicle? Angry crowd suddenly finding food to throw cliche.
It was a long 6 hours, but we've overhauled beautiful things into the globally compliant Web 4.0 e-nomenon, needful.com.
Investing in the .com business in 2014. When exactly did Jerry's roof get repaired? When the plutonians showed up initially, they pulled Jerry and Morty through the roof.
I was young in 2014. I can't comment on that.
Summer wipes clumpy mascara drippage from beneath her eyes with the simple wipe of her hand? I mean, that's the most unrealistic thing to happen in this entire episode. Repeating a cycle of violence repetitively.
So, Dad, guess what tomorrow is?
The day you return this horrific tablecloth to the store? Or stab it?
Please.
It's an alien? See? It changes patterns. It's absolutely an alien having trouble holding a consistent geometric pattern. Honestly, this level of paranoia is a direct result of watching too much Rick and Morty. Trust nothing. Everything is nothing. Or something. Umbrella paintings.
But also, tomorrow is your 1-year anniversary back in our lives.
Celebrating arbitrary anniversaries because you can.
I'm gonna make you flying saucer-shaped pancakes.
And yes, as another Rick points out shortly, regular shaped pancakes are also flying saucer shaped, so this sin is for teasing that you're making fun-shaped pancakes when in fact you are not. Beth is a monster.
Odin Valhalla Rising, now available on mobile and PC, exclusively with Google Play Games. Ascend to Valhalla on a larger PC screen and get an exclusive 15% discount for a limited time only. Download Google Play Games today.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
Considering breakfast is on the table, I think we're meant to believe it's 6 a.m. and there's no way this family is gathered for a fully prepared meal by 6 a.m. Nope. In this episode, we learn that Rick's smarty brainwaves need Morty's dummy brainwaves to keep Rick untraceable or some such bullshit. Yet here in the opening credits, he straight up leaves Morty to die. So what's that about?
Our son's been abducted!
Because the opening credits aren't canon.
To be fair, Jerry was frozen when Morty was abducted and therefore wouldn't understand the full reason Beth is upset. Normally, Jerry deserves the yelling, but not this time, Beth. Also, coin collections.
Jeez, Rick, what is this place? The Citadel of Ricks. It's the secret headquarters for the Council of Ricks.
And where's the counseling center for Jerry and Beth's? Considering all Ricks have a Morty, and all Mortys have a Jerry and Beth who would be distraught because their sons are missing.
Turn your boring old Morty into a hot fashion statement.
This is a Rick-tastic concept, but he can see that the Rick he's trying to sell his goods to has handcuffs on and is being transported by some form of authority, right? How does he expect to close a deal here exactly? It's supposed to be funny because they have different hairstyles, but it's not. Cliché. If his body was stuffed into the wood chipper, starting with the head, then how is the arm still in one piece?
Yeah, so does the scientist formerly known as Rick. Why isn't he here in handcuffs? Because he's dead too.
Taff-cap shaming.
So as they say in Canada, peace out.
Making fun of Canadians. Wait, is that a sin? I can't remember.
Run, Morty!
And then our Rick and Morty run by many other Rick and Mortys who would easily attempt to stop them, but don't even try. Perplexing, considering everyone thinks our Rick is a dangerous...
So you have a, supposedly, you have a list of sins. But you can't remember if Canadia is a part of those list of sins. So these aren't, entirely improv. I'm gonna give this a sin just because I want to. I want to give this a sin because it, is on our sin list. You have a really shitty sin list. Fucking lo-fi, 1 second.
Rick killer. But oh well, on to the portal pandemonium. I feel like this is a good time to revisit the how the f does the portal pew pew gun work portion of the program. Does he just think of a specific destination, or are the locations random and somehow manage to spew fire, insects, and tentacles at the perfect moment? The incredibly convenient timing is sinnable either way. Based on the fact that we only see asses and no hands, what is the purpose of the giant rolls of toilet paper? Who would even use them? And how are the rear ends so clean if the ground around them is covered in feces?
Well, I assume that's just how trees look in this dimension.
North by Northwest.
Yeah, I'd like to order one large person with
Or
extra people, please.
ecological
White people.
inclusion
No.
used.
Black people and Hispanic on half.
Racist pizza.
Yes, I'd like to order one large sofa chair.
This is a pretty funny running gag, but with all these different worlds, it makes me wonder why the Ricks look the same at the council. Or it was Pizza Rick, or Telephone Rick, or Greasy Grandma Rick. And we see a Hammer Morty later, so clearly these types exist. I continue to take issue with the use of portals in this episode, and here's why. Rick splats out a whole bunch of options, the enemy appears, and they say,
They could have gone into any one of these. We lost them.
which means they aren't tracking our Rick and Morty. So how would they have known to follow them into the Farty McPoopsmith world in the first place? I just want to point out that there appears to be a fruit bowl on the bottom shelf, which is a really dumb place for fruit and bowls in the combination thereof.
Anything else? Yeah, more phone sticks, please.
So they're eating phones? Just because they went into a different dimension does not mean they have a different digestive system. Bad guys avoid looking around the room, thereby allowing the good guys to slip away, cliche.
They look exactly like us, so in order to avoid confusion, I'm gonna mark us each with a red X right now.
But they're also wearing different clothing, so you could just go with that as the identifier. Also, there must be additional exits to this restaurant because our Rick and Morty straight up escape. So rather than marking X's on foreheads, perhaps watch those doors?
Hey, you didn't pay your bill!
You said, holy chairs are sentient? Wrong.
Advertising. Wow. So people need help figuring out what to buy, and then you help them?
It's a little more complicated than that.
It is not. Also, if the other
Oh yeah, but he's gonna say it is because he wants to be a bit more impressive.
Appears there are more than enough Ricks for the job.
You're missing my symphony. Hey, I'll take it over Mumford & Sons.
I'm pretty sure the Rolling Stones review for that Mumford & Sons album was, it's the equivalent of listening to 1,000 naked children being tortured. So this race might still be too close to call.
We will find our peace in the next world.
Show now asks us to believe that the captive Mortys have had enough time to form a cult and mine this cave prison for the resources to create cloaks, printed propaganda, and a precise razor to shave their heads. The pointy thing isn't piercing Morty any longer. And so all the tortured Mortys spend one beautiful second believing they are freed before realizing they are likely falling to their death. How special. Owning a Life is Rough poster that shows the golf ball on the green and barely any rough.
I'm pretty sure the last guy already commented on that.
Arm jerking yourself off.
I mean, you can't really do that, right? Right?
This is the receiver. Yeah, but where's the transmitter?
Cliffhangers. No, eye boogers. Cliffhookers? Boogers?
Switch to Chrome to load your favorite sites fast, so you can browse with ease.
Stalkers.
Let's lose the Tood, please.
Losing the Tood.
Speaking of disasters, Dad, we are leaving you in charge.
Yeah, but that's kind of on Beth, right? Why would she ever leave Rick in charge of her children, or really anything? This shitty garage door falls outwards after the center is dissolved by alien eels, except the hinges weren't destroyed. So this is a sin for the animators not making a couple of eels dissolve the hinges, and a sin for the writers for forcing the door to fall in order to kick off the rest of the episode.
Well, we're past the point of no return.
Bridget Fonda shaming. Using your binder incorrectly, or writing math upside down and backwards on the back panel of a binder for no reason. Either way, a sin. Does that say multi-grain legs? I guess they sell peanuts in a box and abbreviate legumes to legs? None of this seems appetizing or profitable.
Just keep your sci-fi friends away from my awesome ones.
Yeah. How about y'all focus and just keep that refrigerator door closed while you carry on conversations and then work on your strategic segregation?
And you keep your awesome friends away from my canapes.
When the canapé tray came out of the fridge, every one of them had a green olive. Why would Rick remove one just to add it back in dramatic fashion?
I love watching Bukkake. I mean, like, I don't know if I personally would ever do it.
Bukkake.
How many people did you invite, Rick?
Better question. Of the many that Rick invited, how many are going to want to get downstairs swifty with Summer's questionably aged peer group? Looks like the garage door was instantly fixed. I love seeing aliens and humans hanging out together despite...
How is that a sin?
How are none of the people freaking out right now?
Okay, I'm sorry. He was able to create a store within like an hour or two. Or a day. I don't fucking know the time span. He was able to create a civilization in minutes. But it's somehow confusing that he can create a garage door perfectly for it. Within a day? What?
Now, being a Morty at a high school party. Casually watching a murder meal.
No Mobius.
If Slow Mobius didn't stop using his slow-mo powers until Rick said something, why was Rick able to speak at a normal pace? Running on deck, also stealing. This asshole doesn't feel solid objects in his liquid, and that is f***ing concerning. They weren't the size of ants. They were ice cube-sized beings.
Summer, don't tell me you're friends with her.
Popular controlling girl is pretty and demands your normal-looking friend to be sacrificed on the altar of conformity. Cliché.
Just want to find somebody nice and sweet.
Which somehow prompts Morty to show her a deadly mad scientist garage, rather than the toy collection in his room. Apparently, the garage door wasn't fixed, and now I'm curious about the side story where the door was dissolved by fixed before the party, but then immediately re-dissolved, tarped, taped, tacked, and held in place by bullshit.
Well, I mean, it just could be that the outside looks normal.
Immediate hookup to power. Cliché.
What?
You see, Jerry? May I show you something?
How has Lucy not been caught yet? The operation doesn't seem to be that large, and she's wearing a maid's outfit.
Come on, give me it, please. Let's look. Come on. Fuck! Well, anyways, let's... 0 eggs, okay. Later, I'm gonna bear back. Ah, god damn, bro. Alright, sorry, I'm back.
What's with the number on this thing? 1234 1234? It can't be a show that revels in the details and then not expect a nitpicker to examine stuff like this. Come up with a plausible number, you jerks.
Move to the left.
That's the right.
Step to the right.
And that's the left.
It's the Rick Dance.
That somehow everyone knows instantly. Also, Riverdance did it first.
The floor drops out to make it easier. We're going to get it nice and steamy in there.
With the floor kicked out?
Well, at least you got all this free stuff.
Equating free stuff as an agreeable result of being the victim of a sexual assault.
It's not a door, Beth. It's debris.
I don't care. Just leave it.
Yeah. Okay.
This door can fit in the front seat, so there's no reason it shouldn't be able to fit in the back of their wagon with a little rearranging. Somehow, despite the window being down and the ear-piercing volume of her horrible laugh, neither of these assholes hear her.
Cape Fear.
Explaining your references.
I want to find where he is, because I swear I thought... And there's nothing over here? Oh, there is something over here.
Enemy battleship sunk. Enemy battleship detected.
Enemy submarine spotted. Attention. Reporting the target position. Enemy heavily damaged.
Yeah, that's definitely the way that out.
Since everything came back as it previously was, where did the rest of this gate go? Pulling down someone's pants while they are frozen mid-step wouldn't be this easy. In reality, these pants would get stuck at the waist and top of the thigh. Don't ask me how I know this. Not using the ramp for your cart filled with expensive electronics. And yes, it is stolen, but it's still valuable.
Roll credit.
Not until I hear you say Rixie Business or Rick and Morty, Rick. Not until. Why is this boner?
I know how to vacuum Mom and Dad summer. I've been doing it for 6 months.
But why would you need to vacuum anything if time is frozen? Isn't everything frozen in time? If the molecules of the clothing are frozen, how do you even move them? How does the washer work? Now that I think about it, how are you even breathing time-frozen oxygen right now?
It's not my fault we froze time on a humid day.
But the moisture would also freeze. You know what? Let's just add 5 cents for the paradox of freezing time and move on, shall we?
You have dropped so many balls, man.
I mean, probably just 2. Although with the...
Is this like a VC type thing? That's absolute bullshit. Dude, what? Ooh, almost fell off there. Yeah. Why isn't this guy joining VC? Is this Giratina? I might fight Giratina. Yo. Are you at spawn? Yeah? Alright, let me run over. Spawn is destruction. Oh. Is this you? No, that's not you. Where are you at spawn? I'm not seeing you over here. I'm at Big Rock. So I assume you mean there you are. Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna swap to Baramon real quick. No, I'll go with Arceus. Where's Arceus? Here's Arceus. What are you doing to that Ralts? The fuck? Also, Roblox in-game chat doesn't work. At least for this game. So, what's your favorite legendary, man? Or mythical? Dude. 1 second. That actually missed. Insane. Ash from R6? No, in Pokemon. Favorite Pokemon. This guy really thought he could hide from me. That's funny. The rock guy? Which rock guy? There's like hundreds. Not hundreds, but like good 50. Maybe 50. You mean Reggie Rock? This guy? Alright. If it's that guy, I believe I know where he is. Reset, and then... Why would you... That's... Okay. Alright, reset, and then go spawn, click left 4 times. Go spawn, and then click left 4 times. Click 3. Go until you get to this desert area. And let me know when you do that. Alright, yeah, just follow me. If you use tackle, you go faster. Tackle or scratch or whatever move you have. Do you have scratch? Tickle? The new stickle. Yeah, that move. We gotta go this way. Alright, when you get in here, keep your head low and just don't die. Go into the pyramid. I'll get the pyramid ready. If I'm not mistaken, this is the right one. Yeah, it is. Alright, only go on these spots I'm standing on. I get real close to it. Yep. At least make sure you're touching it. You're gonna want to back up, because he will, like, destroy you. Fucking Draco Meteor. this work like that? Move, move! Here. Let's just do this. Go to normal spawn. Alright, come with me. Is that Piplup? No, that's one of the new gens. I really just want to kill these three. Go back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. If he stays up there, he's dead. Alright, anyways. Come over here, click on Lapras. You're gonna have to jiggle your mouse around in order to find the hit, and then go to Destiny Tower. The bottom one. And then this is just a maze.
Radiation Rick is probably exposed 42 with all the dimension hopping. Could be more, I suppose.
Put a shirt on your dumb dad, and let's get this dumb universe rolling.
But how did Morty get Jerry's arms through the sleeves? Sleeves just don't magically form around the arms when you throw a shirt on, no matter how many times you pray for it.
When we pulled up, I could have sworn the house was completely trashed.
Yeah, well, everyone in the family knows that Rick can do incredible things, so why don't you immediately think Rick must have stopped time and fixed travel through Mountain Dew?
Game of Thrones King
Oh, sorry, it's over here.
Now available on both PC and mobile with Google Play Games. Explore the Game of Thrones universe.
Do this well, and to be honest, Bones translate to be legible to whoever reads it, but then why wouldn't it be written properly with the name capitalized and a period after warrior? Having 2 glasses of whatever this is, while also having a glass of whatever this is. Is that orange juice? Oh, great. Now I'm thinking about OJ with Mexican food, and you can take that flavor combo straight to hell, Rick and Morty.
I'm gonna go take a quick
So Rick goes to the bathroom and walks away down the hallway. I thought that was odd because I assumed the bathroom doors were here. Then the shot cuts to Floop, and over his shoulder the sign says the bathrooms are the opposite direction from where Rick went. However, on the wide shot, the arrow is pointed in the other direction, and we're left with nothing but assumptions about where Rick actually went to take a shit. And honestly, this is probably the most haunting part of the episode.
All right, so you want to do this here or outside?
I'm not privy to all of the Don Cuco establishment rules, but I'm going to go out on a limb and assume they don't approve of alien murder in their restaurant during normal operation hours.
In the meantime, enjoy a grab bag of mind blowers I call poop AIDS _copy.
And by grab bag, he means 2. 2 scenes does not a grab bag make.
You simply have to choose.
Summer!
I get on top of this guy.
Here. Sure. Beth had that answer at the ready far too quickly. But really, the blame is on this alien for not creating a sound.
You gotta be like moving a lot in this. Don't try and attack. You're not gonna do too much damage. Just try and keep moving.
But the lack of wind in anyone's hair other than Morty is saying continuity issue.
Well, I guess it's nice to know the whole family sucks.
It took you almost 3 seasons to realize that? Rick opens the door panel by hitting it with his fist, but doesn't he know that shooting door panels is the official way to make sci-fi doors open? For the fun of the show, these 2 have just wiped almost all of their memories.
I think if you stay back there, you should be fine. I don't think he's gonna attack you.
See those 2 fleshy sacks under his chin, Morty? Grab them.
But keep vigilant, because he might come over there.
Fleshy sacks you're talking about.
And he's
partners,
starting to.
And we fight aliens? Like Men in Black?
Morty can't remember who he is, but he conveniently remembers the movie Men in Black, where one of the main plot lines was about a device that could wipe out people's memories. Scooping up a potentially compromised memory tube from the broken pile on the floor rather than selecting one of the many pristine tubes from the nearby shelves, leaving your interstellar laboratory garage door wide open. This audible beep would give Rick all the indicators he needs to know that the machine is being accessed by Morty. There's no way he wouldn't hear it and try to stop him from ruining whatever Morty is inevitably about to ruin.
There, I'm done. Just stay out of trouble.
Believing this would work.
What's the point of going on if most of everything that happens just ends up sitting in here?
My thoughts on cloud storage somehow make their way into this episode.
You guys doing Morty's mind blowers?
Asks the ice pop eating sister, who conveniently wanders into the garage and enters the bunker only seconds before her family ends the episode with a bang, which is almost as convenient as Summer also wearing a key necklace needed to access the panel that will save Rick and Morty. I'm saying this is too convenient and Rick and Morty should be dead. There is no way she consumed each of the steps on that card that quickly, and you should never do step number 1 without reading all the remaining steps to ensure there's no fuckery regarding step number 1 in the following steps, especially when step 1 requires you to shoot people. Also making me say steps too many times.
No wonder you're constantly fighting with each other and behind schedule.
That's a funny way of saying I should have just kept your memories wiped because you're both assholes.
Stop true crime bragging.
Comment section of my favorite murder episode somehow makes its way into the show.
Bitch, my generation gets traumatized for breakfast.
Kids.
Was it my best work? I don't know. Does it deserve to be shit on creatively?
Instead of acknowledging how childhood memories can be inaccurate, Rick gets all defensive as if Beth just dropped an Everything Wrong with Fruipyland video. This calendar with only 4 days in the week.
You know, it collapsed the quantum tesseract.
Adding the word quantum to... No. Wait. Adding the word tesseract to... No, that's not it either. Okay, got it. Combining two sciencey words and adding a random verb to create a phrase that sounds like Rick did something impressive. Cliché. Drawing a portal on a mobile door. Based on the trees alone, it's pretty obvious that Rick ripped off Dr. Seuss. And no one gets away with that without a sin-in.
Dad, you're right. I'm a terrible dad.
The terrible dad then goes on to throw himself from the cliff that won't kill him, rather than pushing his unsuspecting daughter to her non-death. And that would have really sealed the terrible dad title into place for eternity.
A dad makes a toilet look like R2-D2 and it breaks the front page of Reddit.
Insinuating that Rick gives a Star Wars-sized about the front page of Reddit.
No, seriously! This hurts really bad!
In that case, you'd think he wouldn't wait until being taken to the nest to take out his gun and shoot the threat. No people saw these two people floating in people-sized bubbles and stopped to take a picture and or follow for the views of the people they would surely garner on social media.
Your place looks way less like a crack house.
Show doesn't clarify if this assessment is based on first-hand experience at a crack house or some are making assumptions based on TV or some
It's actually clean, like a cocaine house.
Show doesn't clarify if this assessment is based on first-hand experience at a cocaine house or Morty making assumptions based on TV or some
I'm simply centered, activated.
Writers make Summer suddenly clumsy, as if Jerry isn't annoying enough to show off his powers without provocation.
Yeah, go over there and left side of your screen, there's a evolve button. Evolve, you'll be faster.
Smoothie would also like you to put a little more effort into
And
the
more
recipe,
health.
and not just put every piece of grinded
And
fruit you
noodles.
have into a blender. Also, Summer and Morty both just stand there and watch Jerry not putting the top back on the blender without screaming, running, or voicing disapproval in any way whatsoever.
I'm sure you noticed what she has 3 of, but guess what she has 2 of?
Is a thing that Jerry just said to his children.
Are you saying Tommy survived here by having sex?
I can't evolve? Oh, won't let you? Oh, okay. Then that Pokemon must have specific requirements. Watch out. He might attack you. I think he's going to attack you.
Sex with fruity creatures, creating fruity human hybrid offspring, and then consuming their protein, sustaining himself with an endless cycle of cannibalistic incest?
Writers suddenly realize their story's a hair too long and complicated for the show's 20-something minute runtime, so they hand-fist the episode with a bunch of quick-witted exposition wrapped in a plot reveal so disgusting we feel the need to go wash our hands during the commercial break.
Take control and play your favorite games your way. Struggling to win fights in Kingdom Come? One-hit kills.
Dad, do you understand how serious Crutabulon soul bonding is?
Nope. And considering it doesn't come up for the remainder of the episode, it's probably not that big of a deal at all.
She's got a hot bod like Chitara in Thundercats.
If the Thundercats exist in this cartoon universe, would they be considered cartoons, or by the standards of their
He's gonna
reality,
attack you
would they
again,
be
I think.
considered
I don't
live
know.
action? And if a cartoon universe has its own version of cartoons, wouldn't those cartoons have to be one-dimensional? And what would that even look like? These are the kind of answers I watch Rick and Morty for, and I'm not getting them.
After all the time and energy I spent teaching you two about race, you ended up racist.
The sin is the writers thinking Jerry would think that he could get away with pretending to think that he could have possibly taught anyone anything.
I always find the theater is the best way to clarify things.
Somewhere in time, there's a 5th grade version of me watching a performance of The Crucible that would very much disagree.
You want to see the honey swamp?
The same Rick that made the ground bouncy and the water breathable managed to overlook the fact that a swamp filled with honey is many orders of magnitude more dangerous than a regular swamp.
I am hungry, and all I could do to pass the time is hump.
My dog's inner monologue somehow makes its way into the episode.
Leave him alone!
Gather around, gang! Dinner time!
Moments after Tommy has applied his seed, this animal births a new Froopy character, and
Watch out, he's gonna attack.
This episode placed this in the category of meals being prepared too quickly.
Go by the door. Go by the door.
All right, that's it. I'm out of here.
No one untied Rick's hands. He just slipped out of them to escape. So why not do this before watching the theatric retelling of Tommy's cringeworthy survival plan?
But Tommy's still in there f***ing Muppets and eating babies.
Is a thing that Beth said in this episode.
Look at some of the shit you were asking me to make you as a kid. Ray guns?
Do they shoot rays, or are they named Ray? Or do they specifically shoot only people named Ray? Hey, these are legitimate questions for
Oh,
someone
you're
to
low.
introduce a sentient switchblade.
A lightning gun.
That's just a fancy taser.
A taser shaped like a ladybug.
That's just a fancy lightning gun.
A pink sentient switchblade.
Does it being pink make it worse? Then why didn't you specify the colors of the other objects? Rick? And why hasn't Rick fixed his boo-boos?
Has it occurred to you that I asked you to make those things because I wanted you to spend time with me?
Has it occurred to you that your request for these items resulted in a father that actually made them, thereby encouraging your behavior? Take that to your next counseling session.
I think you have
Watch
to
out.
stab them through the heart or something.
The guy
Damn it.
stabbing the creature through the head. So if the alien heart is the head, then Morty should share that specific information with his family to avoid confusion.
People should eat people.
They should not.
And that's why 1 pussy plus 2 pussies makes a bunch of pussies.
A bunch? At most, this is a clouder, and you know it.
Look, I'm not
Alright, just go level up Mon, who's a fast starting one. I suppose I think the fastest starter would be Greninja, which is just the evolution of Froakie. So you might just want to level Froakie up.
I'm just not very imaginative.
But doesn't it take imagination to create the lie that your children were responsible for the breakup? I know Jerry makes no sense, but the writing of Jerry not making sense should make sense. Make sense? This calendar with only 5 days in the week. We wouldn't dare play the music in the background of this touching father-daughter working moment, mostly because it's a song about taking a shit, and the show is trying to make us think it's a metaphor for fatherhood. Did they have this t-shirt just laying around, or did they spend time making this? Because it's not easy writing on t-shirts. It takes a lot of time to get the lettering right. So this feels a bit like they wasted time on this instead of rushing to stop the execution. Having more fridge pictures of a child that
you do that just by existing. You level up as you play.
Of distraction to attack the
It's
warrior women who
passive.
slaughtered their kin yesterday.
You just got handed an Ex Machina.
Cliche.
We're home.
Leaving the front door wide the f open.
Arnaldo's isn't closed in the dimension where they didn't invent daylight savings.
What would we do without you?
Find a pizza place that doesn't close before dinner time, or at least not before the sun goes down.
By the way, that wasn't time travel. There were just a couple pizzas on the counter. I grabbed them.
Rick has to break the fourth wall to explain something so the internet doesn't explode with fan theories about what the insipid detail of Rick not waiting for pizza means in regard to what is and isn't possible.
Yo, Jerry, it's the Big R. I killed that alien that was coming after you. Looking out for you, buddy.
Show thinks we would momentarily believe that Rick did something nice for Jerry and not see the
Jerry's girlfriend.
joke coming from a mile away.
You can go ahead and keep that answering machine. Nobody really uses those anymore except for exposition on TV shows anyways.
Show cleverly writes its way out of an antiquated joke by expositing.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna be heading out here soon anyway. Gotta go eat something.
Its own exposition, but still exposition. This OSHA violation of an elevator that starts moving before the doors close. Also, discount Daniel Day-Lewis.
Dude, he's 25 health.
I just work here, Steve, same as you.
Look, sometimes the characters in Rick and Morty practically write these videos for me, which actually makes my job harder because I have to get extra nitpicky to justify my existence. Like pointing out that this mail slot was not in the establishing shot of the house that we saw just a few seconds ago. And nobody likes it when I have to do that.
Rick, do you need a drink in here?
Yes.
Not to disregard the obvious alcoholism on display here, but the martini glass is the most spillable adult beverage container ever conceived. And there's been no attempt at displaying any sort of technology that would allow Rick to fall vertically through a portal without spilling his drink.
Some kind of alien Googa has infested the Kennedy sex tunnels.
The president concludes that it must be alien Googa without testing for chlamydia first.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Let's set some boundaries with a spoiled control freak that thinks he runs the world and orders drone strikes to cope with his insecurity.
Or as some people call it, being a parent.
Awaken to world of wonder. In Final Fantasy XIV Online. take it easy. And play your your way. Whether it's
Okay, you're not gonna have fun if you analyze everything.
Morty underestimates how much I enjoy my job.
As far as he knows, we're still in the tunnels.
When should we reveal we can see them?
Show expects me to believe that Rick wouldn't immediately know that there was a satellite spying on them, or that he wouldn't have some sort of countermeasure in place that would blow it up, turn it into pudding, or evolve it into an AI capable of explaining that building a spy satellite and getting it into orbit is a huge waste of money when everyone has a cell phone in their pocket.
I mean, what doesn't look bad through an illegal spy satellite?
And ice cream.
And yes, you save the world now and then. And America returns that favor by not holding the two of you accountable to its laws.
Any of them? Any of the laws? Okay, I can see why turning a blind eye to some laws would be necessary when dealing with giant heads that kidnap the planet and other assorted nuisances, but all laws? You're telling me they could go to Arizona, purchase a donkey, and let it sleep in a bathtub with no consequences. The production team makes a banger of a song for a 5-second joke, but has the audacity to not make the banger of an album we all pause the episode to search for.
Just promise if the results are too strong, you'll use protection.
By results, you mean Summer's choice, right? Right?
How do you like that, Morty?
The absence of torches here makes me question why this scene does not contain a Rick and Morty getting blown up by a fucking creeper that apparated out of nowhere, causing them to lose over 1,000 levels of XP farming and that damn netherite sword that they were saving for just the right occasion. Followed, of course, by having to work their way back from who the knows where to assess the damage and pray to the Ender Dragon that their carefully plotted cave system has not been flooded or filled with lava. Or, you know, something less specific.
South Park did it 4 years ago, Morty.
They're fast.
Or we're slow.
Me, every time I carefully craft my own version of a meme that I saw while eating breakfast, only to discover it has somehow become a thing, enjoyed being a thing, and is now no longer a thing before my coffee has hit room temperature.
Odin Valhalla Rising, now available on mobile and PC, exclusively with Google Play Games.
Also, South Park did that episode about The Simpsons already doing all the things and how it doesn't matter, so I don't really have an excuse for not making the meme, and the writers don't have an excuse for not giving us a Minecraft episode. The only way using this portal makes sense is if it's a quicker option than the president just flying there. This means the portal would have to already be there, or at least be closer than the president is. But why? Why would it be stationed in Brazil? Do they have one of these things in every country? Aren't they super expensive? And why am I surprised that the government has the ability to waste my money?
I made Sanchezium up, dumbasses. Don't believe everything you read on Wikipedia.
Well, excuse me while I go and review several hundred of our videos for reasons. I don't doubt a bar like this exists somewhere in the multiverse, but wouldn't it make more sense for the footwear on the Torcosaurus Sex to go all the way up to the heel, inverted secondary knee? Whatever it is, this current setup does not look twerkable.
What does this mean? This means nothing.
Just pull forward and park.
Even with all the sci-fi hijinks in this episode, somehow the show finds a way to make one of the funniest moments out of a simple frustration caused by miscommunication. Thank you to everyone involved, and especially Keith David, for bringing this hilarious character to life.
Israel and Palestine have announced a permanent ceasefire.
What? They signed something called the Pretty Obvious If You Think About It Accord.
Rick proving he could do more to help mankind in an afternoon than anyone else could do in 10 lifetimes, but he'd rather dick around in his garage. Cliché.
An anonymous American diplomat took them to a Star Wars cantina where they smoked perspective-enhancing alien pheromones through a laser hookah.
I see no laser. I demand a laser hookah. Oh, and peace in the Middle East. That too.
Your approval rating just hit 100%.
It is literally, not figuratively, literally impossible for a president to get 100% approval rating. Everyone could be rich, healthy, and never exposed to war, and some asshole would still say they have the right to be homeless, unhealthy, and at risk of high-velocity lead poisoning.
I was knocking out a deterrent. Everyone wants to be knocked out. Nobody wants to be dead.
Zack Snyder explaining why his version of Batman kills bad guys instead of subduing them somehow makes its way into the episode.
Doctor Who in this motherfucker.
Proclamations of being the Doctor do not make you the Doctor. And among other things, Rick is approaching this situation much more like a Dalek.
I'd love to understand how I can help you.
I can't be in charge of that, Jerry. My mind, my ideas are all part of the variable. The only constant is you.
This plan only works if Beth is correct in thinking that there's some ineffable quality inside all of us that no clone, no matter how perfect, could ever fully replicate. And while you all sit there insisting you would definitely know the difference if your loved ones were replaced with clones, I'll be chatting to the AI that built the simulation we live in.
Senior year, I took you on a date.
Skip?
And I just thought, f it, lips don't sweat.
Lips may not sweat, but the face around those lips does sweat. A fact that turned out to be a deal breaker for my freshman year. Episode makes a weird metaphor about destroying conspiracies surrounding the Apollo moon landing, the Kennedy assassination, and 9/11. At least, I hope that's what they were going for.
And we're hiding from you so you don't kill her. If she's a clone, in a place I picked that you will never find.
I think Morty is vastly underestimating Rick's ability to track. I'm sure he has ways of scanning for Morty's DNA or an army of drones that scout the entire planet in minutes, or maybe he could just track the fucking cell phone that Morty's decided to keep.
You're a terrorist. You're an enemy of the state, and you kicked me in the balls 10 minutes ago.
Oh, and all those Secret Service people he killed earlier, but no need to bring that up, I suppose.
Invisitroopers, stand down.
Why are Invisitroopers with knives preferable to Invisitroopers with lasers?
I hope I can be of service if you ever find the planet to be in danger. Friends?
Sounds good to me.
The president thinks he's making a deal with a Rick from another universe, but what makes him think that fly fishing Rick would be any better than regular Rick? He could be just as murdery and insubordinate, but with the added annoyance of being one of those people with a passion for something.
Hopefully you didn't just f around and waste your life. Ooh-wee.
Making us think Mr. Poopy Butthole is going to be a fun callback, then tricking us into reflecting on all our poor life decisions. I've spent a lot of time on the Smith breakfast table, and for good reason. But does the Smith family really strike you as the kind of family that gets up at the same time to have breakfast together and prepare this kind of spread? Which part of any of these non-Jerry people is the part that's like, ooh, can't miss the good old family breakfast tradition? My inherent love for sentimentality and routine will not be denied. Also, if you're making a breakfast that has pancakes, toast, and what looks like mashed potatoes with rice sprinkled on top of it, but I'm hoping is grits, then you do not need all these what I'm graciously going to call hash browns. I trust no one in this room because not a single one of them is drinking coffee. And this isn't caffeine moderation shaming. What's going on here is a statistical impossibility. To those who rushed out and grabbed the
one,
I'm just gonna go ahead and send myself for of Cahuds, so they Morty's consciousness, so I don't skipping your cold open and intro. How dare they change the format of their own show? Me immediately stare directly into the sun. Animated or not, I started watching this with all the lights off in the room, and now I need new retinas.
Superhuman evasion training. I'm supposed to learn to tuck and roll away from a guy who can shoot lasers from his eyes, or control minds, or kick a goddamn school bus to the moon?
In an alternate reality where White House guards need to be prepared to deal with superhuman combatants, the simple concept of closing the gate between vehicles seems to have gotten past these two, along with anyone who has a fake ID, or a Dunkin' Donuts Perks card for that matter.
Are you gonna be gone the whole time? All friggin' week?
2. All of Matt's spring break.
Who gets 2 weeks of spring break? And if there's a school that does, I hate you, and I'll send you anyways.
The boy is obsessed with the Beatles.
Being obsessed with the Beatles anytime after 1991.
He stared down his demons and he...
Why don't I just make some hot cocoa to cheer up my sweet boy?
This is supposed to be condescending, but hot cocoa is delicious, and Steve doesn't make him follow through with this promise.
We were supposed to be inside. I should have never trusted the flawed calculations of a clone.
Clone shaming. Also, this Smurfs reboot went a little too gritty for my taste.
Refreshing. Kind of tickles.
And it's wasteful. They've been pelting them with zero effect for 30 seconds now, so why keep going? Your tax dollars at work, am I right?
Huh?
This John Hamm cameo has been right there watching how bullets don't hurt them, and he still takes a shot? Kind of feel he deserves whatever comes his way at this point. I I would give this a sin for War Woman and the Immortal both doing 3-point landings, but Martian Man essentially does a 1-point landing, so I'll take one back. So that's the 2, and then you subtract the 1, and then, you know what? Forget it. I hate math. Just add a sin. Cool. We've got Fish Guy, Stretchy Groot, discounts Wonder Woman, Batman, Wolverine, and Flash, and Chroma Key set intern? Also, superhero posing instead of immediately getting to work. Did you come here to fight or audition for Legendary?
I wouldn't normally move so fast, but...
Hiring Michael Cudlitz to do a Russian accent. And I love Michael Cudlitz, but based on the fact that Stephen Yun, Lauren Cohan, Lenny James, Chad L. Coleman, and Sonequa Martin Green are also in this show, feels like there was a Walking Dead cast quota that had to be met. Mauler Twin thinks punching through this wall would be easier than punching through this window right around the corner.
You're welcome.
Sassing those who are no longer present.
We can take it from here. Too dangerous for you.
Throwing someone straight up into the air is not the same as getting them to safety. This is pretty much like getting thrown out of a 12-story window because the building is on fire. Sure, Omni-Man catches them, but nowhere was this scheme agreed upon prior to the Immortal tossing them like clay targets at a skeet shooting range.
I had him.
But I wanted him to think he was going to fall to his death because that's how I have fun.
Evacuation complete. Now we can cut loose and focus on taking these brutes down.
According to my interpretation of Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, the Guardians of the Globe may just as well fall into the category of brutes with the Mauler twins. I purport that War Woman's evocation of the Guardians will in this instance fall short of addressing the underlying moral and ethical questions one must ask regarding the use of superhuman force in the battle against the ever-present and would-be forces of evil. Also, she said evacuation. This Teamwork Makes the Dream Work segment of the Guardians of the Globe handling the steroid-enhanced Blue Man group might be inspiring, but it makes no sense. First, Green Ghost drops them into pavement they've already shown they're stronger than, at which point Martian Bland Hunter wraps them up for containment so Flash Borden can land a few non-effective punches. Then they let him go. Why? Apparently so Fish Dude can free them and also maybe soak them with water? At which point Bruce Plane can drop a couple bombs on them and She-Ra can pool host them on top of each other, which I guess ends the battle. This is such a stupid game plan. I'm giving the show 15 sins just for insulting our intelligence.
I used to change your diapers, kid. There's nothing going on down there I haven't seen before.
The often overused "I'm your mom and I've seen your genitals" cliche.
This may be the last ad you ever see. Because with the free AdBlock extension from Capital One Shopping, you can say goodbye to ads on sites like YouTube. That's right. No.
That being said, she's not nearly concerned enough that her son's reading something called Seance Dog. If my mom caught me reading Seance anything, that would definitely be grounds for a discussion at least. And yes, I know the Science Dog reference, but your reference doesn't outweigh my sheltered childhood, damn it.
You should be overjoyed to see your parents passionately expressing their love for each other.
No, he shouldn't. And nor should he have to. I don't know the story behind why the high school is called Reginaldville Johnson, and I don't care. I just know it's awesome. Long live Carl.
I can't believe the Guardians of the Globe let them get that close to killing the president.
William would be invincible at TV sins. What kind of schedule is this? Mark has 3 free periods every day and apparently no classes on Friday? Even in this reality, the school system sucks.
You're such an omni-maniac. Way to root for the underdog. Big fan of the Yankees, are you?
William thinks a superhero with a high success rate isn't cool. I don't even watch baseball, but if every time the Yankees won a game it prevented a catastrophic loss of life, probably root for them as well.
Quit playing games. I know you're crazy about me.
Vanity. No man has ever run away this fast after being kicked in the balls. Oh, you want to run away, but nature dictates that you must cower in the fetal position for a while first.
Millions of miles from here, out in deep space, is the planet Viltrum.
Expositional fathering. Exposition?
That's when I met your mother.
The dialogue suggests that this scene is depicting Omni-Man saving Debbie, but it looks more like he's threatening to drop a car on her. Also, show should get credit for not making us wait over 200 episodes to meet the mother just to have her die 30 minutes later. But you made me think of all that bullshit, so I'm gonna send you anyways. Canada t-shirts that say Canada on them instead of how do you like my t-shirt, you hoser? Is not getting cold a superpower because Mark is flying shirtless and shoeless this far up in the atmosphere. And well, his nipples should be at attention and ready to cut some glass is all I'm saying. No one hears this, or even mentions the damage the next day.
You're much better off if you relax that muscle from time to time. Use the momentum you're building to carry you forward.
These flying lessons go on for all the some time. Couldn't this have just been a montage with a Survivor song playing over it?
You know, you spend your whole life trying not to pee your pants. So letting go, peeing your pants on purpose, it's next to impossible.
It is not. Or, I mean, so I've heard.
Are you questioning me?
It seems like a pretty aggressive turn for Omni-Man to go from loving to abusive in like 20 minutes, but foreshadowing has to foreshadow, I guess. Titan's superpower appears to be an easily defeated candy coating.
Can't blame a guy for trying to move unsold merchandise.
True, but you can call bullshit on this guy having an already tailored suit that fits Mark perfectly.
Sorry about the yard.
How does no one in this neighborhood know that the Grayson house has superheroes? Omni-Man just takes off from the roof at any given time, and Mark makes human-sized gopher holes in the backyard.
I love my boring, powerless, everyday run-of-the-mill mom. And I love my asshole son.
The Mother's Day conversation I had with my mom somehow makes it into this episode. Even if this ball could have found the perfect momentum to not escape orbit and somehow avoid any high terrain, at this speed it would have completely disintegrated from the friction. Also, this is an incredibly negligent game of catch. Everything else, aside from the fact that Omni-Man is encouraging this, makes his turn to villainy not so surprising.
You actually are invincible.
Roll commercials. Or, since I guess this is streaming, roll next thing the algorithm picks for you so you can't escape the sweet, sweet embrace of never-ending content. Flows right off the tongue, huh? Rolling the credits here is confusing. There's like a whole 10 minutes left, so is this a 37-minute long cold open? Or a 10-minute mid-credits scene? Either way, I'm excited to see what the next 10 minutes hold so I can finish this thing off with all the good feelings completely intact.
Denver is toast, Amato!
Show never explains why a villain who thinks a biplane would provide the best thrust-to-weight ratio for a jetpack has such a serious vendetta against Denver.
Oh man, take me with you.
Kids.
No, Nikki. You know Guardian's business is too dangerous for human children.
It's also dangerous to leave children hanging around abandoned buildings like this one. Does Green Ghost keep that pill in her pocket? That seems like an item that is too important for a pocket designation.
Darkwing.
He may be the hero this city deserves, but he's not the Mallard we want right now. This mountain looks remarkably similar to the one Invincible threw the baseball through. A little too similar. Well, this interesting turn of events is pretty cool, and I love this shot of Red Rush fighting so hard he breaks his own hands while punching Omni-Man. This all occurs in the last 5 minutes. The rest of this episode was pretty by the book, but not in a way that made these characters endearing enough for me to even lament their loss. Also, this last 5 minutes has more dismemberment than an entire Saw film. Might have to watch Spiral after this for a palate cleanser. Because modern television is addicted to cliffhangers, that's why. The show contains a very important warning for anyone with photosensitivity, but forgets to include an additional warning about eating food while watching the show, and I'm still bitter about my baked potato turning sour in my mouth during the final minutes of episode 1. Show informs us that the Queen is not in residence, but never explores this further. What a tease.
It's not about rooms. It's about power. That building has one purpose, to say I'm the queen and you are my subjects.
But it also says, I'm the queen and need my staff available, so I'm going to make sure everyone's close and doesn't need to drive to work. But that doesn't sound quite as dramatic. Oh no, is that blood? Nah, show just wants to trick us into thinking that this is a continuation of the bloodbath we saw in the last episode. But instead, it's just trash from the Burger Mart. And we all know that fast food garbage is comprised of 25% meat, 25% food containers, and 50% ketchup. Tampering with evidence. No, you're solid now. You were clear a second ago, silly.
What happened here?
The animators decided that if they were going to go through with all the trouble to draw a dismembered body, that it needed to be shown at least 64 times. We get it, they died horrifically. Sure, Spray acquires his corpse down with lube and attached the doodad to make us think Immortal might survive. Toy with my emotions and momentarily trick me into thinking the Guardians could be saved. I can handle it.
Careful, don't bump her.
Don't bump her? She is dead, sir. Her head has been relocated on its axis. Bump her all you want, she doesn't give a about bumps. Leaving a book on a stovetop. This coffee maker is running way too hot for a traditional drip machine. Either there's a wiring problem or Omni-Man is being a dick to Debbie's tongue. 50% of the shower is useless space.
As the Global Defense Agency, we have access to medical technology far beyond any normal hospital.
Exposition!
That's one of our threat response teams.
More exposition!
We're not in the mood for the tour, Donald.
Oh, thank you, Debbie. This big-ass screen is needed to monitor blood pressure and temperature. With just a little bit of attention to design economy, they could eliminate most of these other screens. That would probably cut the power usage of this room in half.
We're a little understaffed in the hero department.
Category is things that should have been said quietly but needed to be spoken loud enough for someone else to hear and move the story along.
Stop! Get away from those kids!
Invincible brings these half-ass verbal commands to a firefight that is already in progress.
Oh, shit! Oh my god!
Once you suffer a dislocated fracture, you never get used to seeing that shit. And since I'm in the driver's seat, I'm sitting that shit.
I don't know who you are, but it's time to go.
Well, now that a superhero said a one-liner of sorts, the winning can start.
We gave people time to escape. That's what matters.
You also redirected weapons fire from the civilians on the street to the ones in the building. So really, it's all about perspective.
Hey!
None of these people are paying attention to where they are walking. But these guys act like Mark is the ass for not yielding to them. These guys.
You and Debbie need a lasagna? I make a good one.
Calling your friend's mom by her first name rather than Mrs. Grayson. Also, everyone thinks that their lasagna is the best, but everyone is always wrong about their lasagna. True lasagna has no ricotta cheese.
I'm, invincible. God, that sounds dumb when I say it like that.
Sounds a little optimistic, maybe.
Game of Thrones King's Road is now available on both PC and mobile with Google.
Mark would be excellent at TV sins, but you've knocked that one out of the park.
That's not a sin. Being optimistic is not a sin. Being dumb is not a sin.
Exactly like a girl named Eve with hair and eyes the exact same? You don't say.
You're the reason Todd beat him up again.
Oh, yes. Blame her for existing.
I never recognized you before.
No one does. It's a psychology thing. If you don't expect to see a superhero in your school, you don't see a superhero in your school.
I agree with this. Every time I think I see a celebrity on the street, I do a double take, stare for a minute, realize I've been staring too long, and have to pretend like I'm looking at birds or some shit. And even after that, I'm unsure if I just saw a celebrity or not. However, I don't think this applies to superpowered individuals who use their abilities as indiscreetly as Adam, Eve, and Invincible do. Whether or not I expect to see a person fly away, I will definitely notice that when it happens.
That's us. Everyone's fourth favorite superhero team.
Wait, what? The number of superheroes on this show seems to be increasing exponentially. If there are that many superhero teams, I would start thinking it's very likely to see a superhero at your school. Now I have to retcon these sins. That's much better.
You'll get used to it. The fights, not the barfing.
So, to be clear, barfing is a thing that people will never get used to, whereas the fighting, dismemberment, murder, chaos, and death of innocents and baddies alike will seem very normal. She's evil. I'm calling it. Despite all the details that went into the articles themselves, the names of these publications are phoned in, and online news is the worst. Also, not one of these sources asked for permission to collect cookies.
They ran off
because they were dying of old age.
Well, I will have to say I saw this romance coming from a mile away.
From one giant show to another.
Moko Maid's Twitch motto somehow makes its way into this episode.
Damien Darkblood, Demon Detective.
Show thinks I used up all my good Darkwing Duck material on the first episode, but Plan A has, and always will be, this song. 3, 2, 1. Damien Darkblood. When there's trouble, you call the double D. Damien Darkblood. Let's get dangerous.
Try to keep up.
The most frustrating part of this training montage is that it completely avoids explaining how anyone's hair stays tangle-free despite whipping in the wind without being tied back. I once took a Jeep ride with the soft top down. It took me 3 hours to comb out the tangles. And I have a buzz cut. Breakfast until 10:43 a.m.? Why not 10:45? Why not 10:30? I guess it doesn't matter because no matter when the cutoff starts, someone will pull up to the window 10 seconds too late and demand to have breakfast like an asshole.
Follow me.
Asking someone to do what they were already doing.
The Flaxons come from a dimension with a faster temporal rate. As a result, the tachyons they emit spin more rapidly than our own.
Show expects me not to conflate spinning tachyons with the spinning DNA on this monitor, and I simply cannot allow that.
Are you okay? Donald said you saved a lot of lives.
Yeah, it was just, harder than I thought.
I'm glad Mrs. Grayson is checking in with her son, but wouldn't this have been a conversation she would have had earlier while comforting him in the midst of his blood-covered trauma? I'm not going to send Rex somehow being annoying during what I assume is his post-coital celebratory milk drinking, but I am going to send Rex for being one of those people that drink straight from the container.
So, you can be more awesome than him and take his place. That's how dating works.
It is not.
Come on! What is this nonsense? Guys, I need some help.
Over excessive pen clicking.
Why aren't they getting old?
In the previous fight, it took the aliens several minutes before showing signs of aging. And the teen team has shown up at the very beginning of their newest invasion. Be patient, kids. Sheesh. Teen team starts
Being impatient isn't a sin.
Tactics as they did in the last one. Dupli Flip jumps about letting her copies get massacred. Sex Load throws his balls at people. Zachary Quinjet does his best Iron Man impersonation. And Pinky and the Lame makes use of her Swiss Army Bubble Yum. The only significant difference is that Intolerable discovers the power of boners. So they target the wristband expertly, but what stopped them from being so precise with their previous attacks? Could she not pink spike through their brains? Invincible is a dick to healthcare workers and the poor bleeding soul that needed this gauze.
Hey, I need my costume back. I don't care how torn up it is. It's classified, and I want it back. Go get it. Now.
These intermittent bouts of unwarranted hostility raise questions, like maybe Nolan has a thyroid problem. Also, Viltra might privilege. Breathless Human has time for this.
Breathless Human?
But does
Breathless Human? Do we know who Omni-Man is? I don't think Omni-Man human.
Does Mark not need to breathe anymore? Is that part of being invincible? Even on their
Nope, he doesn't have to breathe as much anymore.
Our third attempt, these aliens are still opening their portals across from each other, thereby funneling all their troops into one easily surrounded location. I'm no military scholar, but we all know it's not fun to keep using the same predictable positions. Also, the teen team never once attempts to exploit this. Teens. Rex leaps from the vehicle here, and can he fly? I don't think he can fly. Rex is dead, and I demand to see the animation to confirm this.
I'm sure he's explaining nicely why they should leave us alone.
Show makes me cautiously rethink some of the things my mom has said to me over the years that I may have previously misinterpreted to mean my father was not systematically destroying a civilization. The juxtaposition of this scene against
that wasn't rhetorical. That wasn't humorical.
Between the two characters, not only in regard to physical ability, but also in the way of desire and motivation. It's a brilliant bit of storytelling done through action sequences and without exposition, but also genocide.
I'm at a loss.
100 cents for genocide? But you give Rick and Morty 1 cent for genocide?
Did we need this eyebrow? We already know he killed them, and the show just spent 2 minutes showing us his ruthlessness. Just enjoy hugging your family, Nolan. Again with the sun. Show doesn't think it can open an episode without looking at the sky, and that's the second time this fetish has caused me eyeball pain. Writers include this, and this, just in case we confused it with Japan, Missouri.
And we are left to wonder, who will save us now? I will.
Vanity. Everyone has black umbrellas at a funeral. Cliche.
Never get invited.
Yeah, he low-key pissed me off for that.
Show up anyway.
Justifying funeral crashing. I may have completely forgotten how to write in cursive, but I know most of these are just random squiggles. Shame on you, Dark Blood, pretending to take notes.
Didn't mean to offend. Nuance of human conversation. Difficult for me.
Well, Omni-Man isn't human, so the nuance is moot.
Robot, you know, for a bunch of computer code, you run a main superhero team.
Are there no other robots in this world? Has this name never been an issue when Robot just happens to be standing next to another robot? Or is Robot a surname, and Cecil is just one of those people? Also, that's Robotist. This flower over here looks very similar to this flower over here. A little too similar.
Hey, he could run fast, okay? It's not exactly one of your premier superpowers.
Nolan is a dick to speedsters.
I was thinking finals are coming up and we're both in Miss Walker's Global Issues class.
Study dates. While I do believe these books do contain
Let's try and do
references
this
to
guy
bio
against that
and
guy.
math, I find it hard to accept that any publisher worth their salt would use titles this general.
I knew there was a reason you skipped the funeral.
Skipping a funeral to have sex with Duplicate. Wait, is that actually a sin? Hold on. What's that? Okay, so I was just informed that this is 100% without a doubt, no questions asked, a sin. Phew. I actually think this joke is pretty hilarious, but geometry.
I think that's good for the show.
I believe you underestimate yourself, Invincible.
But Mark said nothing about doubting himself. He said he couldn't join because his dad wanted to handle training him, and his mom didn't want him to miss any more school. And then the director said, have him bounce his pecs. It will make him look like even more of an apple. Wait, what?
Somebody ought to teach you some motherfucking what up.
Despite being surrounded by superpowered individuals, Rex Chode underestimates someone named Monster Girl. Come on, man, read the room. Also, Rex survives this. We find out Monster Girl is wary of transforming often, since every time she does, she gets a little younger. So why is she wasting a change on f***ing Rex-Splode?
Invincible hit that little girl!
Show thinks that someone who just witnessed that fight between Rex and Monster Girl is really going to try and cancel Invincible over this.
I'm sure your jump is awesome.
Even with the power dynamic reversed, this still feels wrong.
Welcome to the Guardians of the Globe Monster.
Yeah.
Along with Rex Splode.
What
I don't know why they
Rex
did that,
Splode
honestly.
bringing to the table? You're telling me that out of the 20 or so superheroes that didn't make it, none of them were more qualified than Rex? Because I do not believe you.
The outcome might actually make this a bit faster.
Cheated on me with Duplicate, all three of them.
Whoa. Envy. Whoa. And now lust. This show is full of a lot of actual sins, so I'm sure no one will complain about our video this time around.
As soon as the forensic investigation has concluded,
Oh yeah, this show has sins. So all these other sins I add, that don't make any lick of fucking sense. Yeah, they should be good because this show has like sex. What?
we'll be moving into the Guardians' headquarters.
Not a single one of these numbskulls thinks it might be a bad idea to set up shop at the scene of the former Guardian's unsolved murder. And it's like they say, die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become an eco-villain.
Go the back way.
Setting aside the little detail of the stairs leading directly to the front door, why is this even necessary? Unless Amber, for some reason, hates dating guys with friends, William's presence should have absolutely no impact on her perception of Mark.
Well, then the whole
Because it's supposed to be a one-on-one.
Me time. That's out the window.
Facebook's user agreement. Doc Seismic isn't burned, seared, or lightly browned in any way, despite being incredibly close to lava. Also, there's no lava close to the surface of Mount Rushmore. Invincible completes this repair without a proper mortar mix. He doesn't even consider a bonding agent. That's just shoddy craftsmanship.
Those aren't gloves. Gloves have fingers. They're more, earthquake bracelets.
While these are essentially bracelets, Invincible doesn't acknowledge the existence of fingerless gloves. Also, mocking this dangerous technology that has probably already killed several people. Also, taking time for these not-so-clever quips when the success of your date depends upon you dealing with this situation quickly and efficiently.
I thought your doctorate was in seismology.
Undergrad in sociology and women's studies. I had a minor in African dance.
Holy woke villain, Darkwing. I mean, I don't know if I should f him or fight him. Random tourists
both
being put into random jeopardy are random. Show creates false tension by expecting us to believe that this man will die a horrible death. Show also assumes I will care if this man dies a horrible death. And I do not.
It doesn't matter if you care if he dies or not. It's about him having to save him. And if he fails to save him, that's pretty bad on Invincible.
Yeah, because telling Amber you forgot you had something to do and you could meet up later so then she could go back home or wherever and accomplish other things and possibly hold on to some dignity would just be silly.
I mean, that is kind of rude.
Okay? You might want to change.
As should you, Nolan. I'm assuming both Mark and Debbie would have people that don't know Nolan is Omni-Man over to the house. So why would he ever be just wandering around the downstairs with his Omni-Man showing?
I sold a house today that had a double homicide. I told them lightning never strikes twice.
Technically, it did strike twice, just in rapid succession.
Thursday, chicken pot pie.
Getting this excited about
A double homicide, I assume that means two people were killed in relatively the same time. Apparently I have to be right back. I'm back.
About chicken pot pie. Go ahead, rope me in with this cliffhanger reveal that Robot was actually behind the Mauler twin escape? Because otherwise, I had no intention whatsoever to watch any more episodes of this very entertaining take on the superhero genre.
Escape from hell. Seek justice for others to save own soul.
Show knows exactly what it feels like to quit your job in sales, blow all your money on developing a terrible student film, and ultimately end up writing for TV sins.
Fire your writers, please.
Make this call, but I don't care. Nolan furrows his brow cliche. The skip recap button. That's right, I'm sending the Amazon interface for allowing me to skip a part of the show that I previously sent. Sure, it looks all sexy and convenient, but it offloads the administration of this experience.
What?
This is essentially the digital equivalent of the self-checkout lane at the supermarket. Stop trying to automate perfectly good jobs. Plus, my hands are currently occupied with stuffing artificially flavored cheesy popcorn into my face. And I'll not risk the sanctity and cleanliness of my remote by handling it while my hands are covered in what feels like a mixture of Elmer's glue and climbing chalk. Do we have to see the Immortals decapitation every damn time?
What?
If I eat Taco Bell while watching this show, I might have a problem. Joe has Bryant Mumble step on this scorpion, throw a cigarette at this guy, and push past this crowd instead of just giving him an apple to prove how much of an asshole he is. Now I have to give this 3 sins instead of 1. Also, murder. Discount John Hamm. Only 1 snap and no shake? That's just blatant disregard to the established glow stick activation procedure. There is no way it would be this luminous.
He's resurrecting Cahor.
What did Discount Sadipo think Discount Indiana Jones was up to? Nothing good comes from opening mummy tombs. There's an insane amount of examples in other shows and movies. You could have done some f***ing research is all I'm saying. My first thought was that this door fell into place by sheer luck. My second thought was that one of these guys just happened to be proactive enough to shut the door on this nightmare. My third thought was that Omni-Man threw this door into place as he and Invincible were flying by. Finally, my fourth thought was giving this moment a sin because I'm pretty sure 5 thoughts would have caused a Nexus event, and frankly, I don't have time for that.
Messing up the desert.
Huh?
J.K. Simmons, man. J.K. f***ing Simmons. What happened to...
Gain some altitude. Messing up the desert.
Closer to the surface now than Invincible was when he was kicking up the sandstorms.
Wait, where's Mount Everest?
It's the high one.
Dad directions.
Hey, deep breaths, buddy. The air's thin up here.
Show's already established that Invincible's lungs are too strong for this to make any sense. In episode 2, he held his breath during a lengthy flight in space, then a conversation in space, and then took time to stop and enjoy the view from space.
Are you a fucking idiot?
Be a concern here.
Sometimes I forget how beautiful this planet can be. Too bad the human race is hell-bent on destroying it.
Look, if I wanted Captain Planet, I'd watch, well, Captain Planet. This login screen has no forgot password link. Considering how much effort went into writing these articles in episode 2, I was really surprised that the show went with this lorem ipsum nonsense. But, judging by the glowing circle forming in my living room, reading that Latin text aloud may have been a bad choice. I'll deal with that later.
This may be the last ad you ever see. Because with the free ad block extension from Capital One Shopping, you can say goodbye.
Amber and Mark appear to be traveling in the same direction, despite the fact that Mark's legs are clearly angled at least 45 degrees to the direction of travel.
They're called balls.
Throwing a hard B on your balls, slow-hanging fruit.
Maybe you came to finish the job you started with the Guardians. You're the demon, after all.
That's demonist.
If you threaten my family again...
Cliché. Run the Jewels are not soundtracking my daily activities in this scene. This very sophisticated device, used to make clones, runs on frozen hamburgers.
We're cool, right?
Don't know. Don't care. Skip.
Alienating Adam Eve was the direct result of your lapse in judgment. Do not repeat it with Monster Girl.
Since the show's been pretty well written so far, I'll presume this whole scene is a setup for something. That being said, this is gross. And even though Rex even explains why it's gross...
What are you, crazy, man? She looks like she's 14!
That doesn't make the choice to put it in the show any less gross.
Now that I'm a guardian, I can bang anyone I want.
Using your position in the corporate ladder to gain sexual advantages.
I like dealing with work stuff.
Yeah, and I love that about
Oh, please, don't give me that shit.
Marriage. Mark is not trying at all to conceal that secret identity, which makes his conversation later with Eve about telling Amber who he is all the more odd. What if Amber had forgotten to tell Mark something, or opened the door right here, or a neighbor was out walking their dog?
I don't like Mark missing school.
This is Debbie's worry? That Mark will miss school? Not that he'll be going to a planet humans have never set foot on, or that he'll be in space for the next 2 weeks, where just about anything could happen? But yeah, missing an English exam. Real bummer.
Sure, but it's not like dating Rex worked out.
Mark survives this.
You help me with my Amber stuff. I'll help you with your Rex stuff.
How exactly would Mark Mark help Eve with her Rex stuff? Can he go back in time and stop Rex from being a cheating asshole?
Please, give me, please.
That's a nice gesture from Mark, but where did he get the $800 that turned him off from buying the ball in the first place?
I'm going away and helping people.
This works. First off, just look how fucking cool this space shuttle is. Second, look at how aerodynamically unsound these rocket boosters are. I may not have the time or education to properly calculate drag coefficients, but I assume rectangular cuboids have either lots of drags or lots of coefficients.
Stay out of sight unless something goes wrong.
I'm a ghost.
Even as a ghost, the people inside can probably hear you tap dancing across the outside of their ship.
There are Martians?
Where do you think Martian Man came from? Jupiter?
Cecil would be invincible at TV sins.
Martians? Way to bury the lead, Cecil.
Actually, the lead is make sure our astronauts get home safe.
Technically, Cecil still buries the lead. He didn't mention this till...
Please, shut your bitch ass up.
Till after the Martian talk. I know you're all tired of me preaching about Kessler syndrome, but when you're done playing with your villains, you can't just leave them floating in orbit. It's a disaster waiting to happen. As I noted earlier, Mark has already been to space once, but didn't take note of the temperature or think that maybe sandwiches don't work in the vacuum of space. They land the ship for a second and hop straight the out. This is Mars, not a rest stop. Don't you have to check with Fido first or something? This extra is staring right at the camera.
Do you trust me, Debbie?
Considering the convenience of this dragon popping up literally right behind them while they're in another country, if I were Debbie, I'd be thinking Nolan set these shenanigans up. So the answer is no, Debbie. It's fucking no, I don't trust you, Nolan. I guess the good thing for Darkblood is no one will ever ask him to be on plant watering duty while they're out of town.
Other humans in white, are they like you?
Aliens conveniently speak English cliché.
Alone, their group mind is scattered and weak, but with an appropriate host, they become unified and unstoppable.
Snyder Bros. How exactly is Mark protecting the astronauts? He's giving them zero cover. He should at least be running behind them. Huh.
Oh, hey, you're back early.
Invincible doesn't even need his key to open this door, which is surprising when you consider how paranoid Nolan was when Cecil showed up earlier. But more importantly, Nolan and Debbie deserve a sin for going to Pound Town with the front door unlocked when you know you have a teenage son who could just come home at any moment. But more importantly, the last time we saw these two, Nolan pretty much refused to save people from a fire-breathing dragon. And apparently Debbie was super turned on by this. This is a sin because I used to like you, Debbie.
See? That's the problem with demons. You only see good and evil, black and white.
No, the problem with demons is they never pick up their toys. Oh wait, that's kids. Same difference.
Finally, phase 1 begins.
But what the happened to the mummy from the beginning of the episode? Slow zoom into a waking cityscape. The streets are ready for action. I've got a good feeling this is going to be a really awesome episode of Law & Order. Was that a yawn? Usually I yawn after I see someone else do it, but this is a half-assed attempt to make me feel the weight of this man's workday. Maybe this is foreshadowing how I may feel after sitting this episode. Wearing sunglasses at night while smoking a cigarette in a tank top. So you can look like even more of an asshole from the 80s. Neither one of these guys pulls the gun up and out in any perceivable way, so as far as I can tell, they've pulled the gun sideways through the seam of their pants. I do not expect this trend to catch on.
Game of Thrones King's Road is now available for both PC and mobile with Google Play Games. Explore the Game of Thrones universe on a larger screen and sync your progress across mobile and PC devices.
Consciously courteous concrete criminal is a casual coffee cup conservationist. In a world of superpowered beings, you choose to observe the shadowy cafe crusader instead of shooting him on sight before he goes rock hard for your base. He didn't even bring you a coffee after stopping to get himself one. That's enough merit to blow away this discount Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Concreting your head last instead of first. This guy's not killed instantly after being hit with a forklift. Instead, he and it skid across the ground and are pinned up against some racks that should have also been killed in this event. I'm guessing the forklift was paying more attention in its drama class than in physics. Bringing in the big guns, huh? You sure about that? Titan's been beating humans with other humans, and you think bringing a bigger pew-pew will do the job? Size, in this case, doesn't matter. Titan's lack of resourcefulness is playing a big part in time spent dealing with these goons. He's been disarming these guys for what seems like 15 minutes, yet hasn't picked up a gun to shoot back at them. He could have had enough time to enjoy a post-beatdown vanilla bean latte before heading home, if he wasn't taking his superpower for granted, thinking that screaming while firing your weapon makes it more effective.
Ha! The f***?
Ha! Good. Stab the rock man in the chest, who has been deflecting bullets during the entire raid. What's next? Eating soup with a fork?
Yo! Roll that back.
Why are these buttons on this phone during playback? Since when do you need a record button while you're watching your footage? And under what circumstances would I need to select the front-facing camera? I'm just trying to watch my latest TikTok, phone. Leave me alone.
You went all the way across town to get cheesecake.
Yep.
To make up for being late because you went across town to get cheesecake?
I was initially confused as to why he didn't have 2 cheesecakes, and then I realized that Amber and Mark just choose to communicate in the most bizarre way possible. However, now I'm just upset that I don't have 2 cheesecakes, so I'm gonna give them 3 cents. How his pants aren't on fire is beyond me, but since he always removes his shirt, I'm a little confused about the blatant disregard for pants. Don't tell me The Rock's being shy about his stalactite, or possibly stalagmite, depending on the situation.
What did we ever do to you?
Kevin, my man, Titan just lit your entire apartment complex ablaze as you watched. I think the better question is why you didn't immediately call 911 when Titan started to commit arson. After yeeting the cat villain, I'm guessing that Invincible's more of a dog person. Here I am throwing all my good boots out, trying to silence the cacophony of alley cats next to my home when I should be digging out my Superman Halloween costume from 2012 and chucking the cats through a wall. This show has made it clear. I must dismantle the invasion of the third meow led by the furrer.
You've been late 12 times in the past 3 months. I'm sorry, but I'm docking your shifts.
Does he mean docking his pay? Because technically speaking, it sounds like Mark is already docking his shifts on his own.
Grayson?
Objective captured.
Grayson?
Getting Batman in a non-DC property.
Principal Winslow.
Taking Family Matters name in vain without going full crossover episode.
Your lives worth minimum wage? Or do you want to fire your guns in the air so you tried your best and we all walk away happy and alive?
I can understand the confusion this caused because even though they're indoors, air is still all around them. But it's still weird that the writers didn't have at least one of these guards consider the inevitable investigation where they're going to have to explain why they all shot at the ceiling instead of the perpetrator.
You're a walking pile of rocks.
That's Roxist.
I know where your family lives, and that means you work for me until I say you're fucking done.
This excessive usage of auto-tune. Sure, when it's tastefully done, it adds a futuristic vibe that can supplement your overall aesthetic, but none of that even rhymed. T-Pain is on the phone. He wants you off the mixtape.
Plus, now you gotta pay for the desk, too. This was imported Italian maple.
Huh. Knave. If you had any inkling of exquisite taste in the fine fashions of woodworking chatels, you'd be aware that the African blackwood would complement this office space better. Invincible's ability to breathe at varying altitudes remains frustratingly confusing. In episode 4, I had to address the strangeness of him having trouble breathing on Mount Everest, when in episode 2, he had no trouble holding his breath for long periods in space. And now in episode 5, I have to address the fact that he appears to be breathing at all while hanging out somewhere near the Kármán line, when in episode 4, he was having trouble breathing on Mount Everest.
How's it feel to save the world?
Why not break the meteor into tiny pieces with your super strength? You sent a meteor hurling into deep space at such a velocity that it would decimate any planet in its trajectory. For a date with a girl that doesn't even like your diversified cheesecakes, I'm not sure you're earning the hero part of superhero. Nobody awoke to their house being blown apart? My dog would have lost his shit hearing Invincible outside of his home. Never mind getting a portion of your garage blown away. Not to mention the lights are on, so people are awake.
Did somebody ask for butterscotch ripple?
The show's already spent a considerable amount of time showing us that Titan isn't all that bad. So much so that the suggestion of him about to attack a child feels so out of character that this ice cream turn isn't the least bit surprising. Also, pretending that butterscotch is a child's favorite ice cream flavor. Forcing elephants back into captivity.
He calls himself.
I'll admit this title card's funny every time, but at 15 minutes in, it'd be funnier if you just continued on with this momentum that the story's created. And by funnier, I just mean better. Facebook. Also, artists thought that just because Darkblood was a demon, he'd be committed to the whole evil notebook of the dead aesthetic, when he was clearly throwing a more hip Moleskine vibe.
What was the name of that place in Bordeaux, the one with the chocolate pastry thingies?
Show dangles this delicious sounding pastry thread in front of us, but doesn't follow it a single bit further, leaving notes without context. So when you go back to do further research, you cannot for the life of you remember why you wrote down cubits, amuse-bouche, and Donny Benet.
All guys make mistakes.
Using your man card to justify the betrayal of trust. I tried using that statement once when I superglued my finger in my belly button. The outcome was the same. You just look like an idiot.
You're an 18-year-old girl. You can't do this hero bullshit on your own.
Parents.
I can rearrange atoms on a molecular level like it's easy.
Wait, I thought all she could do was weird pink energy things. I had no idea she could put doors in weird places. Where was that during the interdimensional alien invasion? Also, conjuring a door mid-wall and without consent.
You know, I'm more like a big picture superhero.
Pretending that you're as important and relevant as a Marvel or DC hero. You do know you're on Amazon, right?
It's some bullshit.
Letting your pride get in the way of experiencing flight. Maybe bullshit to you, Titan, but somewhere out there is a kid dreaming of being ferried to the bad places of the city by their favorite superhero.
Machine Head owns the trash company. Uses it to ferry drugs to stash houses all over the city.
Using the trash bins is clever, but garbage trucks have to be the most impractical truck for this job. For one, you don't put trash cans inside them because there's all that compactor tech in there. And two, even if you did manage to cram 1 or 2 trash cans in there, good luck getting them out without attracting attention to what should be a covert operation. Just saying Machine Head seems like he'd be smarter than this. Even though people use it generically, Popsicle's a trademarked name. You wouldn't see a Kleenex Palace, would you? Although, really might be handy to have one next to the Popsicle Palace now that I think about it.
I know I can take Machine Head. He's just a criminal with a special head.
Having a special head is often a sign of huge problems for a superhero. MODOK, Brainiac, Juggernaut. Doesn't he read comic books? Putting mashed potatoes right on top of your already separated food.
You fought off an alien invasion, saved the country from an asteroid. This is beneath you.
Viltrumite classism.
That's the last time the Lizard League turns people into snakes in my town.
The Lizard League? Missed opportunity for the name Snake Society or Serpent Squad. Why did the Lizard League choose to turn people into snakes instead of lizards? Sure, they're both reptiles, but everyone knows that lizard people are far superior to snake people. It's like Viltrumite classism 101.
Both so caught up in your own little prize fights that you let this entire bus of civilians crash.
Liar. Monster Girl's fighting, but Rex looks like he's taking a long happy second to observe the menu of a Burger Mart down the road, or that he...
They're coming straight in. Trust me. I've got nothing.
Just enjoys hearing the sound of screeching tires and children on fire.
As usual, I'll be the only person who actually sacrificed something, since I'm now a week younger than I was yesterday.
Kids.
He's only been a hero for a few months. He thinks he knows everything. I just don't want him to make a choice he'll regret.
Like sloppy slaughtering an entire superhero team without doing much to cover your painful barefoot Lego trail of evidence? Like that regret?
You want to come tonight? We could use the help.
I wish I could, but
Too busy saving the world.
Well done, Amber. You've accidentally put 2 and 2 together about Eve's superhero career. But how are you still oblivious to Mark's? He's been coming more in and out of your life than my dad has in mine. Just don't let Mark go get milk. Hi, I'd like to schedule a therapy appointment.
I almost forgot how good I look.
Button press, buff blue man reveal, technology, electricity, excitement, 3-point landing cliche. Debbie's calculations show 12 minutes of travel time while she sets a timer for 20 minutes. I can look past this discrepancy as a possible estimate to account for wait times at each stop, but there are so many unknown variables here, such as Nolan's flight speeds, and just how long is he willing to wait at these shops? He doesn't seem to be a very patient man, so the fact that the timer goes off exactly when he gets back makes this whole scene a conveniently contrived pile of this works. Nolan put his murder suit on this weird shelf above the window instead of sinking it to the bottom of the ocean, tossing it into an active volcano, or just throwing it straight into the sun. Now, even on the off chance he planted it here on purpose, I'm still giving this a sin, because throwing it into the sun wasn't plan A. Oh yeah, these guys know what's up. It doesn't matter how good you are at security as much as how cool you look doing it.
No way you saw this coming.
I mean, I did. Not because I'm watching you do it now, Titan, but because this building was foreshadowed 4 times. In the industry, we call this foreshadowing. It's not quite as wasteful as doing 4-score shadowing, but still a bit much.
Which is how I know it's not worth explaining to you two morons what quantum probabilities are.
Well, Machine Head is right, simply because that would take a lot of time, and it's not like they're paying him for this lecture, so he'd only have an incentive to do this if he was the type of person that derived value from sharing his wisdom with others. Clearly, he is not. That being said, his statement about probability evokes an alarming amount of certainty. So much so that I'm wondering if someone needs to explain to him what quantum probabilities are. Mixing food with one hand.
You look like you're good at chopping things.
How'd you know?
'Cause she's a super... never mind. Wait, Invincible is bloodied? When did that happen? He gets covered in lava and electricity, then smashed into a wall and a floor, then uppercut by Big the Cat with a mace, and then this is where you want to show damage on him? It's almost like you want him to be impervious until the plot needs him to bleed. Whatever the case, the show's name from this point should now be Occasionally Vincible.
Who's next?
Not reading the room. Not reading your texts.
Wait, I'm getting something here. What?
Not using the already blown out door for maximum property damage.
Cecil got an anonymous call.
Samson feels the need to deliver this information, which is pretty much like the paramedics showing up to your car crash, finding you bleeding out, and pausing to explain that someone called them. And had that not happened, they wouldn't be there.
Murder these assholes!
Taco Bell's new slogan somehow makes it into the episode. Not to tell Machine Head how to spend his own money, but he could have just had Isotope teleport Battle Beast here instead of wasting his money on the rest of these goons. Take it from Confucius, Machine Head. He who will not economize will have to agonize. This fight was so good, I'm not even going to call it a discount Thanos versus Hulk. In fact, this fight is so good, Marvel should take notes. This fight is so good, I'm taking a sin away and adding it to the next Marvel show in spite.
I'm gonna make this city better for a lot of people. But some people come first.
Inviting your family to a bloodied, battle-ridden office doesn't seem like the best parental choice to preserve child innocence. Just look up, honey. Just look up. Having the secret lab be accessible from the main elevator not only creates opportunities for these awkward interactions, it also increases the likelihood that an individual like myself could hack their way into the lab, not with skill, but with immature button mashing. I'm like an expert button masher. Watch. Cindy? Can you fix that? Thanks.
I need my costume back, and I want it back.
Am I important to you?
I'm gonna do better.
I'm not even sure I want to do this anymore.
Clone.
I need your expertise.
I'm here for you.
I thought Mark would be here tonight.
Every one of these assholes in the previously on being all me.
Maybe if you didn't lose your powers.
Except Rex?
These assholes!
And Battle Beast. Using 3 types of pen colors for your investigation when 1 black pen and colored highlighters are an option. Also, the red ink is under the black ink, meaning the circles came before the word blood, which is just a dumb way to take notes. This uninspired yet framed original artwork.
What's important?
Going full Rick Sanchez. You never go full Rick Sanchez.
You're going to be in...
What started out as a cute title card gag has now morphed into an anxiety-inducing slap bet. Even in the real world, my heart rate increases every time someone says...
Keep an eye on that thing.
An eye? Keep an eye on a gushing wound? How about pressure? How about keeping pressure? There you go.
Find out what kind of blood you can take.
Show wants me to believe that with all the preparation Cecil's making for an eventual showdown with Omni-Man, that he's completely overlooked the medical needs of the security guardians of the globe. How are they even operating on him right now? Even if they have some sort of special Viltrumite surgical tools, this does raise the question, is he or is he not?
Game of Thrones King's Road is now available on both PC and mobile with Google Play Games. Explore the...
Thank God whatever tore him up was sharp.
I'm sure the reason for this statement has something to do with making it harder to put all the bits back together, but
How the fuck did I die? Anyways, I've now beaten a Gigamax Pokemon, or VMAX, or something Max Pokemon.
Since all my experience with the case of Sharp V Dull has to do with kitchen knives, it feels like the doctor's worried about the quality of his filet.
6 days?
How is Mark popping up off the table like a doorbell just ringing his pizza's here? He just had a hole through his abdomen a few days ago. Don't say he heals super fast. He's still got bruises on his face, so his stomach must still be healing.
What's more interesting to me is...
I'd assume that, like, Viltrumite biology, or... the Viltrumite healing system would try and, fucking know, focus on the very bad areas, the very terribly inflicted areas, instead of the areas that have some minor cuts and bruises on them. I don't know, that's just me though.
Why?
So much of what's going on here between Cecil and Nolan is bubbling right under the surface. We know these two characters are hiding the most secrets and that both are trying to game each other. That hostile dynamic turns this seemingly simple conversation into a battle of wits, and I'm loving every second of it.
Start over?
Treating a relationship like a video game.
I'm just trying to start over with Amber, you know?
I understand the goal, but I do not understand the method. You want to show her you're serious by blocking your best friend on a visit to a college you know little to nothing about. Show highlights the fact that it is constantly overshadowing the butt. If you can create and disappear doors at will, do you really need to pack? Ever? Why not manifest a new outfit each day from some pine cones instead of lugging around all this luggage?
A normal life. A house, a husband, kids.
I see your kids and raise you in overprotective parents with outdated expectations.
When you need to fly to another country, you don't flap your arms.
Flappy arm shaming.
Dramatic much?
I'm sorry.
I'm not. You're being a jerk.
He was being both dramatic and a jerk, but he was also making an argument, summarizing a conceptual framework for addressing the limitations of human longevity. So instead of just calling him an asshole, you could have responded with a counter-argument, highlighting why you think replacing hearts with carburetors is a bad thing. In the end, this sin comes down to Amber being a dick to constructive academic debate. Being this captivated by a water fountain...
I'm serious. I think this is what I want.
Mark says this after completing a series of activities, all in the quad. I mean, at least go vet the cafeteria. Don't blame me when you get to your first lunch and realize the only choices are a compressed chicken patty, a melon-based fruit cup, and a giant milk machine that likely never gets cleaned.
You know, when you start a sentence with I think, you automatically murder 90% of any romance in it.
And when you over-explain Mark's crimes against passion, you murder the last 10%. In this shot, we see Amber and Mark are up close and personal with what's left of Funny Doug. Then in this shot, after they've taken a step back, new bystanders have found their way between our guys and Discount RoboCop, meaning that these two ran into harm's way just so they could fall down running out of harm's way. Save them if you want, but some people are already lost.
Where the hell did you go?
The tension created by the whole Mark's double life causing relationship problems feels so forced. While it's not entirely unbelievable, it is unbelievably frustrating.
You said you wanted to start over.
Oh, this is definitely getting a signal in the middle of the fucking forest.
Those are no
Alright. So which Pokemon did you need? You needed Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza. So Kyogre, he's just gonna be down here from this spawn. There's a cave right here. You don't go into this. Fuck. You don't go into this cave. You have to click on this, which will bring you to the underwater cave, and you'll just be right in front of him. If you do go down there, you can't go out unless you either die or beat the boss, or I suppose leave the boss during the fight. Rayquaza, I believe you need both Kyogre and Groudon. You gotta go to... Ooh, wrong thing. You gotta go Skarmory, Sky Island, and then he's just gonna be up here. Right there. Also on Sky Island. Oh, fuck. Also on Sky Island, if you look around, there's going to be a cave, and that's going to have Ho-Ho in it. And you wanted Zygarde, correct? If I'm not mistaken, Zygarde's going to be in the mining arena. Oh wait, no, I forgot to show you where Groudon was. Sorry. So for this one, you're going to want to head over to this area where it seems all black. Now, I'm just going to go around top. Or no, I'm not. Then you just go in here and it's going to be right there. And Zygarde, he is... I think he's very close to Deoxys. For Zygarde, you want to spawn into the Rocky Realm, or Rocky Place. I forget where that is exactly. Oh, it's over there. And you'll see Deoxys right there, which you just gotta go. God damn it. Just gotta go over here, and then if you go down here, it's practically a straight shot, and you'll find Zygarde. Once you beat Zygarde, you'll be brought to Zygarde 100%. He drops 9 cells, and this version of Zygarde drops 1 cell. 100% is just right there, which I think you can get just by doing this. Alright, that's all. Sorry, some dude wants some help on how to find certain bosses. I've practically memorized the bosses in this game.
Why do you not go outside? That's crazy.
I actually went outside just under an hour ago. Spawn in with Pichu. If you don't have Pichu, then spawn in with Weedle.
I don't think I have either, Doug.
You don't have Weedle? Okay, I'll show you where Pichu is. Come to spawn.
I found the egg location.
What egg location?
Where all those eggs are. You said Weedle?
Yeah. I would also suggest, if you have it, getting a Beedrill Knight, because one of the Gigamax bosses is a Beedrill.
What if I just don't?
Then use a bitch.
Weedle.
Holy fuck, this guy is slow.
You said Beedrill Light?
Yeah.
Where the fuck is...
By the way, I've been grinding, what's his name? Dialga. I have 30 kills on Dialga, and I have no stone.
You ever find
Eternatus?
Well, sure, him too.
Yeah, we have to beat the 2 Gigamaxes, and then we can fight him.
I still haven't fought the other fucking dog.
Oh, they're irrelevant, ironically.
Really? Why?
No idea. But we have to fight 2 Gigamaxes, which you might just want to reset and spawn in the blue cave, the blue crystal cave, because you're slow as fuck with that form.
Where's Groudon at, Doug? Not Groudon, Garchomp.
I haven't found Gibble yet.
I bet he's in mountain somewhere.
Dude, I haven't found Gibble or Beldrow, which both pissed me off. Are you spawned in yet?
You spawn at?
The blue cave. The blue cave with the crystals in it. The Team Rocket hideout.
Doug, I am level 8.
Alright, come with me real quick. I'm just gonna get you Pichu. Come on, you got this, man. You got this. Come on. Come on, man. Is that shiny? No.
Even further beyond.
No, this is even further beyond.
Hey,
I am
buddy,
so
you ain't ready
fucking
for
small.
this hard. Buddy, you ain't ready for this strong attack. Rude. Just let me get this, dickhead.
I really wanted to kill you first. You just want to be Pikachu's because I feel like Pikachu's gonna be faster and better.
I don't think I have Pikachu either.
Pikachu is evolved with Pichu.
Is it?
Yes. This guy claims to know anything about Pokemon. He's wrong. We spawn in the same place.
Is the baby form.
Oh, Soothe Bell. I have a Soothe Bell. Let's go.
Hey, I also have a Soothe Bell.
Alright, it's time to use like 100 rare candies.
Time to use 0 rare candies.
Alright,
Dude, he's so slow.
You just want to swap to no, swap to the green dude, the green legendary we got. Rayquaza.
Rayquaza?
Yeah, we can't use any moves that are like stun.
Buddy, I'm busy.
Alright, because if we do, we instantly fucking die.
What the fuck? Why is there nothing over here?
Oh, where? You mean the pink place?
No, the place where I'm at.
Where?
Johto, Owen, Sinnoh.
It's Hoenn.
Sinnoh.
It's Hoenn. Don't bring
Sinnoh.
one of those guys, because 2 of their moves are. You can only use Judgment.
I brought.
Did you not see the clip I sent you?
No.
Did I send you the clip? I didn't send you the clip. Okay, let me send you the clip.
Judgment.
That was mean.
Recover.
Look at the clip I just sent you.
Buddy has sent me nothing.
Why the fuck is it taking so long to send? Dog, don't kill me. You're tripping.
You didn't like the Draco Meteor?
Dude, why is my... What the fuck?
Here?
My internet's bugging.
You must not know that
is it just to him? No, my entire Discord's just bugging the fuck out.
Must not know that you're bugging. Actually, I don't think I have you. Oh, I do have.
Yeah, it's sending. It's sending. Look in DMs.
What's in here? Nothing. It's just a waterfall. Why the fuck? Okay.
Where are you? No, it actually is this way.
What he got back?
Look at my health. I got one shot from 850.
Yeah, let's go get him. Hold up, I'm trying to end your clip. It's annoying.
You're gonna die.
Nah.
Okay. Alright, go Route 1. Fight Pikachu on your own. I already beat Pikachu.
Travel to Route 1. Is it only Pikachu here?
There's two. There's Beedrill.
Oh.
Actually, this is not Beedrill. Wait, don't find me. Don't find me. Don't find me. Yeah, don't find me.
Too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late.
Okay, you gotta come back. You gotta come back.
I'm already fighting.
Reset, bro. Reset, bro. Reset. 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 Reset.
I'm winning.
Hold on.
I don't care. Reset, man. Reset. 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 Trust me, if we want to fight Eternus together, you have to reset.
Weird way of saying leaving Cal behind.
Weird way of saying I'll beat this boss in here faster than you. Bet that, in fact.
I have the perfect Pokemon for this.
If it's Genesect, I'm gonna kill you.
Nope. You'll never guess.
Koopa?
Nope.
Arceus?
Oh my god, he's so slow.
Oh, did you bring out Pichu?
No, I did not.
Is bro alive?
Huh?
Is bro alive?
Nope.
So I can't even check. Amazing.
I'm something that rhymes with Andal.
Sorry, what did you say?
No need to fear, Cal.
Rhymes with candle?
Yeah, that works too.
The fuck are you?
Buddy ain't ready.
Dog, stop with the trolling shit. Stop with the trolling shit, bro. Stop with the trolling shit, bro. Stop with the trolling shit, bro.
I think he's gonna be strong once I level him up.
Where are you?
Hey, give me a second.
I like how you're talking about, oh, I'm so slow. That's gonna be your downfall.
Nah. Which way was it again?
Up the corner around your mom's ass.
Alright, buddy. I need you to go touch some grass.
I have a plant on my table that has grass.
Not good enough grass.
It's higher grass than any grass in Florida. Yeah, in Florida. Because, you know, Florida.
Oh my god, he's got a gun! Alright, I just made it past the waterfall.
Holy shit. I'm gonna go and just scroll on fucking Instagram.
I see the black area. I'm coming, Cal. Pikachu ain't ready for this one. Cal's never going to guess what it is.
There's
Hello, Cal.
You know, that was the first thing I thought of. Go and use a move.
You go fight him?
Use a move for me.
Willow-Wisp. Oh wait, hold up. Ow. Willow-Wisp. Motherfucker.
Go and make that trick back.
Huh?
Go and make that trick back, bro. I have to be right back. God damn it.
Who to actually pull up with then? Since Cal just wanted me. Yeah, fuck, I'll go pull up. Zapple cannon. Oh shit.
I'm back. Where is bro?
What do you mean word, bro? I'm right behind you in about 10 seconds.
Dude, do not pull up with Candlewick again.
No, that'd take far longer.
Oh, or Articuno. Or what was that? Zapdos?
Zapdos.
By the way, I have
Yeah,
96 summoning plates.
But he does not.
Aim for his head, by the way. Aim for his head.
Zapple cannon. I was too far away. Hurricane. I don't know.
Those blue
Zapple
ones, they don't
cannon.
one-shot you, by the way.
Yeah, I'm still gonna dodge them anyways.
I mean, that's the most logical thing to do.
Zapple cannon.
By the way, these are all build-ups. This guy who can one-shot us is a build-up to Eternatus. And we have to fight another one of these.
That's not fair.
And if we die, we lose our progress.
Do we at least get Mega Idiot?
Nope.
That's rude.
Truly is. But surprisingly enough, he doesn't have... how much health does he have? 8,000? Yeah, he doesn't have any more HP than normal.
I also don't think he's all that strong, though. I just got one tap, Doug.
How much health is bro at? You're at full health.
Yeah, he was about to hit me with the red, though.
Oh,
he
yeah.
told me that one shot.
Yeah, that does one shot. I'm not sure about the yellow thing one, though. The next boss that we have to fight, to my knowledge, is a Beedrill.
Beetle.
You know, I already fought this guy once. You can take care of him. I'm kidding.
Some things never change.
Like this guy being ass at Pokemon.
You want to run the ones? 1v1 random battle only?
Your RNG is insane. We both know that has nothing to do with skill. He just regened.
Callie healed.
Oh.
He fell.
He's fallen and he can't get up. Whoa!
He got up, dog. He should heal again.
Draco Meteor.
Zapple cannon.
Oh, by the way, those yellow things, they don't one-shot, so it's only the red thing that one-shots.
Who would have saw that in a Roblox game?
Oh! I just had the manliest screech ever, bro.
Yeah, you did. Oh boy. Zapple. This bitch.
Ancient power. Draco Meteor.
You missed.
I hit 2 of my shots.
So I think you hit all of them, but you missed. He healed.
Yeah, when I fought him, he didn't heal once. And I beat him.
Died.
Yeah, I see your body riddled with blood on the floor, man.
Yeah, I'm sure you understand.
Yeah. Understand that, like always, I have to carry. Like in every comp match we run, like in every game we run.
All games but RNG-based games.
Yeah, every game that has to do with some level of skill.
You know what they say, skill is only as useful as the luck of the deck. Oh my god.
Nobody said that. Maybe it one-shots if you're... What the fuck? How did it one-shot me then?
That does 280 damage.
How did it one-shot me then?
He shoots 2 of them, so it's more likely you got hit with both of them.
But 280 plus 280 does not make 850.
It don't matter. This is Robloxia, dog. That shit's probably a high roll.
It might be multiple. He might shoot 3 of them when it's a single player.
Cal, kill him.
Dragon Balls! Oh, wait. Let me hit the Draco Meteor.
You took too long, dog. Can we hit it from here?
We shouldn't. We should go this way and get the B. This is a B drill, right? Yeah, this is a B drill. Alright, post for the gram. Post for the gram.
How the fuck did you... Buddy, I can't get up there. Hold up, let me get in first person.
You... If we had a third person, this would be amazing.
Yeah. Alright, buddy, you ready?
He's fucking massive.
Dude, he has 16,000 HP.
For a Beedrill, that's quite impressive. What's his hitbox? Is the question. I really hope his hitbox is in your head. His hitbox is his head. That's so annoying that his hitbox is his head. I think those poison things, they might one-shot because they're his main move.
My zap cannon hit his head and it didn't hurt.
Oh my god, that did a lot of damage. You see that?
Zeppo cannon!
Oh, you got this. I'm gonna take a drink. You got this.
Fuck you.
I hope you heard that.
I heard you slurping.
I tried to drink water in the most disgusting way possible to piss you off.
Alright, Cal, you have a good one, buddy.
Draco Meteor! Draco Meteor has so much more aura when you're Rayquaza.
Honestly, I feel like at this point I should have played Rayquaza.
Oh, really? Really?
He seems a bit more useful here than my fucking piece of shit.
Oh, really? It's almost like someone warned you of that.
That also told me not to play Arceus. I was gonna play Arceus.
What does it have to do with anything I just said?
What?
That has nothing to do with anything I just said.
What are you talking about?
Die in a hole. Your family won't miss you.
Okay, buddy.
Anyways, Teach. We're getting... No, I thought I was getting a call. I really wish you could buy, like... What the fuck are you... Oh my god!
Did you almost die?
My life flashed before my eyes. Because he sent a move to, like, the top right over there. And I went to look at it because it was a really stupid, like, shot. And then I turned back around. And the Why Do Birds song started playing.
Oh.
Why
my god, that blue move does...
birds suddenly appear. That blue thing did 80 damage to me.
Roost!
Keep roosting.
I had a roost up, dog. How would I have ever... Oh my god.
Yeah, it seems the damage is inconsistent, because the blue thing did 80 damage... Okay. 1 second, let me just check something.
Buddy's gonna die. Oh my god, of course he moved. Why do birds
That was insane synchronicity.
You know what they say, Cal? The birds and the bees. Drills.
Okay, man. Yeah, stop thinking with your little pecker down there. I should have said drill. That would have been so much better.
Yeah, make Pokemon puns, buddy.
Well, I am. You have a pecker. You have a beak.
That's not a Pokemon pun. That's just a move pun.
No,
like,
you physically have a pecker. Pecker isn't a move.
It is.
No, peck's a move. Pecker is not a move.
What if ER Sinuate already happened? So what do? You hit him with peck, and you know what happens afterwards? You pecker them.
No, a pecker would insinuate something that is capable of pecking.
No, I don't think so.
You're a fucking idiot.
I know you are, but what am I?
Okay. Do I need to take you to kindergarten?
Kindergarten?
Do I need to take you to the old man, retirement home?
Yeah, maybe.
You are getting up there, aren't you, Teach?
I am. 25's closing in fast.
Well, bro, when I hit 18, I'm cooked. It's over for me. I don't even know how to do 100 times 2, bro. It's over for me.
Bro's back.
I don't even know what T stands for.
T-pose, obby.
I don't even know what P stands for, bro.
Are you ever going to hit him with anything?
You got this.
Most dating apps are dating on Boston.
Hey, Cal. Callie's healing.
Oh, you got it though, because I wasn't contributing anything anyway, so you got it, bro. It shouldn't make a difference if I'm there or not.
Nothing ever changes with this guy. Ain't that right, Cal?
I don't know. If you say I don't hit anything, then I'm just gonna make sure I don't hit anything.
I heard you won it.
He has more health than when I left.
Yeah, he healed. Did you not hear what the fuck I said?
I know, but you haven't done that much damage. Look at me. I come back and I've dealt all of your damage and then some.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Those went all through his body, none through him. Same with that.
They're hitting him.
They're hitting his body, not him.
We're hitting him for fucking damage.
Those are my shots, you fucking idiot.
It did
that
damage.
was my ancient power, you fucking idiot.
It did damage.
Again, that was my ancient power, you fucking idiot.
Fine then. You got this.
Alright, I'll take care of it. You can deal with Eternatus on your own though, right?
I was trying to hit him from long distance fucking zap cannons and whatnot.
Yeah, because that's the only thing you're good for, missing.
Put your bitch ass up.
You can't even hit a Draco Meteor consistently. fucking awkward. Dude, you look so fucking awkward, bro. Oh my god, that Pokemon is so ugly.
Yeah, I hate him.
Yet you chose him. Yeah, you can handle Eternatus on your own, though.
Nah, you got it.
Nah, cause you got it. Nah, cause like I dealt with Dynamax. I dealt with the Dynamax Beedrill, bro.
Yep, definitely didn't help at all.
I mean, considering you haven't landed a single shot yet, you haven't. Like that. You're only helping with my notions. Like that.
I hit him. Fuck out of here.
Hey, watch it. Saria Draco.
I almost died.
And I saved your bitch ass. wait, heal, please heal. I'm not redoing this shit again.
Got him with the roost. This motherfucker.
Did I deal damage with that?
You almost did.
Wait. Pose to the ground. Pose for the gram. Nah, fuck it. I gotta get the right angle on this.
Dude, this. There we go. Honestly, I should go live.
Me and homie turned op into stone. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait because we're in a battle.
Ow.
He has 46,000 HP!
Oh, fuck.
Okay,
yeah.
thankfully, he only has 25,000 of it right now. Something glitched, and I'm happy for it.
Why? Bro has more HP than Arceus.
Well, to be fair,
So
I think
why?
he's more powerful than Arceus.
Well, Zacian and all them are too, but...
I know who Zacian is.
It's the Sword and Shield Pokemon.
Oh no, has his power been seen before?
No, it's stated by one of the people... What the fuck hit me? It's stated by one of the people that the sword Pokemon and them do more damage. Or like they're stronger, one of the two.
Yeah, I think Arceus just gaps in terms of abilities.
Yeah, I don't like this boss fight.
Draco Meteor! I don't know where his hitbox is.
It's like center.
Center where he's glowing?
Yeah.
Okay, well that was true. Don't die, Teach.
Oh my god!
Don't die. If you need to run away, get out of his distance, and I'll 1v1. You're out of his distance right now. Just heal. Draco Meteor! Mine is more accurate than yours, let's be honest.
I had no...
I cannot tell where... Is it, like, above his spine? Below his spine?
I don't know, I keep hitting him, like, top part of where the fucking glowing part is on his spine.
So, just his spine itself?
It might be.
Yeah, his spine itself
he did
works.
damage.
Then this is how you hit the Draco Meteor. Oh, well, I'm gonna kill myself now.
Dude, I don't like this. I don't like him.
Neither do I. I have seen this boss fight arena, though.
Well, his shit's just fucking weird.
Well, we're lucky he doesn't have 4,000 health! We're also lucky he doesn't require, like, a secondary thing. Like, you know how Dialga and... Huh?
Said, thank fucking God.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna move. Okay,
I'm getting chased!
Dude, it does like 80 damage.
That's 80 health I don't have.
Oh, you're about to...
No. I just don't like getting hit. Oh my god, this shit is... How do you have that much health?
Dude, I think he passively heals.
Like us?
Yeah. Oh my god! I got hit by both of those?
And so did I. You know what? I'm not being a bitch. You wanna know why? Because I have 200 potions. You gotta be prepared, Teach. Do you wanna go and finish that sentence, pal?
You know how many I have?
0.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're never prepared for anything. Yeah, you got this, Teach.
Why be prepared when? Why be prepared when I can not?
Oh, chasing me, Teach! Chasing me!
Hell is chasing me.
No, Teach, you're not supposed to run like that. You have to run vertical, not horizontal.
Oh, like this?
Let me watch you form. Let me watch you form. Oh, well, that was kind of impossible to run from. Honestly, here Arceus would be amazing. But even though Dialga is better with boss fights, Arceus would perform good here. Oh, by the way, I tested it. Dialga is much better for boss fights.
Then fucking Arceus?
Yeah. He does more DPS because of his low cooldowns.
Hell, he's down less than...
Dude, this guy's durability must be insane.
Farmer ass. Who's to say, really?
Well, I'm to say, and his durability's fucking insane!
I don't know, I did 100 damage with Thunderbolt.
Yeah, I think he's... Isn't he flying?
I have no fucking idea. Dude, this motherfucker.
Dude, how did none of those hit?
Dude, he doesn't like to stand still, like, at all.
And that's me a half.
He healed, Cal.
How much?
He's back at 24,000.
Are you dead ass?
Dead ass.
Oh no, maybe if some dumb fuck picked, alright, I'm gonna try on YouTube.
Normal levels for monsters.
This is gonna take a good 30 minutes.
Oh yeah.
And lag. Love lag.
She has a curse, not a disease.
Robot is still slow dripping these medically necessary details instead of just giving them a full report. And this doctor
Dude,
is still treating Monster Girl's injuries as if she's a normal
please.
person. Why isn't Cecil giving him the full report?
So I take it we won?
When you have a character whose only facial expression is an awkward smile, you're bound to have some strange moments. Did the creators really think Tom Hanks would be okay with these dead eyes?
Nolan struck first.
Is he analyzing
Oh my
everyone
god,
else's
I'm
costume
stuck.
to confirm this? This entire sequence of analyzing fabric is fabricating facts for the sake of sewing the plot together.
I feel gross. I'm taking a shower.
You feel gross, so you're taking a shower at the college dorm to feel cleaner? Improper placement of an exit sign.
You're better than ever.
I will say this, it doesn't really seem like he does all that much damage,
Maybe I should get
all
my
things
ass kicked
considered.
more often.
Then rejoin the team at Guardians HQ.
When your powers have mysteriously, miraculously, and obviously returned,
That
the
hit
show
me?
doesn't want to talk about that right now. Going ankle deep into sewer water to save
Well,
someone
I
you
gotta
fought
go
one
roost.
time behind a boathouse. Also, why not call your buddy before you descend into the stinky pits of human waste? Or shoot a quick text.
He's at
perhaps?
22, oh my god.
Smells like butt.
His hitbox is so fucking funky!
I'm concerned that the people at this party are totally frozen in
Dude,
place.
it's so
Is there
bad.
another bad guy lurking in the shadows? Why has no one moved? Can't be lazy animation. It can't.
Funny how quickly things can fall apart. One day it seems like you have all the time in the world, and then the next.
All of those should have hit. Like, I think any fucking intelligent, competent person could tell you that.
Joe is really playing hard to get to the bottom of Nolan's subterfuge.
Maybe his hitbox is equally just as dog shit when we play him.
see you back at Rick's dorm.
William is clearly
I sure hope so. Then make him overpowered.
I'll see you back at Rick's dorm is an appropriate
It really
response.
would.
I know the power of boners is strong with this one, but the show is straight up making
Okay,
it
wait,
seem like
wait. Maybe you see that white glowing thing in his chest? Not the light itself, but there's a glowing thing in there.
eye wings still on fleek. So in the previous episode, Nolan punched this wall in a display of anger.
I have no idea if I.
That's not.
Release when you can also punch through asteroids. This has to be like you or I punching through toilet paper,
I hit 'em.
right? Here we see Adam Eve using her powers to make coffee, including manually boiling the water. Look, I still don't fully understand what her powers are, and no, I'm not going to research them, you nerd. But can she not just rearrange the atoms of the air itself to create a steaming cup of morning go juice instead of going through all these steps? Why does she need go juice? Coffee brand coffee. Pork.
You need to trust me.
She does not. Debbie has confronted Nolan with proof that he murdered the Guardians. So does he really
Dude, this
expect
guy's
her to trust him that this is
annoying
all
as
for the greater good just because that's what obedient, well-behaved wives are supposed to do? Also, this show's beginning to soap opera so hard that I'm having flashbacks to my grandmother yelling, "Don't you!"
There was just a Discord announcement. And it was nothing. Okay. Yeah, they didn't announce anything about the game. I'm gonna go make a comment about the game.
How dog shit this boss fight is. Apple cannon. Yes, I hit it. I hit him.
Guys,
I think he healed
fix
him.
Eternity's hitbox, and my life is yours. Dude, this shit is so ass. It's like it's his chest area. That's what it is.
Less than 2,000. I mean 20,000.
Hey, Roost. Hey, hit me. Throw a beam this way. To him. He's right here. Come on, shoot him. You got this. Shoot him. He's right here.
I'm fully.
He's right here. Kill him. Get him. He's right here. Come on, get him. He's right here. Come on. Get him. He's moving this way. Shoot forward. I took damage from that. What the fuck?
Zappo cannon.
Dare trust him. The TV screen while
Do that less
superseding
than
River's
19K.
originals.
We'll talk later.
Thank
Nolan
fucking
is
God.
a gift to Debbie, 2 ceilings, a floor, and a roof.
Mark, it's Mom. Listen to me.
People that do this with
Oh
their
boy.
voicemail.
Oh boy.
Come on, this is dumb.
Yes, diverting our attention.
Hit
away
him,
from
hit him,
the
he's
main
low,
story
he's
of this really
low.
won't they relationship B plot is dumb.
This is why I'm always late or why I don't show.
Forget interrogation or torture. The power of boners is apparently all it takes for a superhero to reveal their
Oh
identity.
my God! Of course you moved last second.
Why are we fighting?
Why
Fighting
would
because you lied to me. You made me feel stupid and unimportant.
It's a secret identity.
Who's that? Almost less than. You missed.
Oh, really? I missed. Let's not talk about yours.
I just.
Oh, fuck.
Really?
Teach, you got this, right?
Why are you about that?
No, my parents just called me.
Oh, just hide.
I'm gonna step on
Just
my
spam
potions.
Yeah. Yes. Ow. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, he's going after Cal. No! Bruce. Fucking force, dude. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to? Dude, this game's pissing me off, actually.
Alright, how much health has he lost?
He has like 15,000 left.
Yeah, you can deal with the rest of it.
Fuck.
That TV sins.
So much for welcome back. Congrats for not dying.
Premature being an ungrateful brat, or whatever the opposite of celebration is.
Indoor fireworks. If the flying pieces of superheated plastic don't get you, the unannounced PTSD-inducing explosion sure will. That's a guarantee.
Dude, are you live streaming TikTok right now?
No.
Alright. So you know that that EXO dude, you know the one that you promoted a video about?
Yeah.
He's the co-owner in a Discord server. There's been 9 pedophiles in that Discord server, and it started January of this year.
Well, I gotta go back the fuck up. Is he one of them?
No, I don't think he's a pedophile. I think he's a weirdo, but I don't think he's a pedophile. Because he's made all of those jokes, and it doesn't seem like he's intending to stop at all.
Alan and his fucking friends, I swear to God.
I told him that if he makes another one of those jokes, I am actually gonna post the video again, and this time promote it myself.
You put $8 in there again?
I was gonna put 20, but $20 ain't bad.
I still can't believe I got 10,000 views off of that fucking $8.
I know, that was insane. It was probably from like all of the comments.
Oh, probably.
And dude, there was debates on if what he said was kind of like pedophilistic in a way.
Sure.
What?
I would probably say no, since what, it was 18 and 16, though it is fucking weird.
Yeah, no, I do think that like a 2-year age gap is fine to an extent.
Well, it's fine where I live, so I mean.
No, I'm not talking about like, lawfully.
Why the fuck did that? Okay.
However, I think anything past a 3-year age gap, especially when it comes to like minors, is pedophile.
He just healed.
I haven't slept, Teach. I can't deal with this stress. Teach.
Have you really not slept?
No. Oh, no, I did get a nap in.
To be honest, I don't think this boss fight is hard. It's just annoying.
It's long. Which sums up everything about Elden Ring.
I'm gonna be honest. I think we'd be halfway done with the game at this point in Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think if we had a third partner, we need to find a third for our Elden Ring Night Ring run.
Who's got a computer that we can do this with?
Penny, Alexis, or Yugi. I was gonna say Seb, but Seb's.
Do we not like Seb anymore, or do we like Seb?
Seb said stuff about minors.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, hasn't he done it before?
Well, I only found out about it relatively recently. But Seb said it's alright for 17-year-olds to keep child porn, and that he himself kept child porn up until he was 18, and he deleted it all on his birthday. That's what Yuki told me he said.
Oh, what a fuck. Dude, that did 200 damage. Holy shit.
Yeah, in fact, me and Seb had a discussion about it, and seemingly during the discussion, he kept trying to call me out for being bad faith, when he himself was meta-debating the entire debate, in discussion. Because he was claiming, oh, well, your only evidence is that Yugi said this, which I think me and you both would agree Yugi's relatively reliable.
I mean, you could have just asked him, is it not true? Sounds like he didn't want to answer that.
He denied it.
Now, he's really ramping up the spamming.
He's getting low, though. We're making very slow progress, but it's fucking progress. But like, for example, during the discussion, it was on Hinge's live. He said, "Well, you guys don't have any like physical proof," and I was like, "Okay, yeah, but I'm not saying that this is like necessity of the case. I'm saying due to just because I don't have any empirical evidence doesn't mean it's not a probability. I think this anecdotal evidence would make it a probability, right? You would agree that that's probably true in this instance."
Sure.
But then he started talking about how he didn't ask me for any empirical evidence, and started meta-debating there, which I think is just... I don't know, do you think meta-debating is disingenuous?
Not a good look.
Yeah, I know, I think it is a very bad look. And then he tried to call me disingenuous. I don't understand that.
My God, stop hitting me with the same fucking attack you keep hitting me with.
This logic's not exclusive to the Guardians. Anything that's alive can die
I
at any
missed.
time, and anything that's alive can drink at any time, assuming it has a mouth,
Yo, I hate this.
digestive
I
system, and is
I
of
genuinely
to drunk
fucking
iced tea.
despise this boss
This
fight.
show us in for acting like Rex was capable of making a good point.
But I'm lactose intolerant.
Whoa, hold on. Do you know me at all? I filled them with beer.
Hell, I'm
Fenrir
only
Rex is all kinds of
pulling
unhinged,
up with
but this
Arceus
beer
from now on.
situation must be addressed. I don't care how well he cleaned these cartons. and
Sorry,
we
what was
all
that?
know he didn't. There's still going to be an
I'm
unsettling
only
amount of milk switching around that beer.
pulling up with Arceus from now on.
Arceus is not that good for boss fights, but you do you.
I mean, except this one.
I think
Judgment, buddy.
I think Arceus is only good when there's duo.
He had his head on the bench, and he was just standing over it,
Judgment.
prying it open with a Phillips head screwdriver.
Oh, come on. No one's using a Phillips head screwdriver to pry open a complex piece of machinery like Robot's head. You'd obviously use
Oh
a
my
flathead
God.
for that.
There. I am alone and helpless.
Despite 2/3 of the Blue Man Group acknowledging this is likely bullshit.
Dude, stop spamming me with this fucking shitty ass attack.
Gotta love villains who are exactly as dumb or as smart as the plot needs them to be. Sorry, love and sin are listed in the TV Sin's thesaurus as synonyms.
I'm a terrible friend and a worse boyfriend.
I get hit?
Because I'm.
Cal, fuck off.
Do the
Fuck
thing.
off.
You can't see.
You're like a
He can't see me. If I can't see him, he can't see me.
He's gonna heal. We have to get back there. I have a feeling if I didn't have to be our back, we may be a lot closer.
Oh, you gotta leave again?
No, I was saying that if I didn't have to be our back previously, we would have been a lot closer.
Probably. I don't know though. This guy sucks.
bad guy in a samurai movie who gets cut in half but thinks they're fine until they're like,
He's at 12,000
"Oh my
HP now,
God,
though.
My top
I
half's
think,
sliding
yeah.
away from my bottom half."
Progress, baby.
Burger was harmed in the making of this simile. Also, putting the cheese on the bottom.
Bro, this guy is begging me to come back to the server.
Sociopath.
The server with all the pedophiles in it. They've banned the pedophiles, but
Instead of making sure you have room for the
that's just what I call it.
Not a good look. Not a good look.
Also, what kind of
But he's begging me to come back.
effort of setting out their ketchup burger and
Not a
fries
good
only
look.
to leave before eating a single bite of it. Are there any heroes left in this world?
I don't know what we
Well,
did, but we
Nick
did like
doesn't have a big part
700
in this
damage.
episode.
Oh, that was me. I hit all of my every one of my Draco meteors hit.
Really?
Yeah, they looked like they were going to miss, but they all dealt damage, and it was by a significant degree.
Nah, I'm lying. I know exactly what to do.
Yes, he's less than fucking 11,000.
Oh, don't jinx us! He's gonna heal now. You fucking bitch. It'd be really funny if he healed in that moment. Dude, this guy needs to stop
Really
fucking DMing me.
Bye, Cal. Cal, run. Cal, run.
Sorry, I had to tell this guy to stop DMing me or stop asking. He's annoying as fuck.
I don't know. I saw a bunch of damage your way, and you looked like you were halfway. I'm like, that's not good.
Dude,
I refuse to fight
I'm about
the
to
boss
ban
fight
this guy
again,
from
Cal.
that one server. Holy shit.
You bitch! Yes.
He has as much. Oh, he almost has as much HP as the Pikachu. We can do this, Teach. I just need to not get flung out of the map. I would actually uninstall Roblox and everything else on my PC.
Oh my god, that did 300 damage. Hit him with the roost.
Fuck, you're right. That did do 300 damage. It actually did 500.
I think it ramps up, dog. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, it seems now he's definitely doing 100 damage per click.
At least. Oh my god, I thought he was aiming at Draco Meteor.
He healed. It wasn't by much, but he definitely healed.
Honestly, that's not that bad.
Yeah. I can't wait to get this guy and him being like one of the worst Pokemon in the game.
Like Arceus?
Dude. All that grinding just for Arceus to be that fucking terrible.
If only he had like 30,000 HP, I think it'd be worth it then.
If he had 30,000 HP and did like close to no damage, I'd be happy.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna hit bro with the mix-up and you got this, Cal, while I heal.
I've been having this. Please don't heal to 14k. That's gonna make me cry. Like 3 or 4 of those should have hit. Well, I'm gonna back up. You got this. I got heal.
To be honest, I didn't even heal. Not by much.
You really need to buy some potions.
I really do. But where's the fun in that?
Surviving. Dude, this guy is still DMing me.
Hey, he's at 7,000 HP. What a... Roofs.
Oh my god!
Dude, I fucking hate this fucking boss fight. Holy shit.
This man just shoved his moves down my throat. Dude, I'm trying to fight this boss and all I hear is...
Oh, he's at 6 bands.
Something you'll never see in your life.
I got 4.
And you ain't getting 2 more. Ancient power! And it seems the damage on this guy is delayed.
Probably.
Second. The damage is
You think
delayed.
it's going to be worth it?
No.
You don't think it's going to be worth it?
No, but that one dude who said, who has 100,000 subscribers told me to cash them all, so.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Thunderbolt!
You're not Pikachu, bro. Shut your bitch ass up.
Bye, Cal. Like we're facing me.
That was an insane precog. That was an insane precog.
That one wasn't.
Well, because your ass.
Yeah, what can we do?
Okay, well, I'm at
Is that
half.
Pokemon? Oh!
How much health does he have left? 4,000? I'm gonna let you have the honor of dealing the last 4,000 damage.
Fuck you, buddy.
Draco Meteor! Oh, that shit was really good.
Zapple Cannon! Dude, this
boss sucks.
Yeah, it's almost like he moves around too much. You feel me?
He's like one of us. He's like one of those Froakie or Charmeleons that's level 20 and that you want to kill, but he keeps moving around and dodging all of your projectiles.
Yeah.
2 of those should have hit.
Hit him with the Thunderbird. Oh. Yeah.
He's so close,
Oh my
TJ.
god.
He's so close.
I'm getting chased around the entire map with this fucking giant ass pink ball.
Dude, he's spamming them. I'm so low. I'm no. I've used 70 potions in this game.
Honestly, just try to hit him from afar, like you're Jahar.
I have no idea what reference that is, but alright.
I don't either.
Yeah, I
heard
didn't
it
think
one
you.
time,
I didn't think you did. Draco Meteor!
I don't know, but I did hear it. I just don't know where.
Yeah, I don't
he's
see...
got 2018.
You got that.
Fuck.
Dude, damaging other bosses compared to this boss, it's like heaven.
I'm roosting up.
Like you do instead of going to work every day?
Huh?
No, you were at level 75 when you came in here.
Nah, buddy, I was on level 51.
That's just a blatant fucking lie. We can go back to in my live stream. I wish you put money that you were on level 51. Teach, huh? Teach, look at his health. Look at his health, Teach. Teach.
I bet.
Oh, really, Teach? He hurts. By the way, Teach, there's 0 eggs on the map.
Not bad. Some guys are taking.
No, they just stop spawning in after a while.
Why?
Ask the fucking owner, not me. Oh my
god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Teach, don't you dare fucking die. I am not redoing this boss fight. I don't care who pays me.
I'll give you $50 if we lose.
Who?
What?
You'll give who $50?
If we.
Yeah, who you give him $50?
You to refight him, obviously.
Oh, that might be worth doing.
I better not die. I mean, you better die then. I won't though. So you don't get him, but I get him.
So all I'm doing is fighting this guy a second time for $50.
No, I said we.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. It's fine. You know why? Because I am here.
Draco Meteor?
Yeah! That did 200 damage.
Sappo Cannon!
Oh, I was so close. We both have to try it.
So, what's in Route 2?
I think Route 2 was like, it's Galar, right? Where is it in Galar? Or is it in the specials?
Hey, Kelly, you want to see what I have?
I have a shiny Groudon.
Okay, come to spawn.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, I have a shiny Groudon as well.
Yeah, I was confused. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I assume you just get for frying this guy.
What's he under? Galar?
Galar, yeah. Oh, fuck. Why is this shiny Articuno so big? This shiny Articuno is bigger than me.
Really?
He's 2 of us.
That's not a shiny Articuno.
What is that?
That's a Galar.
Oh. 1 second. I gotta go in settings to fix something. I'm sewing back in.
I'll buy rare candies, dog. Buy rare candies.
I have a lot of rare candies. Look at this fucking flex.
Hmm?
Look at that fucking flex. He has the highest HP in the game, by the way.
Primal Groudon?
Yeah. Alright, it's time to level this guy up to the max and go fight someone. I'm gonna be right back, I'm gonna be right back while my autoclicker does that.
I'm there. I'm out of fucking.
Hey,
Really?
Teach.
Yeah.
Is it true that Radon is fucking his brother?
No, but how much damage does that do?
I don't know. 400?
How about that?
I dodge.
100?
His moves are still ass.
I don't know. Dynamax Cannon's pretty strong.
Yeah, he's dying. Okay, wait. Now, oh my god, his movements are janky. What the fuck? Do you do S and D and jump backwards?
What the fuck? That's weird. Dude, his fucking moves take forever to fucking reload.
This takes about as long as Judgment. It's just a weaker Judgment.
Really?
Unironically, yeah.
Dude, hit A and S and hit backwards.
A and S and head backwards. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, buddy. Alright, the question is, does Dynamax... Okay, Dynamax Cannon does not have that. Okay, well, you're... Okay. Yep, stay right there. Stay right there.
I precog bro.
Well, I wasn't fighting back, but I'll fight back now if you want me to.
No, I ain't got enough for candies, dog.
No, stay there.
I'm gone.
I see you. Draco...
You
Oh,
find
that's
me
not
first.
you. You won't come fight the other long serpent-like legendary? What pussy.
No, let's go fight Blastoise.
No, let's go fight Dialga, bro.
Dialga? Don't we already have him?
Yeah, but we don't have Max Dialga. Actually, it is like 102. I'm tired. Yeah, I'm hopping off, most definitely.
I need to get to level. Good night, Cal.
Die.